Testing, testing. Hello and welcome everyone to the Red Jackson Dance 5th anniversary live stream. Thank you all so much for joining. How many people have we got here? We've got 36. That's quite a lot. I'm sweating. Jeez. Well, thank you so much for everybody for joining. Please keep sharing this on social media. Let's get as many fans watching as possible. Who have we got in the chat here? Got Trish, Manuela, Crystal, Miami in the house, Crystal, Lady Messenger. Thank you so much for joining, everyone. So we've got like a super exciting day today. We've got a long list of guests that are going to join us. I'm not sure if everybody's seen, but there's been a few changes to the schedule. So let's take a quick look. Hi, Jonathan. Here we go. Let's see. Here we go. So if we take a look at the schedule, we have, first things first, we've got Flo Anthony joining at 4 PM. And then we're just going to have a chill out, have a chat, you know, amongst ourselves. And I'll announce a couple things that are coming up. And then at 5 PM, this is GMT, so if you in a different time zone, you need to convert it. So you can Google like 5 PM GMT in wherever you are. So 5 PM GMT in Paris or Philadelphia. At 5 PM, we've got a Neverland Roundtable. So Michael Jackson's former bodyguard Jimmy Van Norman and former theme park manager at Neverland Big Al Scanlan are joining. Then at 5:30, MJ Market are joining with Jonathan Downie. They're the sponsor of this live stream too, and he's going to be unboxing a special package, a new MJ item he's had, so that's going to be a lot of fun. At 6 o'clock then, we've got Vincent Paterson, Michael Jackson's long-time choreographer, dancer, and director. And then at 6:30, we've got a pre-recorded interview with Peggy Wolf. Then at 7, we're back live with Rory Kaplan, and 7:30, Manny Niall. There we go. And at 8 o'clock, we've got a pre-recorded video with Franz Harary. That's only going to be 15 minutes. It's going to be half of the interview, and the rest will premiere live as a full video. 8:30 is pre-recorded too. That's Stephen Whitsitt. Then we're back live at 9 o'clock with Darrell Hughes, the actor who plays Kevin Dorsey in the upcoming Michael Jackson biopic film. Then we're finishing off from 9:30 until 10 o'clock with a couple YouTubers, MJFanGirl and Trish from I Love the Jackson Family. And we're going to be talking about Michael's legacy and what it's like for them to create content and to keep his legacy alive today. Okay, let me get back on here. There we go. So it's going to be a packed schedule. It's going to be a lot of fun. And like I said, it's all sponsored by the amazing MJ Market. So let's take a quick moment just to thank them, shall we? Before we continue with the interview, let's take a quick break to thank the sponsor of this video, Michael Jackson Market. Michael Jackson Market are a business created by passionate fans who believe that you should have access to the best quality Michael Jackson memorabilia items at a great price. They provide you with the opportunity to get unique Michael Jackson memorabilia items really easily. You can go to their website www.michaeljacksonmarket.com to browse their countless items and even get your hands on one of their Michael Jackson subscription boxes, which are packed with fun items. Each box comes with a custom t-shirt and 7 or 8 other items. So whether it's Michael Jackson Funko Pops, books, cups, chocolate, mini basketballs, gym bags, tote bags, washcloths, stickers, lanyards, pins, t-shirts, or even a keychain of Bubbles the Chimp, don't forget to head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com and use code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items above $50. Again, that's code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items over $50. Thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring Red Jackson Dance for 2025. And there we go. Thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring this live stream. And if you're wondering what's getting me through this live stream, it's their Michael Jackson chocolate. I've got it here, it's getting me through, so go to michaeljacksonmarket.com to get yours. Let's see some of the comments. We got some really, really kind ones. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's the 5th anniversary of the channel in May, and so we're doing this a bit early, but it's been 5 years now, so yeah, that's crazy. But we've got 34 people here, so thank you for joining, but let's keep sharing it. Let's see how many fans we can get. I think we might get more throughout the day as well, because of the time zones, and a lot of people in the US might be joining. Bought some cool stuff from MJ Market at Kingvention. I'd love to hear that. Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so what time is it? We've got 2 minutes until Flo hopefully joins. Okay. So like I said, Flo is joining at 4 o'clock, and then at 4:30 it's just a chat. So if you guys have any questions, we'll do like a little Q&A or something. And I have a few things to announce. I have to say as well, unfortunately, we won't be accepting questions to the guests from the chat, just due to the amount and the short space of time we have. So if you want to send a donation, absolutely feel free, I really appreciate it. But if you send a question with it, unfortunately, we won't be able to address it today, unless stated otherwise, depending how the live stream goes. And we have a couple pre-recorded segments, so I can eat and take a break. And like I said, the questions can't be asked there, but it's going to be a lot of fun anyway. We have plenty of live content. Okay, here we go. Let's bring the schedule back up. So Flo Anthony is a reporter who worked a lot in the 1990s, and she covered a lot of Michael Jackson news. She got to know Michael and the Jacksons in the 70s, and started this bond, this friendship with them. And she attended several of his short film video sets, so we're going to hear all about that, hopefully very, very soon. And then the next segment we have, after that, after the chat, is the Neverland Roundtable with Big Al and Jimmy Van Norman. Okay. So if you guys would like to share this on social media, you can tag me. I'm on Instagram at redjackson_MJ. I'm on Twitter, I think you can see it below, there you go. I'm on Twitter at redjacksondance, and I'm on TikTok, I think, redjackson_MJ, and here on YouTube, redjacksondance. Okay. There we go. So like I said, let's keep sharing it until Flo joins us, get as many fans watching as possible. We have a full lineup today, it's going to be a lot of fun. Some of the guests are returning from the channel, and they've been on before. Other ones are brand new, like Flo, and haven't been on here before, so it's all fresh. But either way, all the questions are new and exciting, and yeah, it's all different. Some of the interviews, people have already been on here, but we're taking like a different angle on things. It's gonna be fun. Okay, so hopefully we'll hear from Flo any minute now. In the meantime, There you go. That's just a quick look at some of the t-shirts that Michael Jackson Market can offer you. Head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com to check it out. We've got people here from Germany. Hello, Germany. Hi, Hannah. Thank you for joining. What else have we got? Love to Vincent, Lavelle, Rory, and Stephen. Unfortunately, Lavelle won't be able to make it today, so we've got a change to the schedule. We've got just a chill out, we've got a little chat and a Q&A in that time, and I'm going to be announcing some upcoming projects. And then we've had another addition to the schedule, if you can see there right at the bottom. We've got the YouTuber Roundtable with MJFanGirl and Trish. So that's going to be a lot of fun, but in the meantime we've got a whole new interview every half hour, so it's going to be fun. We're just waiting on Flo now, so hopefully she'll be joining any minute. In the meantime, let's see what else we've got here. Sydney in the US, wow. Betty Lou from the Netherlands, hey. Hey Alfie, good to see you. Hopefully see you in May at the convention. Hi from Holland. Thank you so much. We got 50 people here, oh my gosh. I am sweating now, wow. Hi Dwayne, good to see you. Awesome. So, I believe it's set up on YouTube. If you see the chat where you type, there should be a section there that says goals. And I've put, if we get 10 super chats throughout the day, I will announce who the next interview will be, the next full video, so stay tuned for that. Okay, I believe the wonderful Miss Flo Anthony has joined. So, please give a very warm welcome to the live stream, reporter Flo Anthony. Here we go. Hello Flo, how are you doing?
Good morning, how are you? I'm fine. I'm sorry I'm running a few minutes late.
Don't worry about it, it's all good. So good to see you. Thank you for joining. How are you doing?
Well, thank you for having me. It's nice to meet you.
Our pleasure, absolutely. So, let's start off by going to your history with the Jacksons. I've heard that your first encounter with them was at Disney World in the 70s.
Yes, it was. It was actually, I would say, about 1979. I didn't know you knew that. And I was doing social work then. And I had a group of kids that we took from Ann Arbor, Michigan to Disney World. And so one of them said, Flo, that's Michael Jackson. And I said, these kids are already disturbed. It can't be Michael Jackson. She said, Flo, it's Michael Jackson. And I turned around and it was Michael Jackson. It was him, Janet, LaToya, and Randy. And so
So that wasn't planned? You just saw them? You just bumped into them at Disney World?
Yeah, they were in line just like we were in line to go into Disney World. I later found out from LaToya that was the first time that they had ever been to Disney World. Wow, I later found that out. And so I told everybody, calm down. Let me just see if we could take a picture. And then we took the picture and everything, and they were very, very nice.
Yeah. How did that turn into a friendship with them then?
Well, let me see. I don't think I kept in touch after that, but not that long after. I don't know what happened. I was working at the New York Post, and I think I'm trying to think. LaToya had moved to New York.
Yeah.
And that's when I started being pretty friendly with her. And then Jermaine was appearing at the Apollo. That was that was about 85. Excuse me. He was appearing at the Apollo. And I said, well, can I do an interview? They said, you can get an interview with Jermaine Jackson. I said, I'm pretty sure. I think I can. And so I did, and I got the cover of the entertainment section. And then after that, Bob Jones, I met him, and I don't know if he was quite working for Michael in the 80s. When did Michael leave the group?
Leave the Jacksons?
Yeah.
That was like the early to mid 80s, I'm pretty sure.
So Bob Jones had been the publicist at Motown, and Michael asked him to come with him and just work with him. And at first, Bob Jones really didn't want to do it because he really didn't know how successful Michael was going to be with his own office and MJJ Records and all that kind of stuff. But he did, and so then I started being in contact with him. And then one day there's
Right.
a National Enquirer article, and it had MJ and this girl they'd taken pictures. I think that was a Disney World probably too. So I called Bob about it. He said, "Well, it's for good publicity." So he said, "You go ahead and write it, but let me see the article so when they start to call me, I can go along with them." And
Right.
then I could go along with it. So that's when I started being friendly with Michael's camp also. And
Right. Okay.
I don't know how it happened. I mean, I just became very close to Mike and Latoya, and I guess I was pretty close to Jermaine also.
Hmm. Wow. Okay. And so your job was a journalist, but Michael didn't allow many journalists into his life, did he? Did you
No,
encounter any kind of rivalry within the industry because of that closeness to Michael?
they still hate me.
You're joking.
They
Come
still hate
on.
me. Everybody was like, "You can get Michael Jackson on the phone." I said, "Yeah, I can get Michael Jackson on the phone." They
It's that
still,
power, isn't it?
I don't know. We just developed this wonderful friendship, and um, it just kind of happened. And then, when all the allegations came along, I um, I knew him. I knew that he didn't do any of that. I knew that he loved everybody. And then, we began to get, we were very close back then.
Mm. And so, why do you think Michael chose you? Why do you think he let you into his life? Like, what was different about your style of reporting to all the other journalists?
I was always very nice and very fair. I mean,
Okay.
I've only, had a problem with one celebrity. I mean, and, one of the biggest in the world was Whitney Houston. And even then, um, I was trying really to help her, you know.
Mm. And so, you spent this time with Michael. Do you recall any particularly funny or favourite moments?
Well, everything about him was funny. He was a real prankster.
Okay.
He'd call up and say he's somebody else, and he was he was a funny guy, very but much a prankster.
Yeah.
I traveled ended up traveling all over the world with him. I went to Paris, I went to London. Um,
Was that while he was touring? Or
yes, it was while he was touring.
okay.
Um, um, both times he was touring. I went to the concerts and everything. I ended up traveling all over the world with Latoya too, to the same places, London and Paris. London and Paris must be our spots.
Right. And so, like, what type of person was Michael?
Very kind, very gentle, very loving, um, very funny, always loving to laugh and everything. I mean, he allowed me to bring a Inside Edition crew into when he
Yeah.
filmed the they don't really know about us video. He also allowed me on the set of when he and Janet did the Scream video in Los Angeles.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's that's so cool, but so kind of exclusive. It must be a testament to you as a person and as a reporter.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yesterday I saw a day late on Facebook where someone had made a Valentine card, and it was with Michael's picture and everything, and said Happy Valentine's Day. It was really beautiful. So I sent it to Latoya, and then she texted me back. She said, "I wish I would have had that yesterday. I would have posted it." I said, "Well, you can post it today because a lot of people wait for the day after Valentine's Day to go out because it's less expensive. On
Well,
Valentine's
yeah.
Day, you have all those prefix $200 menus and everything." And then woke up this morning, and I saw she had posted it on Instagram.
No way. Oh, that's amazing. And so you're still in touch with
Oh
the
yeah,
Jackson family?
I went to Tito's funeral, and
Yeah.
yes,
Wow, that's incredible that that friendship has lasted, all
all
those
these
years as
years,
well.
it is
Yeah,
pretty incredible. And a lot of people do say that to me, because with that
yeah,
family, a lot of friendships come and go, but
yeah.
mine never did. When Latoya, for a while that she was estranged from the family, and she had problems. Excuse me, I have a running nose this morning.
Don't worry about it.
She had problems with Jack Gordon, her then husband. In fact, he beat her up. And Mrs. Jackson called me, and she said she didn't even have Latoya's phone number. So then I gave it to her, and then she said that I want to thank you for sticking by her. I'll never forget that Catherine Jackson said this to me. She said, at least I can go to sleep and know she has one friend.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
Okay, that's powerful. Wow. So it was more of a friendship than just like a working relationship
Yeah,
when
it
you
was it was
reported.
totally a friendship with them.
Yeah.
But then Michael, he saw where he could trust me, and that's why then he brought me into Inner Circle. Where I did
Okay.
exclusive things. When I did the Scream video, and then when I did the They Don't Really Care About Us video. I mean, journalists, they were very angry. How did you do that? How did you
Yeah.
get there? And I almost ran Michael down. Um, while my friend was actually driving, Janice, when we did the Scream video, because I guess you could hear at Universal Studios who's out there, coming through the gate. And he
Yeah.
came outside in a bathrobe. It was a black terry cloth bathrobe. And we said, oh my God, there's Michael. We all ran him down. He's like, you trying to kill me?
That would have been a headline. How many
But I
people
was
can
so
say
shocked
that?
to see, we were shocked to see him standing there. That just even happened at Tito's funeral. We pulled up, we had this limousine, and I got out the car, and Prince was standing there. I said, oh my God, how are you? And then I told my boyfriend, I said, this is Michael's son, Prince. So luckily we didn't run him down, but he
Well,
directs movies and everything, and he
yeah.
really took care of all the arrangements for his Uncle Tito's funeral. So
Really?
he was
Wow.
outside
Hmm.
coordinating things. I was so shocked to see him standing there. I was like, oh my God, like father, like son, they just pop up.
Bit of a trend there.
Uh huh.
So, when you went to have the opportunity to visit the Scream short film set,
Yes.
was the first set of Michael's you'd visited, right? How did it differ to your expectations?
Well, it was wonderful. They baked cookies, fresh cookies, and there was an oven right there baking the fresh cookies for everyone.
No way.
And then he ordered in Popeye's fried chicken.
I mean,
Uh,
it's worth going just for the food at this
it was
point.
it was worth going for the food. And then Janet, she's very consummate performer, very accurate, and they wore those headsets in that video. And she
Hmm.
said, I keep trying to adjust it, so that'll be correct and everything. So it was really cool. It
Yeah.
was very nice.
And so, what exactly was your role? Were you and the camera team just sort of filming behind the scenes? Or, like, how
No,
did
I
all
didn't
that
have a
work?
camera at the screen video. I just went as a
Okay.
friend. And,
Right.
journalists, I did report that I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
then for the They Don't Care About Us, you did that one with Inside Edition.
Yes, with Inside Edition. And they didn't believe that I could. They called me and asked me. And the girl that worked over at that time, Rachel was her name. She was a very young girl, like in her 20s or something. And
Hmm.
somebody called me. They said, well, this Rachel, she's just a kid. How did she get to you? How did this and that? I said, well,
Yeah.
I have been doing some work over there with them. And so she asked me to, try. So I called up Bob Jones. I said, Inside Edition is asking if I could bring camera there and stuff. He said, well, how much are they going to pay you? I said, I don't know. And he said, well, you just negotiate for whatever you can get, and you just take all the money. Michael doesn't want to be paid. He just wants you to be paid. Hmm.
Okay. And so, did we know Michael wasn't too keen on like news stations reporting on some of the things he did? Like, how did Michael feel about that? How was he sort of a bit,
Well, the
what's the
next
word,
day
kind
he
of
was
uneasy with the cameras?
no, the next day he was real upset because it was Michael Jackson. They ran everything for 2 days, and
Okay.
he called me up, and he said that they never called him once the king of pop. When the first day it ran and everything. The rest of it he thought was just magnificent. And so then I said, let me call right now and tell them that, and they did correct that evening.
Right, so Michael sort of influenced some of the news himself.
Yeah. I guess you say Michael Jackson's calling you up to tell you they didn't do this and that was exactly what happened.
That's crazy. And so, like, how often were these phone calls? Would Michael sort of ask you to change things in the news? Or
No, he never did that. But that was a live, camera shoot and everything. I think I
yeah,
was on that set about 10 hours, and I don't think he's ever given anybody that kind of access.
no,
Because when they
10
got there,
hours.
they said a crew is here, and then Spike Lee said Flo's crew. I want to say, well, it's not really my crew. I'm with the inside edition, but yeah. And then I was just standing to the side watching, and I heard Michael ask one of the guys that works with him was something in the trailer, and then he told him he would go get it. So I was standing there, and when he came past me, he hugged me and said, "I love you." Then I started yelling, telling them, "You missed my big moment. You missed my big moment." They said, "Well, what was I?" said, "He just came past here." They said, "Well, he's got to come back past you." So they set up the camera and this and that. And,
So you
constantly
caught it.
professional. No, he's out to get it. He said, "I love you." And so we got that on film.
Right, so is that where these photos are from then?
Yeah, that's those photos. You see Spike in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
But I was just standing there, because I was trying to be out of the way. And,
Yeah.
Jeffrey Daniels, he was there, from
Really? Shalimar.
Shalimar,
Yeah.
because he taught Michael the moonwalk. He used to call it the back step. So he
Right.
was choreographer on every set that Michael did. Every video, he was always there. And at that time, he was living, I believe, in Japan. And he
Okay.
told me that he had been, this is the first time he had been in the United States in a very long time. He had come in, since he was coming in, he also went to LA and had Thanksgiving dinner with Jodie Watley. Mm-hmm.
Okay, she was in Shalimar too, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
Yeah.
Now she's just not too long ago she released a solo record, a single.
Okay, have to check it out.
Yeah.
How top secret were these short film shoots? How much could you reveal to the public, and like how far in advance?
He let me reveal whatever I wanted to. I could even do it, that night, or right afterwards, or anything. The thing was that they don't really care about us video. It was right here in New York City, done over in, I believe we were in Queens in Astoria Studios. And the next day, everybody was calling me up. How did you get in there? Is he still there? But,
Yeah.
they left because they filmed the second half overseas. And they said, how did you get there? How did you get in there? How there?
Yeah,
And
like
then I got
everybody
in through
wants
the
that.
door. Because everybody wanted to go over there at that point.
Yeah. And so you were kind of like the envy of like all of the journalists
All
and
of them,
reporters.
yeah. Because
that must have felt pretty good.
that night I started to go over to the Motown Cafe, but I was tired. So I said I'd just go to a restaurant in my neighborhood. I came home. I mean, that was kind of, to come home by yourself after a big day like that was kind of, a kind of a, I don't know, letdown. But Michael and Karen, his makeup artist, they went to the Motown Cafe. So I should have taken my
Could have
first,
seen him twice.
Yeah, I didn't, I should have gone with my instincts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. I mean, at least you got to go to the video.
And he loved
cool
the
still.
Motown Cafe. They had a little statue of him as a little boy, kind of looking over the banister there. He stood by that statue for a long time, and people got pictures of him next to it.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
And so, did you remain in contact with Michael during and after the 93 allegations?
Yes, I remained in contact with Michael till the day he died. And
Really?
the day he died, I was on a plane going to the African American Black Film Festival in Miami, and the flight attendant was talking to me because everybody see me on TV and stuff, and she was asking me about Michael's upcoming tour. I said, "Oh yeah, we're going back to Europe again," and because I was at his London concerts and with him, and I said, "Yeah, we're getting ready to go, and it's going to be great." And then when I got to when the plane landed, my phone started blowing up
Mm.
with uh, text messages, phone calls. So I knew something was wrong. And then the first call was CNN, and they said that they heard that Michael was dead. And I said, well, that's impossible. He cannot be dead. And so I said, well, let me get off this plane. And I got out off the plane and I ran to how they had the TVs in the airport, and
Yeah.
they said that he was dead. And so then I tried to call Latoya. I got no answer. I tried to call Mr. Jackson. I didn't get any answer. And then I said, even though I knew he wasn't there, I said, let me call the gate at Neverland. And I didn't get an answer. And so I knew
Mm.
he must be dead. And then the Los Angeles Times called me and said it had been confirmed he was dead.
Right. That
Um,
must have been quite difficult then.
it was just horrible. I just broke out
Mm.
crying in the airport. I mean, and so then I can't remember which one of it was. The first news outlet. It might have been Entertainment Tonight. I don't know. I think it might have then been CNN because I stayed on TV pretty much all night. They asked could they come get me at the airport, and I said no. Could I at least check into my hotel and try to get a hold of somebody in the family?
Mm.
And at that time, Bob Jones was um, dead himself. And before that, it had been an ugly parting. He was no longer working for Michael. So I couldn't get a hold of anybody. So then once I got the hotel, I told them to come ahead and come get me. And I stayed on TV most of the night because I even saw them taking his body out. And he looked so small and little. Um, and then the next morning, I kind of, was hoping that I dreamed all this, but then I heard my own voice on television.
Right. And so, at that time, you had a lot of the news stations contacting you to sort of reflect on your memories.
Yes, I stayed on television for the next couple of days. And I think I finally got a hold of maybe, I guess, Latoya. Somebody finally called me. And then Reverend Jesse Jackson called me when it was getting close to the funeral. Not him, his daughter, Santita, called me. And she said that her dad wanted to know if they need to come to New York to get me to go with them to the funeral because they didn't like the way my voice was breaking on TV and everything. And I said, no, I can make it. Yeah, I can get on the plane. And so I worked exclusively um, for Entertainment Tonight
Right.
uh, for the funeral.
It must be so nice, though, to look back at all those memories and to think you had the opportunity, you had the privilege to not only work and report on Michael, but to get to know him and his family as a friend. I mean,
His
that's quite
family
special.
and him, and when he had performed in London, I can't quite remember the year. He was still married to um, Lisa Marie. No, was he? No, I think he was married to Debbie, but Lisa Marie was there. It was all crazy. But when we got there, they said that we were going to eat with the dancers and everything. And so you got a little ticket and everything. And so Michael's accountant said, "Oh, you thought you were going to 5-star restaurant?" But
Treated like royalty when you're with Michael then.
it was really neat though. I couldn't believe the whole thing. And that was the second time I had eaten with his people when he performed in New York. I went backstage and I ate with his crew and all. And then some kid got run over, his leg got run over when we were in London. I guess he was chasing the car that Mike was in. And he said, "Hey, Flo." I mean, he came back the next day on the crutches with the cast on. I said, "Boy, these fans, they don't give up."
Do you,
Wounded or not.
no, I mean they'll do anything to get to Michael. I'm starting to see a pattern here too between spending time with Michael and Michael having like really great food. It sounds like
He
a lot of
loved
fun. Sounds
food,
like a good deal.
He was very slender, but every Sunday he would dance till he dropped.
Really?
Every
Okay.
single Sunday, yeah, and have someone videotaping him dancing. He videotaped himself a lot. Every day he was videotaping. That was a
Yeah.
videotape. But every Sunday, I think he would start in the morning and not finish till he couldn't dance anymore. He was too tired,
Wow.
and that's how much he practiced the dancing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Just didn't stop. And so during that time when Michael was, there was a lot of controversy surrounding Michael. Did that cause any friction in your friendship due to Michael's mistrust of the media?
No, because I was the only person in the world almost taking up for him. I wasn't going to let him go out like that
Yeah.
if I had any power at all. I wasn't going to
Right.
let him go out like that.
So you always spoke positively through it all.
Yes, and because of that, I was the most sought after guest in America and overseas because you have to have somebody speaking positively,
Right, you
to
need both
play it
sides of
against
it then.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And
And even
so,
10 years later, when those allegations came back again,
yeah,
um, that point I didn't really know how involved I was going to get. But then Latoya called me and asked me, would I, if they wanted to interview me, if I would do it. And I did.
right. And so, the majority of journalists were negative, and so was it really that you were like one of the only positive ones like out there?
It wasn't too many more other than me. Other
Yeah,
than that, it would be like Friends or someone.
yeah,
There weren't any of the journalists, I don't believe.
yeah. I really admire that because it would have been easy just to kind of follow the crowd, but
I
but
couldn't
you
follow the
didn't.
crowd. He was my friend. I knew him since,
Yeah,
I knew him since I was, in my early 20s. I mean, so
yeah,
I couldn't, when I had those kids at that Disney World that year, it was kind of an
mm,
experimental trip to get, those kind of kids out of Michigan. At that point, I was living in Ann Arbor, Michigan. So to get kids out of Michigan into a different environment and fresh air and camping and all of that.
right, okay.
Hmm.
And so I imagine you had a lot of experiences with Michael Jackson fans. Do you have any other stories about like the crazy lengths they would go to?
I never thought it was crazy links that they went to, but
Okay.
Michael Jackson, really loved his fans. When he
Yeah.
would stay over at the Helmsley Palace, he would call me and say that I could say on the radio, because I still am on the radio every day, that he was over there because he liked to see him out there screaming and crying and go crazy.
So he like that
He
fed him. Like he
loved
loved
it.
seeing that.
He just
Yeah.
loved it. I remember when Paris was so little, and he had the mask on, Paris and Prince, and I was watching an interview on TV. They were, he was just shaking their thing, and Latoya was with them. They were coming out of a toy store somewhere,
Yeah.
and he said, "When Paris grabbed," he said, "She's gonna have to learn. I have fans. I have to shake their hands." So he loved the fans.
Yeah. So let's move on to talk about your kind of career as a journalist reporter on the whole. So what are the kind of most stressful or most challenging aspects of the job?
I I never really found anything that stressful other than everything I went through with Whitney Houston. That was kind of difficult.
You willing to
But
share any details
yeah,
or not this time?
I can share details. It's not a problem. Everyone knew that, she had problems with drugs. And it came about, well, she really didn't like people writing about her and things like that because she had these demons. And but when she first got together with Bobby Brown, in fact, I I called his publicist, and his publicist said, "Oh, no, 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 it's not true. It's not it." And I said, "Okay, fine." 10 minutes later, his publicist, Juanita Steffens, was a good friend of mine. She called me and said, "Bobby says that you could say he's dating Whitney." So I kind of, got an in there. By the way, Whitney has a very big, had a big Jackson connection. She dated Jermaine for a few years. In
Yeah.
fact, they lived together one summer.
Really?
Whitney and Jermaine. Uh huh.
It's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, there's something, and I'm remembering it now because this morning on Facebook there was a picture. The top picture was Jermaine and Whitney, but the bottom picture was Michael and Whitney. And so then I just wrote, they did under it in the comments. They dated for a while, but he lived with her over in Jersey for a summer, and then I'm going to go a little further with Mr. Jermaine Jackson. Um, when she was going through all those trials and tribulations with Bobby, Jermaine said, I can't remember who he was married to then. It might have been Alejandra. He said he would leave her and then he would marry Whitney. Whitney wanted to marry her. I swear to God, I'm telling the truth. Alejandra,
Okay.
I'm sorry, baby, but it did happen. So,
Wow.
um,
Okay.
so when I got this report, and see, the problem is I was away that whole weekend. I think I was at the Miss Black Collegiate pageant in Los Angeles, and uh, somebody else, I'll tell you, was staying at my house. Fabrice Mervan from Milli Vanilli was staying at my apartment in New York, and
You
he
know
heard.
everybody.
I know. I don't even know how he stayed at my house apartment a whole summer too, after Milli Vanilli broke up. But anyway, so he heard back then you had an answering machine, not a voicemail. He heard
Yeah.
on the answering machine there's someone saying that Whitney had OD'd. And so then when I got home, I probably should have just ignored it because it was a Sunday. And Sundays are just bad because you can't really get a lot of information. I was just getting home and it's a Sunday. And
Okay.
I called a certain person and they told me it was true. And then they called a certain person. I can say it because he's dead now. She's dead. Her father, John Houston, and he's who said that it was diet pills. And she ended up suing me for $40 million out of diet pills because Joan Rivers called me up. She said, "Well, what woman isn't taking diet pills? I'm going to try to call her father to stop this, because they really shouldn't be doing all this to you." But in the end of that debacle, the New York Post agreed to pay her legal fees, and she dropped the lawsuit before I dropped the lawsuit. And the whole thing, the day I went to court for deposition, my mother flew in Michigan to go come with me, and my mother was out in the little, foray of the whole thing. And then all of a sudden, my mother burst in the room. Why is Whitney Houston with all her money bothering my daughter? Oh, it was crazy. But then, unfortunately, she left us overdosing in a bathtub. And the anniversary of that death was just the other day.
Hmm.
It's sad because,
It is.
nobody seemed to want to help her.
Hmm.
And that's why her father wanted me to go ahead with the story to maybe
Right.
shake something up in her.
Hmm.
So,
And so it's interesting how the news can have this kind of such a direct
yes.
effect on
Uh
the
huh.
celebrity, on the star.
Yes.
Yeah, it can work both ways for sure, can't it?
Yeah. It really can work both ways.
Yeah. And so, what do you think is the key to becoming a successful journalist? What advice would you pass on to aspiring reporters?
Well, now it's so different out there. You have all these bloggers that just run with something. They just run with it. Nobody's trying to check it out. Like I said that Sunday morning with Whitney, I called the publicist. I said, called the father, called me.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Um, so it's important to check out facts. It's
Mm.
important, I guess. Back then in the '80s, '90s, even early 2000s, you could stay out here with a story by yourself all day into the next day. But now, because of the internet and everything, and everybody so eager to jump on everything, you can't be exclusive for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
There's just the
It's just out there.
exclusivity is gone. Once you even put exclusive, 5 minutes later, it's
Yeah.
no longer exclusive.
Mm.
Um, but I would say to still try to be exclusive. Um, I broke some of the biggest, celebrity stories that ever were in my time. But
Okay.
one reason, because I knew celebrities. I was out and about, and I was young, and even now, when Tito died, I knew it that night soon after the accident happened. So I did wake up my editor of the Amsterdam News, and then I have a good friend, Carlos, at the Post. He has my old job, and Richard Johnson, who have worked at the Post, now the Daily News. I called them very late too, because I said, I can try to help other people get ahead of this, um, because that's why someone called me to tell me. But you have to. That's the other thing. You have to build relationships
Yeah.
with people. For a while, I don't talk with them too much anymore because there's nothing that exciting going on. But I had deals with Vivica Fox and Lisa Ray McCoy to call them directly if I heard anything about them.
Right.
Um, so you have to develop relationships like that.
Mm.
And I'm always friendly to people. I was never, other than those problems with Whitney, and I think a couple of times Spike was hollering at me, but he's still hollering at people. So um, um, that where I could go to people directly.
Yeah. It's
he's,
about like being
he's
personal
still
and
yelling at
friendly then.
folks. Yeah. So I think that's what it is. Try to establish these relationships,
Yeah.
and to be as kind as you can be.
Yeah.
Always. It's like Latoya. There was a little girl, and she'd been abused. I think even burned. She was in the hospital up in the Bronx, and Latoya read about it, and she was at Lincoln Hospital, and she wanted to visit the little girl, and so a friend of mine. He was on the staff there, actually the dental staff, but he was on the staff there, so he did make it happen. And so I went up there too, and Latoya was flying in from working. So her publicist at the time, Richard Rubenstein, said, "Oh God, we don't have gifts." I said, "Well, let me go to the toy store," and I went, and I saw this white ballerina dress, long, and I said, "I think that would fit that little girl, and I think she would like it." And so she put the dress on. Latoya had brought her Mickey Mouse watch and stuff, Jackson's and Disney.
Yeah.
Brought her Mickey Mouse watch, and so she put the dress on, and she went to see the other kids on the floor, and then Latoya and me were coming down the hallway, and she just flew into Latoya's dress, the arm. So when I wrote the articles, I said she put the dress on, she saw Latoya, and she became an instant ballerina.
Mm.
And so you have to be kind like that.
Yeah.
And I had a friend, I haven't seen him in years, but he was an attorney, and his friend was the district attorney up in the Bronx, and they had to put that little girl on the stand, um, even though she was a little girl, like 6 or so, to discuss. They had to what happened to her, and all she
Mm.
could talk about was Latoya Jackson went to see her. Oh, and Latoya got
Wow.
her polka dot dress also. And then when we came into the room, Latoya said, "Do you know who I am?" She said, "Yeah, Latoya Jackson, Michael Jackson's sister. how did you get way up here? I mean, it was all just so endearing.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the effect that Jackson's, always had on people.
Hmm.
It really was.
They're so special. There's just kind of acts
Yeah.
of kindness that
Yeah. One
you
time,
don't hear about that so much in the
another
media.
little girl, I had a photo album that was stolen from me some time ago when I was moving, and that picture was in there. That Michael went to see here in New York. Something was wrong with her, and he held her in his arms, and then I didn't notice. I mean, you know how you give a little kid just a $2 or something. Everybody said he only gave her $2. I said I didn't even notice that. I just noticed him holding the little girl.
Yeah.
But I had that photo album. I wake up every morning and I cringed at that photo album because it had some great photos in it, boy.
Hmm.
Great,
Yeah.
great photos.
But I think the memories and kind of passing the memories on is such a special thing, especially
Yeah.
because I don't know, I feel like we don't hear about things like that as much in the media. It's all so negative.
Yeah, and with Michael's son, Prince,
Yeah.
um, he's like his father. He's teamed up with Mike Tyson's son, Miguel Tyson, and they have a foundation to help children, and so the legacy is going forward. And
Yeah.
that day when I went to Tito's funeral, and when I said, he said, "I'm sorry, I don't know your name." I said, "It's Flo Anthony," and he said, "Oh yeah, you're on Auntie Latoya's list." And I said to him, "Well, I see you're the wonderful young man everybody says you are." He was just so wonderful. It,
Yeah.
it was just it was just beautiful.
Carrying
Mhm.
on the legacy in a way.
And I also knew Debbie Rowe pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah,
We never hear much about her.
I saw a recent picture of her with Paris though the other day.
Hmm.
What happened? Remember when Michael put Blanket, who calls himself BG now, up to that window to show the fans the baby years
Okay.
ago, and then
Yeah.
everybody was screaming that Michael was trying to drop him out the window, and
Yeah.
this is horrible. And so I gave an interview, and take it up for Michael and the baby. I said he was just trying to show the fans the baby. He wasn't going to drop the baby. So
Yeah.
one day Bob Jones called me and said, "You're going to get a phone call in about 5 minutes." I said, "From you?" He said, "Don't worry about it. You're going to get the phone call. Just stay there by your phone." And it was Debbie Rowe. And this is what she said to me that was very interesting. She said, "Thank you for taking up for my husband and my kid." She did not say Michael and Prince. She said, "My husband and my kid." I'll never
Yeah.
forget that. And then after a while, I began this phone um, relationship with her. It went on for
Right.
quite some while, and then all of a sudden, I just lost touch.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I'm convinced now you know, like, everybody. I'm impressed.
Oh, my friend
Wow.
Frank DiGiacomo and Susan Mulcahy, they have a book out about the New York Post. It's just out now. I
Yeah.
think it's called Paper of Rage or something. And in the book, they say that about me. They said she could get anybody on the phone. She
You
could get
can.
Michael Jackson on the phone. Everybody said it was just always amazing. I think it's when you're out here, especially in New York City, and you go to events. And then I used to always go, out to LA for the Oscars. And then I
Yeah.
traveled with Latoya. We would meet different people. We were in Paris, and uh, Yannick Noah called the hotel because a friend of mine was also in tennis and gave him the number. He wanted to meet Latoya. And I got back to the hotel. They said, "Yeah, Yannick Noah called you. You better call him back right away." The hotel was so excited. And then
Yeah.
Jean Claude Van Damme, he came to Latoya's uh, performance when she was at the Moulin Rouge. And then he said, "Where are you going?" And we said we were going to Regine's. And Latoya had never really heard of him. She thought he was a football player. I said, "No, that's Jean Claude Van Damme. He's an actor, martial artist."
Yeah.
Yeah, and so she got out on the dance floor with him. They were out there so long, then Jack snatched her off the dance floor. I'm like, "Oh God, why me? I'm always in the middle of some mess." So then the next day was the 12th. She said, "Oh, you can write about this." And so somebody commented, they said, "Well, I think the last person Jack wants to mess with is Jean Claude Van
Yeah. Of all people. That would be
I'm
quite
always
a
in
fight.
the middle of some mess.
Sounds like a lot of fun, though.
It was a
Sounds
lot
like
of fun. And
career.
the next night we went to a different club, and Eddie Murphy was over in Paris. We didn't see him at the club, but the guys he was with, they all knew. One of them used to go with Janet, and the guy asked LaToya, and so LaToya said, "Oh yeah, I remember. It was a lot of fun." And and LaToya used to walk in a club, and they immediately start playing Jackson 5 music. I said, "Boy, they like Jackson 5." And she said, "Silly, it's because I'm here." Oh, I said, boy, I didn't have a clue.
Yeah, it like followed her wherever she went in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Flo, it's been such a pleasure speaking with you today. Thank you so much for sharing all your wonderful memories.
You know what? And thank you for this. This is something I kind of needed today to remember my friend Michael. Thank you.
Absolutely. Do you have any social media or a website or anywhere friends can find you?
I have a website. It's called Black Noir, NOIRNYC.com. And then I'm on Facebook. It's just Florence Anthony. On X, it's Banana Nose Kid. Don't even ask why, but it is Banana Nose Kid. It was
We'll go with it.
On Instagram. It's Flo_author. And I think on Threads, it's probably just Flo Anthony, because I don't even know how Threads kind of picks things up, but yeah. I am on there.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. Like I said, it's been a pleasure. I wish you all the best, and thank you for coming on here today.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Best wishes. Take care. Enjoy your weekend.
Wishes, darling. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And there we have it. That was the wonderful Flo Anthony. What great stories they were. They were fantastic. What comments have we got here? What have we missed? Big Al is in the house. He's the next special guest. He's joining with Jimmy Van Norman. We've got nearly 70 viewers here. Thank you so much. Let's keep sharing this on social media. Let's get as many fans on here as possible. What else have we got? We've got Vivian. Just discovered the channel. Thank you so much. What else have we got? We've got a super chat donation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Everything that's sent in is going towards the channel, so getting different equipment, lights, camera, that sort of thing. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Been a fan for 40 years, saw all of MJ's tours and had tickets for 10 of the This Is It tours. 10 of them. Wow. It's great to see you carrying on the torch for the fans. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, my parents had tickets too, so it would have been fun, but yeah, it's fun to sort of remember everything, and I didn't experience the Michael mania, and so it's fascinating for me to kind of witness all that kind of like from people who were there. Okay, what else have we got here? Hi, Big Al. Thank you, Flo. Thanks to Flo. So good to see that everybody enjoyed. Thank you. Lots of hellos to Big Al. There we go. Hi, Big Al. Andrea and Holly. I'll see you in May at Kingvention. Hello. Hi, everyone. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the schedule once again. So now it is 4:50 GMT. And at 5 PM GMT, we'll have Big Al Scanlan joining with Jimmy Van Norman. Now, Big Al worked at Neverland Valley Ranch as the theme park manager. And Jimmy Van Norman was the manager of Neverland and Michael Jackson's bodyguard. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Okay. So I thought I'd just take this moment to let you guys know about a few things. And so, we got another question. Will the live be recorded? Yeah, this will be saved on the channel, so you'll be able to watch this back if you miss anything. It's quite long. Hi, Alex. Good to see you. Hi. Thanks so much for joining. Okay, so I want to let you all know about my brand new second channel, which is called Flicks Unscripted. So, if you go onto YouTube and you type in @Flicks Unscripted, you can see my other channel. So I've got this one that's all about interviewing people who knew Michael Jackson, and then we've got this one which is interviews with actors and filmmakers. So we've had some actors from Marvel, Star Wars, Back to the Future, all sorts of things. It's a lot of fun. We've got a director on there too. So if anybody's interested, go check that out. It's, I think, under 200 subscribers at the moment, so everything is appreciated. We're still growing it. And then also, I've started a brand new website. Because I'm pursuing the career of journalism, I have a website where I go under a different name to this one, where you can see some of my interviews. I've got an about section, some photos, videos, some links, a link to the sponsor, MJ Market, and it's a lot of fun. I still have some interviews I need to write up on there. There's none on there yet, but if you'd like to check out my new website, you can do so there. And I will also have an Instagram account for that one. And here it is. That's Regan_Ellis. So that's another name I'm going by for the journalism kind of venture, I guess. Okay. There we go. Let's get back on here. There we go. Incredible. Thank you so much. Great news. Thank you so much, Ollie. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be at the Michael Jackson fan event Kingvention in May. It's in London, and I hope to see some of you there. I'll be there, so if any of you are there, come up to me, have a chat, we'll say hello. It'll be a lot of fun. Last time was real great fun. We had some conversations with other fans and people who watch the channel and people who grew up with Michael, and yeah, it's a great event. What else have we got here? See you at Convention, yeah? See you there. Okay, so we have maybe, how long? 7 minutes or so until Big Al and Jimmy Van Norman join. So, in the meantime, let's take a really quick break to thank the sponsor of this live stream, Michael Jackson Market. Before we continue with the interview, let's take a quick break to thank the sponsor of this video, Michael Jackson Market. Michael Jackson Market are a business created by passionate fans who believe that you should have access to the best quality Michael Jackson memorabilia items at a great price. They provide you with the opportunity to get unique Michael Jackson memorabilia items really easily. You can go to their website www.michaeljacksonmarket.com to browse their countless items and even get your hands on one of their Michael Jackson subscription boxes, which are packed with fun items. Each box comes with a custom t-shirt and 7 or 8 other items. So whether it's Michael Jackson Funko Pops, books, cups, chocolate, mini basketballs, gym bags, tote bags, washcloths, stickers, lanyards, pins, t-shirts, or even a keychain of Bubbles the Chimp, don't forget to head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com and use code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items above $50. Again, that's code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items over $50. Thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring Red Jackson Dance for 2025. And there you have it. Thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring this video. And I've got here the Bubbles the Chimp keychain, you can see. Can you see that there? I'm not sure. There we go. There's a few of Michael's pets. It's really fun. Absolutely recommend it. And here are the cups and the basketballs, so and the Funko Pops down there. So we've got some of the Michael Jackson Market items in the setup. What else have we got in the chat here? Great job, check it out. Thank you so much. Hello, Big Al. Big Al's here. He'll be joining very shortly. Thank you so much. We've got another super chat donation. That really means a lot. I appreciate that. Keep up the great work, Red. Let's hope to get you up on stage again. We'll see. Thank you so much for that. Like I said, all donations go just towards equipment. So I've got a new webcam here, microphone, lights, and I've got a little different setup to keep things fresh. So thank you so much for that. Trying to make the channel sort of bigger and better each video. And I believe you can see it in the chat. There should be a section that says goals or something like that. We've got a goal of if we get 10 super chats within a certain amount of time, I'll announce the next video. And so I've got an interview on Tuesday, and that'll be my next video. And I'm not going to say who it is yet, but depending how many super chats we'll get, I'll announce it. So What else have we got here? I'll be at convention in May. Amazing. It'll be great to see you. Perfect. There we go. So we've got 69 viewers, nearly 70 people here. Thank you so much. It's great to see. Flo was great. She was, wasn't she? Those were such cool stories and so unique. Like, being a reporter, that's such a unique perspective on things, definitely. Very different but fun type of guest. Okay, what else have we got here? Let's go back to the schedule. So now at 5 p.m. we've got Big Al Scanlan and Jimmy Van Norman joining for a Neverland Roundtable discussion. So they both worked at Neverland, so we'll be talking a bit about that and a bit about working with the King of Pop, Michael Jackson, in general. And then after that, at 5:30, we've got Jonathan Downie from Michael Jackson Market coming on, and he's going to be doing a live unboxing of a new collectible item he's got. So we'll see how... Hello? Oh, there we go. Cut out for a second. Yeah, we've got Jonathan Downie from Michael Jackson Market joining, and he's going to unbox a new item live. So that'll be a lot of fun. And we'll be able to see how amazing his collection is. Okay. So that's the plan. Now, all the times are in the GMT time zone. And so if you'd like to convert it from GMT to wherever you live, you can just type into Google or anywhere like that, say 5 p.m. GMT in wherever you are. So 5 p.m. GMT in Texas, 5 p.m. GMT in New Zealand, wherever. And you can see it in your time there. Okay. So another little announcement. If we take a look at the schedule here, at... what time is it? At 8 p.m. we've got Franz Harary joining. And now, Franz Harary was Michael's illusion designer. So in Michael's concerts, when he would disappear from one side of the stage and appear in the other, Franz is the guy who designed and created all these magic tricks for Michael, and they had a friendship for, I think, like over 25 years. And that interview was pre-recorded, so I'll be taking a little break, but we're just going to show the first 15 minutes of that interview. We're going to show half of it, and then the rest will premiere as a full video very soon. Not the same video as the one that I'm going to announce, though. I've got a lot of things coming up, but yes, that's going to be a 15-minute long interview, pre-recorded. So it's a really fun one. It'll be great. I think everybody will enjoy it. Okay. Jonathan Downie says for EST it's -5 hours. There we go. Perfect. That's for everybody in the US. Crystal Lee, Holly. So great to see all of you typing in the chat. Perfect. If you guys have any questions about the stream or about the channel or anything, drop them in while we wait for Big Al and Jimmy Van Norman both to join. Amazing. Okay, like I said, we won't be accepting questions for the guests, unfortunately, just due to the time constraints and the amount of people. But for any upcoming live streams, I might announce it, and so it'll work the same as previous ones, where you can send a question in and we'll get it answered by the guests. But just for today, we won't be able to do that, unfortunately. Okay. So like I said, thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring this live stream. You can use code REDJACKSON, that's REDJACKSON, for $10 off all of your items that are over $50. Let's keep sharing this live stream on social media. We had 70, it's gone down a little bit. Let's get it to go back up. Please share this on social media. You can copy the link or take a screenshot or take a photo of wherever you're watching it and put it on social media. You can tag me, RedJackson_MJ on Instagram, RedJacksonDance on Twitter and YouTube. Let's get as many fans enjoying it as possible. Amazing. Sophie's mentioning Ron Pierre's channel. Ron Pierre is an amazing Michael Jackson fan, and I saw on Facebook today he's doing a project where I think they're doing like a statue and flowers or something for Bubbles the Chimp, and so go and support Ron. He's doing great work over on Facebook and on YouTube. Amazing. Okay. So now we're just waiting on Big Al and Jimmy Van Norman's slot. And we're going to be talking a bit about what it was like working for the King of Pop and working at Neverland Valley Ranch, which was, I mean, quite an honour, quite a pleasure, I imagine. Both have been on the channel before, but we're going to have slightly like newer, fresh, different questions to keep everything fresh. And so, oh, there we go. Manuela says hello. Thanks so much. Thanks for being here, everybody. Okay. Let me load up a few photos of Jimmy and Big Al then. Here we go. Let's see. There we go. There's Neverland. So that's where they worked. Okay, and now, joining the live stream now is the wonderful Jimmy Van Norman, Michael Jackson's bodyguard for 10 years, from 1988 to 1998. And he was also the manager of Neverland Valley Ranch. And also joining us is Big Al Scanlan, who is the theme park manager at Neverland. So please give a very, very warm welcome to the both of them. Hello, Big Al, and hello, Jimmy. How are you guys today?
Red, how are you? Hey, Big Al.
I'm amazing. So glad to have you guys back on. I haven't spoken to you in ages.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It has, hasn't it? And so, say that again, sorry? Yeah, you're in Texas, aren't you, Al? And
I am. I'm here for the annual Houston Rodeo. It's quite an event. We had an attendance of 2.5 million people in 3 weeks.
Great.
Wow. 2 million people.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. So you're still touring and you're still a part of the amusement ride industry very much.
Yep, I am.
Okay, and it'll be really fun now, sort of reflecting on that time you both had working for Michael at the same time. But I'll start with you, Jimmy. So last time we spoke, you told us a lot about Billie Jean Jackson, who was a rather infamous fan, and you said she was on like the watch list.
Oh, yeah.
How do you discover the people who belonged on a watch list? And what was the system in place at Neverland to, like, spot them? Like, could everybody contact security quickly? Was there some sort of communication thing going on there?
Hold up.
Oh, take your time, don't worry. We got a lot of people saying hello here. A lot of people excited. There we go.
Oh, well,
Whenever you're ready.
they were kind of easy. Am I back?
Yeah, you're good.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're good. We hear you.
Okay. Well, they were kind of easy in Alma, so because they would all show up at the ranch. The ranch is 4.5 hours away from Los Angeles.
Right.
So it's easy. You get to know them. You got to know them because they were always working around somewhere. And you had them on tour too. You had Waldo and a couple others. They were harmless, but Billie Jean was not harmless.
Yeah.
She was dangerous.
So I imagine you had some fans who were just kind of there to be fans and to be positive and show support, and then fans who weren't so much.
If they can't have them, nobody can have them.
Right. Okay. And so, Big Al, do you remember many instances of unwanted visitors entering the property? Like, you said before that they were found straight away most of the time, but did that make you feel a little uneasy? Like, would you sort of approach them, or would you kind of stay away from the trespassers?
Well, the nice thing is that usually if anybody got on property, whether they were a fan or a foe like Billie Jean, we had roughly around 100 employees, give or take, depending on when. And I would say at least half, if not more, had two-way radios.
Okay.
So, and everybody knew everybody else, so anybody that was not supposed to be there got spotted pretty quickly and identified, and so yeah, they usually didn't get. Now Billie Jean, I think she got to the front door one time and actually punched one of the housekeepers.
You're joking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Luckily, Mr. Jackson wasn't home at that time, but I think he was expected probably the next day or the day after. So
Oh my God.
I think she left in handcuffs that day with with the
She
sheriff.
usually did leave in handcuffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine so. Keep her away for a little while. How easy was it to get in then? Was it just like a fence you climb over? I know there
It's
was a
not
big
easy.
hike up.
They would have to hike. I mean, if they got close to the house, that's a long hike from where the front gate is or any other way you try to get into the property.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'd go out there. I'd go out there with the wranglers and catch them on property on horseback.
On horseback. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Wow, okay. And now, Big Al, you spent a lot of time at Neverland, and just yesterday I spoke with Franz Harary, who was Michael's illusions designer, and he told me that Neverland was full of like these hidden illusions and magic tricks that Michael would use to prank visitors. Although he said some of them may not have been discovered by the current owner. Were you aware of any of these? Do you recall any?
No, I mean, we had some things on display that were not really there to trick anybody, that were some type of illusion. But
Yeah.
as far as tricking the employees, I mean, Michael would hide in places and catch you with a water balloon every once in a while.
Right. And so Michael was quite the prankster then. Was he the same when like other guests would come in who weren't employees?
He what?
Was he the same when other guests would come in who weren't employees?
Oh yeah. He was a prankster all the time. Didn't matter who you were, whether it was an employee or a VIP guest or
right.
Just some of the fans. Yeah, he was a prankster. He pretty much was the same person no matter what was going on at the ranch. When he was at the ranch, he was Michael Jackson the person. So, yeah.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. So Jimmy, did Michael sort of differ when you saw him on stage performing, and then like Big Al said, just Michael Jackson the person at Neverland? Oh, you can't hear? Okay. Let's see. Let me see what I can do. Bear with. Can't hear us? Is the volume definitely up on your phone and everything? Wait, why am I talking? You can't hear me. Should have thought about that. Let me send a quick text. In the meantime, Big Al, can you just give us a little bit of a description of Neverland? Like, what were the different sections? What was it all like?
Well, when you first come in the front gate, it's very well disguised. Just looks like a typical ranch with cattle roaming around and lots of sycamore and oak trees. Then you go over the hill into the first valley where the main house is. And again, it looks pretty much like, just a big, nice house in the middle of this big grassy field. Then you go back down, you keep going down that road, and the first thing you come to is the amusement park on your right and the movie theater on your left.
Yeah.
Which is about, I don't know, a quarter mile, half mile from the house. Then you keep on going past the amusement park, and you come to the zoo, and that's pretty much what we call the middle valley.
Okay. So it was a huge property then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 2,700 acres.
Wow.
I don't know what that equates to in metric terms or whatever, but 2,700 acres.
It sounds big.
Big, yeah. Big.
Yeah, that's incredible. And so your job was maintaining the amusement park section in particular, as well as the steam train, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had an amusement park with about 15 rides, and we had two trains. We had the little red train, which was gas powered, and the big Catherine steam train. And then we had a couple other areas that fall under the amusement park's area of responsibility. We had the arcade, which was a building right behind the house, and then we had a water fort where we had water balloon fights, and Indian Village. Those were all part of the amusement park crew's responsibility.
Right, okay. And so you worked at Neverland for quite a long time, and have you been back since?
I have been back a few times since,
Yeah. And so what's that like walking through this place that holds so many memories and such an important part of your life for you?
Well, my first trip back, I was working in south of Los Angeles at the Orange County Fair in Costa Mesa, and I went up there after I got off work Sunday night. I drove up and got a hotel in Buellton, and the next day I had a meeting with the current owner at the ranch. And when I got up, I was eating breakfast, and I almost just packed my bag and went back to LA because I said I just can't imagine going through those gates without Michael being there. It was pretty tough. But I mean, I had a meeting, I had a responsibility, so I went out there and met with him. And once I got inside, it was a roller coaster. No pun intended. It was a roller coaster of emotions because I mean, Mr. Burkle's done a nice job with the place, but it was it was kind of sad to see it. Yeah.
Haven't they sort of refurbished it in a way for the biopic?
Yeah, well, he did a lot of work. I don't know if in the beginning when he first bought it, I don't know if it was necessarily for the biopic, but it hadn't been very well taken care of.
Right.
And since Michael passed away, so there was just a lot of work to do, but they definitely fixed it up for the biopic quite a bit. They rented a bunch of extra rides and Jimmy back?
Yeah, can you hear us, Jimmy? Can you hear us?
He needs to get some teenager to help him with his computer, I think.
Let me see. Let me pop him another message. 1 second. There we go. Okay. In the meantime, Big Al, we know Michael had many animals staying at Neverland too. So, what sort of fun memories do you recall? Was Bubbles ever there often?
Bubbles, I think, might have been there right when I first started coming in as a consultant doing inspections. But once I went full time, Bubbles wasn't there. We had AJ. AJ is the only one I remember. He was a chimp, and there was a couple others, but I don't remember their names. And we had the 2 orangutans, and of course all the other zoo animals. So.
And the elephant which you rode. We've all seen that photo. Yeah. Sounds like a lot of fun, but there were never any incidents, they never bit anyone or anything. They were pretty chilled out.
No, every once in a while they would. Michael liked to see when we had guests there, there's some of the animals he'd like to see them actually walk around. You could wake up in the morning at your guest unit and look out and you'd see 2 elephants out in front of your guest unit.
Just there in front of you.
But when you take a wild animal, I mean, most of the animals that the zookeepers took out were, fairly well trained, but they're still wild animals. And we had a few times where one of the elephants decided they didn't want to come back, didn't want to go back to the cage right away. And of course, on our 2,700 acre ranch, you can't really chase down an elephant, but
no.
Anyway, so we had a few incidents like that, and then one time we had some movie people there. There were people involved in the Anaconda movie, the first one, and they wanted to try and use a real anaconda for the second movie. And Mark, who was in charge of the zoo, tried to explain to him that reptiles like that. But anyway, they asked if we could take it out. It took about 20 people to get this thing out of the cage because it's so long and strong, and that was quite a feat. And
it's a bit of a group task.
Once they saw what trouble it was, they decided that wasn't going to work. So.
Wow. Okay. So I imagine there were interesting moments with there was a lot there, wasn't there? There were a lot of different animals, a lot of different sections. It was quite a variety there, I imagine.
Oh yeah. It was. I mean, it obviously wasn't as big as some of the city zoos you might see, but we had a pretty good. The reptile barn selection. The reptile barn was really well done. We had the elephants, we had giraffes, we had a bear, we had tigers.
Wow.
We had orangutans, chimps, a really nice petting zoo with llamas and alpacas and all that, typical stuff. So
Yeah.
everything was very presentable, very nice looking.
Yeah. Can you hear us now, Jimmy? Is everything good?
I can hear you now, yes.
Amazing. We're back with you. Okay. So, you were Michael's bodyguards for 10 years, from 1988 to 98. Did the public's response to him, when you went out with him, did that differ over that 10-year time period?
No. No? He was known throughout the world. He was loved from everywhere we went. I never heard, you'd have people with their stupid little, but anywhere he went, he was just loved by people all over the world.
Yeah. So did it vary like continent to continent, country to country? Were some countries sort of more difficult?
Rules. Yeah, different rules you had to follow. So, in some countries they're a little more lax. I mean, the funniest thing was the paparazzi chasing us and the Italian policemen hanging out of their cars with the pizza oven things, just smacking them. Watching them fly off the road. Same like in Japan, certain countries you can't get away with stuff.
Yeah.
In Japan, I told you, Waldo had his, he was giving the policeman a hard time, and that policeman took that 6-foot stick and put Waldo on the ground. And Michael's like, is Waldo okay? And we go like, Waldo's stupid, right? He should have just listened.
Was it more difficult to keep Michael safer in some countries because of the language barrier?
Oh, it depends on the country, and then the support that we had. Remember, in other countries, we can't carry guns, right? So we had to depend on the police, and then we depended a lot of Liz Taylor's bodyguards helped us out a lot when we were over in the Middle East and stuff, and in Europe.
Yeah. So as far as just kind of like the celebrity bodyguard industry, would certain celebrities have their group of people, or would it kind of overlap a bit? Because I know you worked with both Michael and Madonna.
Well, sometimes it would overlap because, of course, they're looking for the best, right?
Yeah.
And if the newspaper says it's harder to get to Michael Jackson, the president of the United States, and there's only 5 of us, it means we must be doing something right.
I think so. And so, for both of you, how did your friends and family react to your connection with Michael? Would people be shocked, or like try and get you to get an autograph for them, or like how did that kind of
the people that actually know me know that I won't go get him an autograph unless it's for a child or something like that. Yeah, right? Because that's just, I could have got thousands and I could be making a fortune right now, but I wasn't into getting autographs and things. But my dad was not a big Michael Jackson fan until he came to Turkey and saw him in concert. After that, he was the biggest Michael Jackson fan in the world. 70-something years old. I say, you see him live, you cannot put down the talent that he had and the energy that he put out over the crowds.
Yeah. And for you, Big Al?
Everybody that knows me in the amusement industry was. Some of them had no opinion of Michael. Some of them liked him. Some of them didn't like him. But after hearing some of my stories, everybody had a pretty positive, opinion of him. I very seldom got asked for autographs, and I tried to oblige everybody. People that I knew were legitimately wanted an autograph because they were a Michael Jackson fan, not because they wanted to turn around and sell it. Well, and we had a process at the ranch that we wouldn't bother him. But we would give a list to either Jimmy or whoever the ranch manager was at the time. And sometimes that ended up going all the way to LA, and eventually an envelope would show up with everybody's requests, So, but we never bothered. I think one time I asked, and it's kind of I don't want to say a long story, but I won't go into it right now. But there was one time I did approach him and I told him the reason why, and he was absolutely more than happy, very interested to hear the whole story. So
that's the way he was. If it happened to be with a sick kid or something, he'd get on the phone. He wouldn't hesitate a second.
Yeah, that's pretty admirable. Yeah, absolutely. When you were gone, Jimmy, me and Big Al were just talking about some of the animals at Neverland. Do you have any sort of funny or fun memories of this?
Oh, when I look back, first of all, you don't play with the chimpanzees, right? The orangutans are fun, and then we'd have groups of kids in, right? And I'm thinking back now, what am I doing in the cage feeding the alligators with the trainer? This alligator might not have wanted chicken that day, right?
Right.
And so that, and then of course I had to ride an elephant. I had to ride the Clydesdale because I enjoyed it up there, even though you get to a point where there's no place to go and nothing to do. Everything closes at 8:00 in town. So, but I enjoyed it. The animals were a lot of fun. I love the orangutans. They're the sweetest things in the world. They come up and take your candy or whatever, and it was a great place. And he had good people working, so taking care of them. They were taken care of. I remember we had to put the albino snake back in, and thank God I was the ranch manager because I held the axe. Because the poor fireman at the end that was holding the tail, he got something all over him. There was five firemen holding this snake. That's how big it was.
God, it was quite the place to work then. It wasn't your average 9 to 5.
It's not like any place in the world. Your birthday was a holiday, so that was always good.
Can't complain.
No.
I've heard I just had Flo Anthony on, who's a reporter who got to know Michael. She was saying that whenever she was with Michael, there was always really good food around. Was it the same at Neverland? Because didn't Michael have like a private kitchen?
Oh yeah, there was always, you could take whatever you want. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I question what they were buying because Michael wasn't there, and they're still spending $200 every week on food. Okay,
right.
Wait, why? Nobody's here. But and then our gardeners were great cooks because they would do all the cooking for all the kids that came up. Right. And sometimes we'd have 700 to 800 kids, Al.
Yeah.
And just amazing. They'd cook for all of them, and never once did I have a complaint.
Wow. Okay. So, Big Al, what was the best meal? What was the best dish at Neverland?
Well, up until the time we got the steam train, I usually brought my own lunch or dinner, whatever I had to do. But once the steam train arrived, it was standard operating procedure that Michael wanted somebody at the steam train all day. Right. He wanted that thing ready to go anytime. So part of that responsibility came with the privilege of the chef would deliver dinner to you. So it was, it was great food. I mean, I don't have a favorite. Obviously, when the gardeners took over, I like Mexican food, and they made the real deal, not the Tex-Mex, or the American version. They made the real deal. So, but right, that building right behind me, that's where I would sit, where the steam train was. I would get.
Hey, you had TVs, Al.
Huh?
You had a big screen TV.
Oh yeah. Oh, it wasn't boring, that's for sure.
Oh no, you had all the popcorn and candy up there too.
And normally I would take the train. He liked to see the trains move, and he liked to hear the whistles blow. He like something's going on. Yeah. So I would take the steam train for a run up to the top loop and back. And then I would wait about 15 or 20 minutes, and I had to go take the small train for a run, and I just go back and forth, until somebody actually wanted to ride. But at least he liked to see him move and liked to hear the whistle blow. So.
Yeah, I've heard great things about like the soundscape at Neverland. I've heard that was it Brad Sundberg designed like music just for Neverland.
Oh yeah. Well, he was he worked in the studio, so he knew a much higher quality of sound, and I learned a lot. Matter of fact, I get along with Brad just fine. I like him, but I spend more money on stereo equipment now after working at Neverland for a while. Now I want a set of tannoy speakers, which before I started working at Neverland, I didn't even know what they were, what brand they were. But his sound systems were enormous, and when Michael was home, he wants to, like Benny Collins would say on tour, he goes, he wants to feel it, hurt me. So, we had some pretty amazing sound systems.
Yeah. And so, whilst you both worked at Neverland, would fans kind of ever find a way to reach out to you because of your connection to Michael? Or has this been something that's kind of taken you by surprise since the rise of the internet, where you have fans who are keen to hear your stories?
Well, I'm not sure. I would tell the stories anyway, but with the internet, I can reach a larger audience and get more people to understand, the person that he really was and not what the media puts out there.
Right.
Yeah. Right. How about you, Big Al?
Yeah, for me, it happened. It was kind of a quick snowball down the hill. I think maybe one of the first interviews I ever did was, it was an online magazine, which didn't get a lot of response because it was in the early stages of social media and all that. But I think when I did one with Ron Pia, and it was like a snowball going downhill after that. It was, I really wish I would have had 2 Facebook pages because I got mine so full. It's actually mostly all Michael Jackson fans now, which I don't mind. And actually, I'm probably glad I don't have 2 because I have a hard enough time negotiating one of them. But yeah, I really like telling stories, and especially when I went to Kingvention a few years ago. I mean, to get to meet everybody when you're online like we are now, it's a little bit different when you're actually getting to meet all these people and hear some of the comments. I mean, it meant so much to them to hear somebody tell about, like Jimmy said, the real Michael Jackson, not Michael Jackson the entertainer, but Michael Jackson the person. And that's what everybody needs to hear about that. Yeah.
And so when you both think of Michael, what comes to mind? How about you, Jimmy?
Well, he wasn't from this world. He was an angel, right? The things I saw him do just on stage, people can't even come close to his pitch range and just the talent. And the people don't understand the goodness that came out of his heart. He never wanted to see anybody hurt. He never wanted to see anybody down. I mean, he would try to help anybody he could, if he could. Yeah. And he did. He did a lot of that.
And Big Al?
Yeah, I mean, I tell people, again, a lot of people I know in the amusement industry that don't have an opinion one way or another. Michael asked me what he was really like, and I said, the simple answer is I think he was probably one of the most genuine, sincere, down-to-earth people I ever met. And like Jimmy said, he had this aura about him that he just, and the energy, you could actually feel it, and he truly did, like Jimmy said, he really wanted everybody to be happy. I mean, he wanted to help anybody that he possibly could, and that's saying a lot these days.
Yeah, for sure. So how should Michael Jackson's legacy be remembered?
Just the way it is, king of pop, best in the world. And they got to throw in all the money he's given to charities to help other people. They forget to mention all that.
Yeah, you don't see it in the media so much.
And his kids are doing it now, so that's great. With Prince over in LA doing, Heal LA now with all the fires. They're carrying that legacy on.
Yeah. Same for you, Big Al?
Yeah, I think I'd like people to remember him. Just read the lyrics to some of his songs, like "Man in the Mirror" and "Heal the World."
Yeah. Like the message he was trying to convey.
Yeah.
Every one of his songs have a message if you really listen to them.
Yeah.
Every single one. Well, you guys, it's been such a pleasure having you both on here. It's been amazing having you back. And do you have anything else you want to say to the fans, whether it's anything upcoming you have or just any other words you want to say,
just
Jimmy?
Tell everybody, hey, be kind. It doesn't hurt. Doesn't cost you any money to be kind and be nice to people. The greed needs to stop in this world, and that's how I feel.
Yeah. And Big Al?
Yeah, kind of on the same lines. I tell people with the closing thing is one thing I took away from all those years. I mean, I've always been a pretty laid back, easygoing kind of guy, but the one thing I think I took away from working for Michael all those years and seeing how he touched people's lives is, and of course he had a lot of money and a lot of resources, but it doesn't matter what your resources are, what your money is. There's always somebody that's worse off than you or having a problem that you can reach out and help.
Yeah, Absolutely. That's such a great message and such a nice way to sort of look back on everything Michael did. Well, thank you so much to both of you for coming on here. I wish you both an amazing rest of your weekend. And yeah, thank you once again, and I'll keep in touch.
You too, Red. I think you're the only one I do interviews with. I keep turning everybody else down.
Exclusive.
I'll be back in town, Jimmy, in about a month or so. So I'll look you up.
Well, let me know when you're in Branson, Missouri.
Oh, you're up there now.
I'm up there for a couple months.
I remember. Okay. All right.
I know you know where it is.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
We've got lots of fans sending nice messages here. Lots of people saying thank you. So everybody's sending all their best wishes. Thank you, guys.
You're
Talk
welcome.
to you soon.
You guys take care. Thanks. Bye.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
And there you have it. What a wonderful conversation that was with Jimmy Van Norman and Big Al. What have we got in the chat here? Vivian says, thank you, Jimmy and Big Al. Sophie says, thanks, Elle and Jimmy. Holly, thank you to Jimmy and Big Al for sharing your stories to us. That was wild. Somebody sending lots of hearts. We will all continue to spread his message of love. What else have we got? Thank you, Jimmy and Big Al. Hope Prince can come on Red's channel for an interview. Me too. The goal is somebody from the Jackson family, so fingers crossed, we'll work towards it. Only the media forgets to mention that Jimmy, none of his 4.8 billion fans ever will. That's right, absolutely. Lovely interview, thank you guys, that was great. Thank you so much everyone. We've got, how many? We've got 83 people watching. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, so let's take a look at the schedule. Hang tight. Here we go. So up next at 5:30 p.m, which is right now, we've got MJ Market. Jonathan Downie, the founder of MJ Market, is going to come on and talk a bit about their work and what they offer to fans. So, shall we give him a very warm welcome? I think so. Elizabeth says thank you to Big Al and Jimmy. Kathy says wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, please welcome the wonderful, my friend Jonathan Downie. How are you today, Jonathan?
Hey, Brett. How's it going today? Thanks for having me on.
A pleasure, honestly. So great to see you, and thank you for sponsoring Red Jackson Dance and for this live stream. We've got some of the MJ Market merch behind us. So
great to see you carrying on the torch with Michael's legacy and, sharing it with the next generations of fans.
Absolutely. So, can you just sort of introduce yourself? Tell us who you are and what MJ Market does.
Sure. So my name's Jonathan. I'm from Philadelphia, in the USA. Been a Michael Jackson fan for as long as I can remember, and I am the owner of MJ Market. Big Michael Jackson collector myself personally, and over the years I've acquired many fun items and collections from other fans who have, let their things go, and as a result I've amassed a lot of things and buying and selling. So as a result, I got sick of eBay, so I decided to let's do my own little shop. So MJ Market was the evolution of that, and for the last 3 years, I've been selling Michael Jackson memorabilia exclusively online at my website, michaeljacksonmarket.com.
Amazing, and I'm not sure if you can see here. There you go, MJ Market.
There we go.
Matching the merch today. Oh, matching. Perfect.
There we go. Yes.
We've got Amanda saying Jonathan. Lots of
Hi,
support
Amanda.
here. So, what are your kind of earliest memories of Michael? Have you been a lifelong fan? What was your first piece?
Funny. Growing up, music wasn't really a big thing in my house. Actually, my mom's first concert I took her to when she was 50 was it was for birthday. Madonna, of course, So really, we didn't. Other than listening to the radio in the car, we weren't really a big music house, like you would say. So my best friend Justin, we were friends from kindergarten. In our second grade talent show, he did Billie Jean, and the crowd went wild. Obviously, he threw his hat in the crowd, and he did the moonwalk and everything. And I was just mesmerized, by how everyone was so enthralled, and into it. And then from that point, he was always a big fan, and so he really introduced me to Michael, and I blame him for all my madness now. I told him I actually saw him for the first time in 20 years last year out in LA, and I told him, this is all your fault. So thank you.
What was your first kind of memorabilia item? Have you got it here with you today?
I do, actually, yeah. So For a long time, I collected just records and sort of magazines. I wasn't really into the big memorabilia like I am now. So this was one of the first, I would say, things that I bought and I didn't open. It's a CD. It's an interview CD. It's like a picture disc interview. So I remember we were down the shore and I bought it at Circuit City and I'm like, oh, I have to keep it sealed, because I have to keep it original. And I think it ended up staying sealed for maybe 6 months eventually, and then I had to open it and listen to it, because I think I was maybe 10 or 12 years old then. So, of being impatient and, ended up finding another sealed one, a few years later, but ended up, obviously. So that was my first kind of piece of memorabilia that I had, and that's where I kind of got the bug, I guess you could say, yeah.
Now, did you ever meet Michael or come close to meeting him?
So for a long time, I guess it was maybe 2003 until 2013, I was the webmaster for the Michael Jackson fan club. It was, I don't know if you guys remember MJ Fan Club. It was MJFanClub.net. We were actually at that time the biggest fan club in the world. So Michael didn't have his own official fan club back in the day because there were so many fan groups around the world that he was happy with what everyone was doing. There was fan groups in Germany, fan groups in Sweden, fan groups in England, so he really didn't want to step on our toes necessarily because, there were so many great, there was, like I said, fan magazines, like I got something here, we got, Black or White and all those kind of things. There were so many projects happening around the world that Michael was like, I don't need to have a fan club. But he actually owned the domain MJFanClub.com because, as we know, Michael often changed his mind about what he wanted. And maybe one day he wanted a fan club and tomorrow he didn't, but we owned MJFanClub.net. But Michael, so our president, her name was Deborah. Her and Michael had a very close relationship. They would speak on the phone often. And, he would kind of feed her, little bits of news, I think, and stuff like that. She would kind of hint to us, Michael's calling tonight, so So we owned MJFanClub.net, but he owned MJFanClub.com. But in the meantime, he had no problem with MJFanClub.com going to our website. So, and if you looked it up on, who owns the domain, MJFanClub.com, you would see MJ Productions, but it would direct to our website. So it was kind of Michael's way of sort of unofficially endorsing us back in the day. So it was kind of fun, that we had that direct connection. And we actually hosted a party for him in New York City that he attended. It was the 30th anniversary fan celebration. It was right after that Sony protest, which I was at too, when we had our big signs up and he came on the bus. So later that afternoon, we had a party at Webster Hall that we hosted with a bunch of other fan groups from around the world. We had like Navi performed, and it was a really great show. And Michael sat up in the balcony and watched. Then a few years later, my fan club hosted his 45th birthday party out in LA. I'm sure some of you guys watching it got to attend that. Unfortunately, I didn't get to go because it was at the end of August, and that was the year that I was moving into college, my freshman year.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it was kind of like, it was literally that same weekend was Michael's birthday. So I could have either gone to the party and had all access or, gone to college and had that experience. So I chose the college experience. I wanted to, I was looking forward to my university. So I went and I ended up watching it. I think we ended up streaming it on MSNBC.com or something like that. So I watched it through there. It wasn't the same, but anyway, so I didn't meet Michael then, but flash forward. So I got to see Michael at the Sony protest when he came on the bus, and we were like right there, like literally within like feet of him. So that was thrilling. That was the first time I got to be in his presence, and feel that Michael mania around you. Where we were literally running down Madison Avenue, chasing him with our signs, and it was like traffic was stopped. It was just incredible. Then a few years later, he came to Washington, D.C. when I was at university. I was in school in Baltimore, so he came to Washington, D.C. He was getting an award at the Ethiopian embassy, and I got word of that through the fan club. So I hopped on a train that day and went down to D.C. And we were waiting outside the embassy for like hours, and it was starting to rain. I remember holding our umbrella there, being on the news, and I was like, he's not coming. Let's call it quits, And then literally, as we're getting ready to go, we see like 5 SUVs coming down the street. We're like, oh, this is it. Okay, guys, this is it. And then we all go running out into the street again. Secret Service and their dogs are barking at us, and then he rolls down his window. I remember sticking my hand in the window, and I touched somebody. I don't know, who, but I think he was in the back row, so that was pretty cool. So, and then lastly, in 2009, I was out in LA visiting friends, and Michael was getting ready for his concert for This Is It. And my friend at the time worked for E! News, so he was kind of an E! News video correspondent. I don't want to say paparazzi because he really wasn't a paparazzi. He was the video guy. He basically just shot different things, for E! News. So he was familiar with Michael and his entourage. So one day I was riding around with him, and we're just riding around Beverly Hills, and we see these two SUVs with, I guess they were Nevada plates. And Danny goes, "Okay, Jonathan, you need to chill out, but I think we're behind Michael's entourage." I'm like, no, you're just messing.
How do you chill out?
He goes, "No, seriously, I think we're behind Michael Jackson's cars right now." So we turned up the back alley, and he goes, "Just run." So I go, at the time, I had my 2 records with me because I told myself, I'm going to meet Michael this time out in LA. I'm going to get my autographs. I never got that chance. So this was it. Ran up to it, and then doors open. There's the big umbrellas coming out. Bodyguards trying to shield him, and then Michael, I love you. I couldn't even control myself. It was embarrassing. So then his bodyguards then actually, were like, "Oh, thank you." He's going inside now. He was going to a doctor's appointment with his kids. So I gave them my records, and I was like, "Can you ask him to sign these for me?" And that would be really mean the world to me. And they said, "Yeah, just stop back later, and we'll give them to you." And I ended up stopping back a few hours later, and they were signed, and that was incredible.
Wow. Okay. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. Now, do you have any other items with you that you can show us?
Yeah, so I've gotten some cool, fun things. Actually, I was going to do this live unboxing for you guys. I got this package yesterday in the mail.
Ooh,
I'm
exciting.
super excited. This is...
I
haven't even opened it yet, so let's see what this is, guys. Are you ready?
See what it is.
I've been waiting for this one for a while. I'm really excited, I'm not going to lie. All right, let's open it up and see what it is. They said it was packaged really good, so hopefully it's not damaged. Like I said, this is my first time opening the box. Okay, what do we think what do we think it is?
A bike?
Let's be careful.
No, I'm kidding.
All right, let's cut the bubble wrap carefully. A little more. Ooh, they did package it well. Thank you.
Here we go.
Almost. Oh, it is thick.
We're getting there.
Hang on, guys. Sorry, I'm underestimating how thick this bubble wrap is.
Oh, somebody says be careful with the knife.
Thank you. You're right.
We've got people watching out for you.
Okay.
Thanks, Helga.
What do we think this is, guys? Any guesses? Anyone have a guess in the chat? Anyone?
What is it?
I should have. They really packed this up good for me.
There we go. Bilal appreciates my jokes.
Hello, Bilal. He's from Paris. Bonjour.
Hector thinks it's champagne.
Oh, Fabrice. Hello, Hector. Bonjour.
Michael Jackson champagne, somebody else says. The
Maybe.
Dangerous champagne. Let's see.
Here we go, guys. Ready?
What is it?
Two.
Helga says the Dangerous champagne. I think we might have got it.
I don't want to spoil it, but let's see. 1, 2, 3. Ta-da! You are right. This is the champagne bottle that was given to the guests at the Savoy Hotel back when the Dangerous album was first released. And they got a little gift package, and I guess these were all on the tables there. Everyone got like a set of binoculars, a bag. There was a key ring they got, and this was one of the champagne bottles that they either drank from that night or got to bring home as a souvenir, some people. And this one has survived all these years later, and I had been looking for one of these for a long time. So I'm quite excited to add this to my collection now.
Yes, that's a grail for you.
It is.
This one you've wanted for a while.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very excited for that one now.
Where are you going to display that one?
That's going to go right in the MJ room, right on my Dangerous shelf. I'm still looking for that golden ticket from the event. All the guests also got these really cool golden tickets. They're like, I think a golden placard, and it says like, you're invited to the listening party at the Boy Hotel. It's really cool.
Cool.
If anyone has one and wants to sell it, let me know.
Well, Helga says for the champagne, she guessed right, so it's hers now.
Oh, Helga, you think so, huh?
The Lady of Pop says, I need that immediately.
It's really cool, guys. Yeah,
Well, she thought
you
it was
can't
a
tell,
fishing rod.
It's so nice. I'm really excited to have that one finally.
There you go. Awesome. So you offer some Michael Jackson Market subscription boxes too.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about them?
Yeah, so we have 6 different boxes now. Each one's themed around a Michael Jackson album, We have a Thriller box, a Bad box, which includes our Bad box is kind of a mix of Bad, Captain EO, and Moonwalker. And then we have our Dangerous box, our History box, Blood on the Dance Floor box, and Man our Invincible box. So I'll do a little unboxing here for you guys to show you what you can expect from one of these. So
what can we get in the box?
I chose Thriller. This was the fun one. So our Thriller box. Let's see what someone can expect to get if they order our Thriller box. You might get one of these sets of Thriller Talking Viewmaster 3D cartridges. These were actually vintage from 1982. Michael had a contract with Viewmaster where they did. Remember those little slide things that you can see the little pictures when you're a little. I'm sure you remember back in the 80s. Red, I'm sorry, it's way before you, so maybe you didn't have one of these.
Goes over my head. Everybody else.
So yes, I'm sure you guys remember the little Viewmaster. So those are the original slides from one of those.
Yeah,
we have a set here of Thriller stickers, a vintage set. These were also sold back in 1984. You got the whole set there of 30 free peel-away stickers. Nice. We got here a custom Thriller cup. Each box also comes with a cup, so you can expect to get one of these in every box that you get for your different albums. This one, we got some Thriller shoelaces. Interesting. Some Thriller 40 coasters. Some vintage Thriller badges or buttons. It depends where you're from in the world. I know in Europe they call them badges. We call them buttons over here a lot of times. A Michael Jackson trading card. Then we've got here a We Are the World 45. A vintage original Jackson's Victory Tour backstage pass. And then we have here also, we got a Michael Jackson poster for Making a Thriller.
Awesome. Plenty of fun items to get then.
And then everyone also gets their
things.
choice of a t-shirt. So every box comes with a t-shirt. We have over 30 custom designs now. I think every box has 4 to 6 different options. You can go through and check them out, and you can order the shirt individually or as part of the box. It's a great value when you order the box, or you can order several boxes. And we actually had someone last week order all 6 of them at once. It was great.
Wow. Okay.
A lot of fun building those for him.
Yeah, that's awesome. What are people saying here? You are so cool. Love the bottle. Fantastic items. Thriller badges. Jonathan is living the dream. Jonathan seems thrilled about it. Amazing.
If you can't tell, this is definitely my passion. I love I love Michael Jackson. I love collecting Michael Jackson, talking about him, and yeah. This is great. Thanks again, Ray. Thank you for having me on today again. This is a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we can sort of feel the love for Michael that's put through MJ Market. It doesn't feel like some other types of businesses. You know what I mean? It feels like it comes from the heart.
And it's just fun, sourcing, and I get emails every day from people wanting to sell things. And we're buying and selling all the time. We've over 800 items online now. So
wow,
we're more stocked than ever. I think we have more than double that we had last year. Our inventory is gangbusters now.
Wow. Okay. So, if you want a Michael Jackson item, MJ Market have got it. Now, last year you ran an event in LA. Can you tell us a bit about it? It was an MJ event. Tell us more. It
was my first sort of. So like I said, I've been collecting now for I guess about 10 years, pretty heavily, you say aggressively, whatever you want to say. And I always wanted to do some sort of public exhibition of my collection because I think it's fun to, show things. And, because I know that I have an Instagram page that people can follow here at mjcollectors.com where I show off my personal collection.
That's handy.
And then if you visit there, I like to share new things that I find. And, people have always said, you should do some sort of show. And I'm like, that would be really cool. So my friend Kevin owns a record shop out in Hollywood, and it's 2 blocks from Michael's star on the Walk of Fame. So I'm like, well, I think that sounds like a great location. So I called him up. I'm like, hey, Kevin, listen, I got an idea. You have all these cool glass cases. Let's fill them up with Michael Jackson stuff and have Michael Jackson weekend. Where we can put my collection on sale. You can sell Michael Jackson records. And we'll play MJ music all weekend. And it sort of went from there, and it kind of blew up. Where then we ended up having some special guests. I had so we had first we had Ola Ray. You guys recognize that name. She was, I'm sure many of you already know, she was Michael's co-star in the Thriller video. she was his girlfriend. So she came on Saturday and she brought copies of her book and her headshots, and she signed photos and took photos with the fans. And she was there she was only supposed to stay 2 hours, but she ended up staying 3.5 hours. She was so lovely, and we had a great time with her. It was cool to see so many little kids that recognized her from seeing the filler video, because she still looks great and she still looks like Ola Ray, and so many kids recognized her that were like 5, 10. I'm like, wow, this is fun to see these next generation fans. Then Sunday we had a friend of mine, Cheryl Song. She was featured. So she was actually the one in the Beat It video. I don't know if you remember. She was originally a Soul Train dancer. They called her the Asian girl. She's Asian, so her nickname was the Asian girl with the long hair. She had very long hair. So she was in the Beat It video, sitting at the bar, and then she got, I think she kisses the one guy at the one scene, and then it cuts to it for like 2 seconds. But she's in the video, and she came in. She was telling stories about Michael Peterson and being on the set of that video and her memories from that. And then shortly thereafter, we had our guest of honor that weekend, Mr. Vincent Paterson, stopped by. He's going to be joining you later on today. He came by for almost 3 hours as well, and he was signing his book. And we had free photos for him to sign, and he told some stories that you could just see that he was, welling up, telling some of these stories that, he was honestly, you could tell he really cared about Michael, and he was one of the good guys. There were so many people in Michael's life that were just there to cash a check, and make money off of him. You could tell that he really cared for him and was really looking out for him. And it was just really nice to hear some of his stories. And I'm looking forward to see what he has to share with you today. It should be great.
I know, Vincent's wonderful.
Wonderful. And hi, Vincent. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to today.
There we go. And so, what's been your greatest achievement as far as either you as a Michael Jackson fan or for MJ Market? What's your greatest achievement so far?
Honestly, it was such an honor, and I wish I had. I didn't grab it. It's upstairs in my room. When I won the Hector Barjot Award back in 2023, that was a fan-voted award where you guys all around the world watched all of our videos and got the vote, whose collection you thought was the best that year. So that was an incredible honor for me to have won that year. So shout out to Hector. Guys, check him out at Hector Barjot on Instagram. He's a very good friend of mine. I'll be visiting him in Paris next month. So yeah, and then that grew into a great friendship as well. After winning that award, we're great friends and fellow collectors. I'm looking out for each other. I find stuff for him, he finds stuff for me. So it's great. It's a lot of fun now.
Yeah, amazing. And so, as for the future, what's next for you and for MJ Market?
Honestly, I mean, like I said, this year, in the last 3 or 4 months, our inventory has doubled. We used to have like 300-400 items, but now we have over 800 items online. My goal is to get new items online every week if I can this year. I'm sourcing from all around the world. I've got packages coming from Japan, Germany, Italy. Shout out to Harary in Spain. I got people everywhere who are helping me out here. So thank you guys. And if anyone has anything to sell, if you have a collection or you have a mom who has a collection or anyone that you might know, who needs extra money, no judgment. We'll give you a fair offer.
Yeah, amazing. So where can people find you and find MJ Market online?
So this is my personal Instagram page here. Like I said, at MJ Collectors. And Michael Jackson Market is at Michael Jackson Market is our Instagram handle for that. And you can visit us there. And I post an item of the day every day there where you can see our feature item. And it's a lot of fun. Yeah, it's just, like I said, I'm really enjoy what I'm doing. And
yeah. We can tell for sure.
Excited. I'm excited to be back in London in a few months for Convention in May. So we'll see you there, right?
It'll be great. Yeah, I'll see you there. And yeah, we really feel that sort of the passion and the love you have for Michael through everything you say and everything you do with MJ Market. So I'd like to thank you personally for everything you've done to support me and the channel as well. So
absolutely,
thank you very much for
my
being
pleasure
here.
to sponsor this event today. And it's been going great so far, and I look forward. You got so many other people coming up. It's going to be great, guys. Tune in. Stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. It's been a pleasure talking with you, and I'll stay in touch. Talk to you soon.
We'll see you soon in London, Red. Take care. Thank you.
Take care. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye. And there you have it. That was wonderful, wasn't it? That was Jonathan Downie from Michael Jackson Market. What's everybody saying in the chat here? Hector Rocks. Hi. Oh, hi, Gadget Trish. Hi, Trish. There we go. Good to see everyone in the chat. We've got around 80 viewers right now. Keep sharing on social media. Let's get as many fans to enjoy these stories as possible. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the schedule and see what's ahead. So next up, at 6 p.m. GMT, we have the wonderful Vincent Paterson, who is Michael Jackson's choreographer, dancer, and director. He's been on the channel before, but we're doing a brand new, fresh interview talking about different topics and different questions, so that's going to be a lot of fun. And then after that we have Peggy Wolf coming on, so that'll be a lot of fun too. Okay, so I believe Vincent is here now, so let me get a few photos up and then we'll have Vincent join. Okay, let me see. Yeah, the photos don't want to come up. Technical issues, but we do have this. If I get this up, there he is. You can see Vincent on the bottom left with Michael working on Smooth Criminal, and then there he is on the left again working on Blood on the Dance Floor, which he was the director for. Okay, so everybody please give a very, very warm welcome to the amazing, talented Vincent Paterson. Hi Vincent, how are you doing?
Hey Red, how are you doing?
I'm great. It's so good to be talking to you again. Thank you for coming back on the channel. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. It's been quite a while, I think a couple of years, huh?
It has, hasn't it? Yeah, we did our first one in 2022, and then you came back on a year later, and so it's been a while. You've been doing a lot with your book, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had great success with my book. It's very exciting. You know, it started in French and then we got it in English, and then some people contacted me. We got to do it in Spanish, and
Nice.
Now I've been contacted from Javier at the Michael Jackson Fan Club of Chile, and they want to do it in South American Spanish. So
Wow, okay.
very
The
exciting.
fans worldwide can get it.
It's incredible, man. And I'm speaking with a dear new friend who wants to do it in Brazil in Portuguese.
Wow.
So it's just so thrilling, you know, to be able to share my stories and to
Absolutely.
get such beautiful, beautiful feedback from people. It's great. It just warms my heart. And 2025 has been a very difficult year to start out with our horrible political situation here in the States. And then in Los Angeles, we had these demonic fires happen, and you know, it's been a very, very tough beginning of a new year. So hopefully with this little podcast here, Red, we're changing things around, huh? We're
Hopefully
goodness and positivity to the world. And
exactly.
yeah, and it's really sweet. I just watched a little bit of Jonathan's interview with you, and my dear friend Peggy Wolf, I see, is coming up soon. And
She is, she's wonderful. It's really nice to have sort of all the fan community and like everybody knows each other. It's really great. And like people like you who knew Michael himself, like it means a lot to us as fans that you're willing to sort of share all your memories with us and get to know us.
Oh, well, you know, when you have the opportunity and the good fortune to have had the joy of creating with, for, and beside Michael, you know, people want to know about it. You know, I'm one step of separation away from him, and you know, he was just an incredible person. But had a really fun thing happened a couple months ago. Rory Kaplan I think Rory's coming on your show, isn't he?
Yeah, he is later
good.
on. I think it's around 7 or so, 7, half 7.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, Rory's still a dear friend of mine, and he was a musical director for the Victory Tour, and he did all of the programming for the Bad Tour that I directed and choreographed. But he pulled together this incredible afternoon of Don Boyette, Darrell Fenici, Dorian Holly, him, myself, my husband Renee, and Roman Banks. Roman Banks is this fantastic
from the musical.
Yeah, he had wanted to meet us and talk about Michael Jackson, and Rory bought my book for everybody, and Roman it was his last day. He was on his way to Australia to do MJ the musical, and got to hang out with us and meet us and ask us questions, and what a great guy. What a great kid. I wish I could see him perform, you know, but anyway, that was lovely. It's been just a really cool year, like, you know, running around and meeting people from that I haven't seen in a long time. Prince had called me and asked me if I would come and watch, if I was interested in Renee and I coming to watch a little bit of the filming of the movie. And we did. We went down and watched a little section of the Victory Tour, and Jennifer Batten was there, who I communicate with a lot, but haven't seen in a long time. So we hung out together, and Marvin Jackson sat next to us, and that was really fun.
What was that like, seeing it all being filmed?
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. I didn't mean to. What did you say?
What was it like seeing all that filmed and like just being there?
Well, it was a little bit weird, you know. I mean, we were in a sound stage, and they were doing just one little moment from the Victory Tour, and it was a little freaky, you know. I mean, it kind of brought, you know me, I'm a softie anyway. I cry over everything. It says Michael Jackson, but it was a little weird watching it because they were so good. All the actors were so good that you really felt for a second that, you know, with Jafar, that you really felt that Michael was there again, you know, and it was freaky. It was a little freaky, you know.
Something to look forward to, though, for sure.
Yeah, but it's such an incredible thing. And then around Halloween, I got a call from Prince and John Mudo, who run Hill LA Foundation. They were showing Thriller down at the Palace Theater downtown, and they invited me to come down, and I did that, and that was so exciting, and seeing so many fans down there. It was a wonderful event that I think they're going to keep up every year, and it's just really cool. And Ron Pia, do you know Ron Pia?
Yeah, absolutely. He does great work.
Oh man, he's been such a dear friend, and you know, he comes over when he's in LA. He'll come over for dinner or something like this, and such a sweetheart. And you know, he always puts his things together for Michael, and you know, we always celebrate, you know, Michael's passing at Forest Lawn, and we did that. Renee and I went and did that this year again too, and Peggy was there, and many people, and it's an incredible community, Red. It's an incredible community, you know, and you know, some people are just not really on the same kind of love wave as others, but you know, I'm not going to diss anybody in this conversation, but there's so many people who really, truly, truly care about Michael Jackson, and not about making money or exploiting him, but really just loving who he was and loving what he's done and continuing to keep his legacy alive. And that's so special. And oh yeah, I got to do this other cool thing. I was invited to go to Cuba. So I went to Havana in January, early January, for a week, Renee and I, with a big dance organization. And it was so cool. We met all of these young dancers in Havana, and they asked me if I would teach Thriller. So since I was the assistant and one of the few zombies left, you know, I taught Thriller to about, I don't know, 120 students, people. And then we went out into this plaza and did a big flash mob, and it was so cool. It was just so great. And
keeping the legacy alive.
Honest to God, you know, just keeping it alive, keeping Michael Peters' work alive, keeping Michael Jackson alive, and, you know, all those important, beautiful artists who have gone on before us, and that we remember and respect and love, and still live with us all the time. You know, here's my little crazy Michael Jackson. Every time I go around the world, I pick up something. These I picked up in Mexico. I mean, everybody does their own versions of Michael.
Yeah,
you know?
So, like little souvenirs from all over
the
world.
My gosh, I have such an incredible collection, and
it's so nice.
Yeah, really fun things from all over the world.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess you could say a version of like fandom of Michael would be Weird Al's Eat It, which you starred in the short film. How did you capture the essence of the original? What was that atmosphere like doing Eat It?
Doing Eat It? Well, it was so much fun, you know, and I was, Weird Al asked a lot of people, I don't know why others didn't do it, who were involved in the short film of Beat It, but I said, yeah, I'll do it. First of all, I love Weird Al. I thought he's crazy. Second of all, I thought, you know, this is this is just a send up. This is what he does. So it's totally of respect for Michael, you know. And we had a great time. We just had a great time. He was so funny, and he wanted to learn the dance of Beat It. And, you know, and he did okay. And we made some funny things happen. And at one point I had a suggestion that he fell in love with, of course, because he's so crazy. But, you know, they tied our hands, Michael Peters and my hands, and beat it with a knife fight. And I had a rubber chicken at home. And I said to Weird Al, hey, how about if we hold a rubber chicken? And he said, oh, I love that idea. I love that idea. So my friend Juba, who played Michael Peters' part, he and I had a rubber chicken that we were holding while we had this knife fight, you know. It was crazy. It was so much fun on the set. So much fun.
Wow. I mean, did you ever talk about that with Michael?
Just briefly. He just said, oh, I heard you did Eat It. And I said, yeah, did you see it? And he goes, no, but I'm going to watch it. You know, that's all. I never spoke to him about it afterwards. You know? I saw that someone just popped up and wrote that they have my book. And anyway, Sophia, Sophie. Thank you, Sophie. And I hope you enjoy it. You know, it's really from my heart. And I wanted to tell stories about my life and about my times with Michael and other wonderful artists. And mostly I wrote the book because, you know, many people look at me and they think, oh, you had it so easy. Everything worked out great for you and everything just fell into place. And I wanted to really write this book as an inspiration for young artists to realize that, no, it doesn't always happen that way. You have to go through a lot of stuff to get to where you want to be. And you have to really be true to yourself, and you have to be dedicated and focused and not hurt other people to get there, you know, get there by your own merit. And if you're talented and if you believe in yourself and if you work your butt off, there's no reason why
you can do it. Yeah,
absolutely.
Pull it off. Absolutely.
I mean, look at you. You started this how many years ago? What,
5 years ago now?
5 years ago. And look, you know, I mean, you've met everybody in this community. Everybody has such respect for you, Red. And
I really appreciate that.
You know, and it was just a dream you had, and you pursued it and you followed it, and you're a sweet man, and, you know, everybody loves you. So that's what it's about. That's what it's about, you know.
That means a lot, honestly. Thank you so much.
No, it's true. You know, people can make their dreams come true if they really focus and are a good person and work hard at it. And you're an example. I'm an example, you know, and so anyway, thank you, Sophie, for getting my book, and I hope you enjoy it.
Absolutely. Now, reflecting on like all these iconic, kind of like almost catchy pieces of choreography you've created, what do you think makes memorable choreography?
Well, times change, you know. I mean, when I was creating a lot, my choreography was based on narrative. I like to create stories with my movement. I created in a way that choreographers created at that time. And I still create when I don't choreograph that much anymore. I mostly just direct, but which is kind of similar to the way that a song progresses. You have intro, you have a lyrics. I mean, you have a verse, you have a chorus that repeats, and you come and you have a different verse, and then you have a chorus that repeats. And that's kind of the way I used to, when I was creating choreography, that's how I would work. So that you have one specific memorable piece, which is your chorus, and that repeats again and again and again, whether it's Thriller, whether it's Beat It, whether it's Smooth Criminal, The Way You Make Me Feel, whatever it might be, Black or White. I mean, there's so many things. Which is very different than dance now. You know, dance now is a lot more, and I'm not saying it better or worse. I'm just saying I look at choreography now and I see that it's really based a lot on extreme physicality, a lot of physical tricks and prowess, which is important, but everything is one thing after the next, after the next, after the next. Nothing ever repeats itself like it does in a song. You know, you never go back to the same movement, or very rarely do I see choreographers go back and repeat a phrase again and again. So the fun part for me in having created the way I create is it's easy for people to pick up that phrase and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. Whereas if you often just see a big dance piece that doesn't repeat anything. You see some movement here, some movement there, some movement here, some
It's
movement.
like, where do you start with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not saying one's better, one's different. That's just the way that I used to work, you know. And I'm
Yeah.
glad that I did, because it gave a lot of wonderful people out there the opportunity to learn some movement that Michael loved performing as well. So
Yeah, there's so many stories of people like watching Michael on TV and then copying the moves.
exactly. And I still get things from people, whether it's little kids that, you know, sending me little videos of their little kids, 3 and 4 years old, doing, you know, some smooth criminal stuff, or some Beat It stuff, or Thriller things, or, you know, I mean, it's remarkable how the legacy just continues and continues and continues.
Yeah. And so you made like that really interesting transition from dancer choreographer to director. How did your experience as a dancer and choreographer inform your directing style?
Well, the truth is, coming back to directing was actually a full circle for me, because I actually began as an actor and a director. That's what I did first before I started dancing. So I never had any dreams about becoming a dancer. I just was, I started doing dance for exercise. I thought, you know, I had always been in the theater, and I thought, you know, I passed this dance studio every day, and I heard the music playing, and it was ballet. And I thought, I don't know anything about ballet, but maybe I could use a little exercise. So I went in and I took a couple ballet classes, and I really liked it. And basically then started taking some more, and found other teachers. And I was living in Arizona at the time, and they didn't have a lot of teachers. So I would come back and forth to Los Angeles to take some classes. And then I became a dancer, you know, by working hard, and I did that. And from dance, I went into choreography, and I didn't really care about going into choreography. I wanted to go right to being a director again. But in Los Angeles at the time, things have changed. But at the time, it was very difficult to make a move from being a choreographer to being a dancer to being a director. So I thought, okay, next step, let me try to be a choreographer. So I did small things, little things. I did Hot for Teacher for Van Halen, and I did a couple of small videos, and then I got that call from Michael Jackson to come and meet him in the music studio, and I sat down with him, and we were in front of the music board, and he played a little bit of Smooth Criminal for me, and it didn't have any. It wasn't finished. I think the only lyrics were "Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? You've been hit by a smooth criminal." That was it, and. And I asked Mike, I said, so do you want me to dance in this? What do you want me to do? And he said, no, I want you to take this music and let the music talk to you and tell you what it wants to be. And I want you to come up with an idea and let me know what the idea is. And so I did. I listened to it 100 times, I guess. And it told me it wanted to be what I created. So I went back to Mike and I told him, and he loved the idea. And that was how I started really working with him, from being a dancer and an assistant choreographer to being a choreographer with him, and then on to being a director. So, it was a really special time, time.
Did you miss like kind of the feeling of dancing, performing when you're working as a choreographer director?
Well, as a choreographer, you're always dancing anyway. At least I am. I was, you know. The problem now is just my bodies can't do it anymore. You know, I'm older and I have a lot of arthritis, and it's kind of hard for me. So, but you know, as I said, my choreography was based predominantly in storytelling. So as a director, that's what you're also doing. You're storytelling. So that part of it stays the same relatively, you know, but you know, physically I do other things. You know, I have my dog. We have our dog Zucchini, and I walk her every day for at least an hour. And you know, no, I'm very active. I mean, I do 12, 13, 14,000 steps a day, and you know, and I work in the yard, and I do a lot of stuff. And I have a really great project coming up in about a year, little over a year, I think, in Europe, in Germany. I can't really give the name yet, but it's based on a Chinese legend, and it's going to have dancing and martial arts for the first time in theater. And I'm just really, really ecstatic about that. And bringing in some incredible artists from around the world to help put this together. So once again, it's making some magic happen. And, MJ is always in the back of my mind. He's always floating around me. Oh, yeah, there's a little picture of him. See back there? I don't know if you can see way in the back.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That was something else I got in another country where Michael has his little angel wings and he's flying around up there. Oh, yeah, and on my chair. Oh, wait, I'll get you this. This is so cool.
Oh, yeah. Michael's everywhere.
Renee, my husband, found this and had it made for me. This was an artist online, and Renee just copied the print and made this cool. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Is that cool?
Beat
There's
it.
me,
That's
and
nice.
there's Michael Peters, and there's Michael Jackson who beat it.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
That's awesome, yeah.
Yeah, so.
And that was made just for you.
Yeah, well, the artist had drawn it, and Renee found a photo of it online, and he just took the photo and had the pillow made. But
it's incredible.
Yeah, MJ's around me all the time.
Yeah,
I always feel
so
that.
sweet.
I always feel him. I always talk to him, and yeah, he's around. He's around.
Now, I saw an unreleased version of the Blood on the Dance Floor short film, which had like a completely different, like this distinct visual style as well. What's the backstory behind that? I'm curious.
Well, I had, he's still a friend. I just haven't seen him in a long time because he's busy. He's got a family now and all of that. But my friend Ivan Dudinsky, he had danced for me. He had danced in my, he had been one of the characters with the turbans on their head in Will You Be There that I did for the MTV 10th anniversary. Yeah. But he also did a lot of other projects with me too. And he became a cinematographer, and then he became a director. So when I was shooting Blood on the Dance Floor with Conrad Hall as my DP, and Connie was exceptional. I mean, what an amazing man. He won Academy Awards, and the look that he gave was so gorgeous to Blood on the Dance Floor. But I thought, I had pushed the edge a little bit with Michael. I wanted him to be strong and masculine and hot looking. I didn't want him to wear all the buckles and belts and whistles and bells and all of that. I wanted him to look like the guy I knew, this hot man. And so I thought, all right, I want to do a few other crazy things here. I'm not going to have him dance as much as he dances in the other videos. I'm going to have him dance with a woman for the first time, really. I mean, a whole piece with a woman. I had him dance with a girl named Smith Wordies in Smooth Criminal for just a little moment. But, and then I thought, it was the last day we were shooting, and my friend Ivan called me and said, hey, how's it going on the set? And I said, what are you doing right now? He said, nothing. I said, come on over, bring your Super 8 camera. I just want you to shoot this. I don't know what we can do with it, but just come and let's just shoot, So I told Conrad Hall that we were going to do it, and I told Michael we were going to do it. So after I get the takes I needed with Connie, then I would bring Ivan in and I'd say, okay, man, let's shoot this. And that's what we did. And the thing about it was we put it together. I wanted to show it to Sony. I wanted to show it to Michael. I never got to show it to Michael. Sony didn't like it. They wanted the Connie Hall version, and which is fine. It was absolutely a gorgeous, gorgeous version. But there's something about that gritty element of it that really, when you look at it today, it still holds up. It's like
it impacts you in a way.
It's like 26 years ago or something like that. I don't even know how long, but you look at it today and it could be a contemporary piece,
Yeah.
So anyway, and then somebody just wrote me recently, and this made me laugh. They said, oh, I bought some beads from Blood on the Dance Floor. I said, what? He said, yeah, somebody had collected the beads from the bead curtain. And he said, and I have some of them, and I thought, this is crazy, man. I never even thought about things like that. I should have taken the beaded curtains and passed them out to my fans, but anyway, you never think about that stuff when it's happening.
No, I guess.
So that's what we did. We did the second version with that Ivan Dudinsky shot. And I loved it. It's raw, and I don't know. Michael looks kind of savage in it.
It's really edgy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, really edgy. I love it. Yeah.
In the early days, when MTV was kind of like just emerging, the concept of like music videos or short films was completely new. As time went on, did it become increasingly challenging to create like new and innovative short films that hadn't been seen previously?
Challenging is a good word. Because I only would take projects that challenged me, and thank God I had Michael coming to my door a lot and Madonna coming to my door a lot. So it was a time when I was constantly being challenged. And the beautiful thing that, I just wrote a foreword for a friend of mine, Richard Lecoq, who's written another book on Michael Jackson, a beautiful book analyzing every album from the Jacksons all the way through Michael's solo career, talking about them all, and then talking about the time around them, what was going on. And he asked me to write a foreword. And one of the things I mentioned was briefly that, the only thing that Michael ever said to me, Michael never told me what to do. He never told me, I want you to do this. All he ever said to me was, I want you to create something that the world has never seen before by listening to the music and letting the music tell you what it wants to be. And I know I've said that 1,000 times, and probably everybody who's heard me has heard me say that before, but it became my mantra to creating, to being a choreographer, letting the music tell me what it wants to be and do something that the world has never seen before. And nothing more that you can want as an artist. Well, good paycheck, but I got that too. But
it helps.
Yeah, it really always helps, certainly. But I think just as time went on, because of the short films that Michael made and that Madonna made as well, I have to say, and a few other very creative artists, I think it opened the door to being more creative. One thing led to the next, to the next, to the next, where you thought, wow, I could be as insane as I want to be. I can be as crazy as I want to be, as long as it works, and, not to do something for the sake of just doing something new, but something with integrity and power to it, of course,
An intention behind it.
And intention and validity and creativity, So it wasn't just a shock. It was always to do something that came from our hearts, came from our guts, and came from our souls, And it was always a challenge, but it was a kind of challenge that you hope life presents to you, One that's not easy to conquer, but possible to conquer. And you just have to find the way. Yeah.
Yeah, like no limits, just kind of go for it.
Exactly.
Let's go back to Michael for a moment.
Sure.
I'm curious, as to like contacting him, how difficult would it be to get in touch with Michael Jackson? Would it be as easy as, you call him up? Or would he change numbers, and would there be like security or management you have to go through? Like how did that work? Being in touch with such a superstar?
Well, I never had a direct line for Michael. I don't think Michael had a cell phone, to be honest with you.
Right.
Plus it was a time when cell phones didn't even exist. So it was a whole other world, people your age don't even remember that time, but it did exist, And so I never really had a number for him. There wasn't really any one place for me to call him anyway. He was always running around from home to studios to here to there to there. So somebody would usually call me and say, Michael wants to talk to you. Are you going to be around? Blah, blah. And I would say, yeah. And then Michael would call me wherever I was, I rarely called him, he always called me. If I needed him for something, I would call, I don't know, one of the people that was around him, Bill Bray or somebody, and say, hey, Bill, I need to talk to Michael. And he'd say, okay, I'll get him to call you. Then Michael would call me. So, but he always called me when I wanted him to. And then he would call me out of the blue. I would think, I guess he's not going to call me on this project. And then there was the phone call. Hey, Vince, what are you doing? So I guess I'm doing whatever you want me to do, man. He was funny. It was great. Yeah. I also said, in this little foreword about, they wanted me to say something about what it was like to work with him, and I said, well, to work with him, you're sort of admitted into a universe that's filled with amplifiers or speakers where the sound is so loud in the dance studio that the floor is shaking, and you know, and where you create with laser focus, just laser focus, not just, and then turn around and something funny would happen and we would laugh so hard that we'd have to run to the bathroom to pee, you know. And it's that kind of laughter, not just a little bit, but I mean deep in your gut laughter.
Yeah, like you feel it. Yeah.
Oh, it was, you know, it was always special. It was always just special because he was special. And you know, and I was always grateful to have that opportunity, and I think he was always grateful to have the opportunity to play with me too. We had a great
collaboration.
time.
Yeah,
we had a great time together. Yeah.
And so we talked a bit about your book at the start and how it's available in all these different languages now. But am I right in saying it's available as an audiobook now too? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think unfortunately it's not my voice, and that upset me when I signed with a publishing company, and you know, they knew I was an actor. The way that the gentleman who owned the publishing company found out about the book was my co-writer and I had thought about writing it, and we wrote a couple of chapters, and I invited people to come to my home, to about 10 people, very critical people, to come and listen to the chapters and see if they thought it would be worth writing a book. And this one gentleman did, but he didn't have a publishing house at the time. So 2 years later, or 3 years later, maybe, the book was done in French, and he wrote to my co-writer, who was a friend of his, and said, "Hey, did anything ever happen with Vincent's book? Because I can't stop thinking about some of those stories that he told me. You know, I have a publishing company now, and I'm really interested in reading some more, you know." And my friend said, "Well, it just got published in French, but we are interested in doing an English version." So we sent him the text of the book, and he loved it. And that's how that came about. So, yeah, it was a really cool way for it to happen, or kind of organically, you know.
Yeah.
And then I had gone to Spain to speak at Michael Jackson fan club there. And the wonderful people involved wrote me and said, "Hey, we have a publisher here in Spain, Applehead Team. That's where you can buy it in Spanish, appleheadteam.com. And we'd love to do the book in Spanish, you know, and European Spanish." And I was great. So we did it in that way. And now we're playing with, like I said, Javier from the Michael Jackson fan club in Chile. And and we're doing another version now. So it's I don't know, it's all kind of a dream, you know, Red. It's kind of funny. You live your life and you do your things, and the weird part is Michael just seems to be this connecting thread that runs through my life and runs through everything I've done. Somehow in some way he's always part of it, you know, whether it's just in spirit or whether it's because of him I originally connected with some producers in a foreign country, or I did an amazing film, Dancer in the Dark, with Björk years ago, and that happened because Lars von Trier had seen my work with Michael Jackson, and you know, and then I directed the musical Cabaret in Berlin, which is now, this year will be its 21st summer that it's running. And those people also knew me because of my work with Dancer in the Dark. So it's just like
all links.
One thing, he's the link for me to almost everything I've ever done, you know?
Yeah.
So.
And so to finish off, what do you think makes...
I love talking to you. No, go ahead. Finish me off, Fred. Finish me off.
Oh, no. I feel bad now. No, you know, if we could, we'd have you here all day long.
I know. You have some wonderful people coming on, too. Okay, go ahead.
What do you think makes Michael so iconic?
What do I think makes Michael so iconic? Well, I think, first of all, his music. Second of all, his dancing. Third of all, his concern and contribution to heal the world, you know. And I think that, you know, a great deal of it has to do with his eccentricities and how he didn't shy from being eccentric. That if he fell in love with something crazy, like wearing a wrist brace on his arm, he wore it, you know. If he felt like wearing tape that looked like bandages, he did it, you know.
Yeah.
He was just crazy and full of fun, and you never knew what was going to happen next, you know.
Yeah.
I think all of those things, his sweetness, his kindness, his genius, yeah, I don't think there's any one thing. I think it's the amalgam of all of those
Everything combined.
aspects about him that put together created that soul individual that can never be imitated or truly imitated or copied. Michael Jackson. It's funny, you know, I said I went to have a physical. I have a physical every year. I think everybody should. But my doctor had on a mask, you know, and I said, you know, isn't it funny? I said, you know, 20 years ago, we were all laughing at everybody, not me, but everybody was laughing at Michael Jackson because he wore a mask around because he didn't want to get sick, you know. I said, everybody was laughing at him. Everybody was laughing. Now look at this. Here you are. I said, doctor, and I said, COVID's been over for several years now, and yet you and everybody in this office wears a mask. Do you ever stop to think that maybe it was from Michael Jackson and he started laughing so hard? He goes, no, but I'm one of those people who laughed at Michael Jackson when he wore it. Now I look at myself in the mirror with the mask on and I think, So, oh, Red. Thank you so much, man, for inviting me to be on the show. I appreciate it.
Always. No, it's our pleasure, honestly. You're filled with fantastic stories and insight and memories, and yeah, it's our pleasure, honestly. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure, man. And have fun with the rest of my friends that you're going to be speaking to today, and, you know, enjoy and, you know, give them my love, please. And, you know, and again, thanks for inviting me. It really had a nice time. Great. And thanks for putting this day together.
Absolutely. So let's see what people saying in the chat.
Okay.
Lots of love to Vincent, Renee, and Zucchini and Crystal. Thank you, Vincent. I could listen to Vincent's stories all day.
Oh, thanks, Kiwi.
Thank you, Vincent. What else have we got? Let me see. I saw one earlier about Zucchini. I'm trying to find it. Zucchini, the dog that's so cute.
Yeah, Zucchini just got skunked 2 days ago. Not good. We had to take her to the groomers to get a special deskunking thing all over her, and poor little baby.
Bless her.
Got right in the face. She doesn't learn. It's the fourth time. So,
somebody says here, where can I buy the English version of the hardcover book in the USA, please?
Amazon.com.
I believe I have a copy here, actually. There we go.
Yeah.
Icons and Instincts. You can get it now on Amazon.
On Amazon.com.
Thank you so much for being here, Vincent. It's been a pleasure, and I wish you an amazing weekend. Take care.
Thank you. I can't wait to meet you in person someday.
Absolutely, we will. Okay. We will. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. That was so wonderful, wasn't it? That was the iconic Vincent Paterson, and you can get his book, Icons and Instincts, now on Amazon. Let me put that back. There we go. Okay, so what are we saying in the chat here? Thank you, Vincent. Thank you, Vincent. Stay well, Vincent. Lots of love for Vincent Paterson. Okay, let's take a quick look at the schedule today. So, up next, we have an interview with Peggy Wolf. Now, I'm a little hungry, and I do need a break. So I pre-recorded this interview just the other day, so that's going to run for half an hour. And then after that, we'll be back live with Rory Kaplan, Michael Jackson's keyboardist on the Victory and Bad tour. So now, here's an interview with the wonderful Miss Peggy Wolf, and I'll be back live very shortly. If it wants to play. Maybe. Hang tight. You know, it always works when you practice it, but then when it's actually time for the live stream, it decides, yeah, not today. Come on. Is it coming? Let's see. We'll get there. Let's give it a minute. It's taking its time. Is it gonna work? Big Al says I could listen to Vincent all day. I think we all could. Absolutely. Bear with. Let's see. Oh, and the video's gone. Let me remove it and try adding it back. Present video. Okay. Here we go. Let's try this. Stream now is the wonderful, the talented Miss Peggy Wolf. How are you today, Peggy?
Hi, I'm fine. And I'm happy that we can do it today. So the last time it doesn't work, and now it is perfect.
Yeah, we tried back in 2023, wasn't it? But we're here now. We've got it working, so you can show some of your wonderful items this time. Can you introduce yourself, please? Tell us a bit about who you are and how you've been inspired by Michael.
Okay, so my name is Peggy Wolf. I'm honestly the same age like Michael would be now, and I grew up with his music. And I've not been a hard fan my whole life, but I was permanently, so I love the music. And I started in the age when I was 9 years old, and ABC came out, and it was such good music. And so I listened to it, we danced to it, and we follow Michael all the time a little bit, because he was everywhere. He was permanently there in the music scene, and also it was dance music. First thing I would myself, I took something. I'm not an English spoken personally normally. I am born in Berlin, so I'm origin from Germany, and now I live in Austria. So if my language is not 100% perfect and I make some mistakes, so
don't worry at all.
Audience,
No, totally.
Audience should excuse this a little bit.
It's very good.
I can speak German. It's the same. So, my life is funny all the time. I study chemistry and sports, but I never become a teacher. I worked then as a self-employee. I was my own boss in the tool field.
Nice.
I sell tools my whole life, drill bits, mill bits, and also mini machinery for jewelry. So, but sewing, I don't know how to pronounce it, was my hobby my whole life. I started with a sewing machine when in the age, I think, 12. I had dance classes, I have dance groups, and made costumes in different styles my whole life.
Yeah.
And I like something I like. How Michael inspired me, it was very, very funny in the 80s when the military jackets came out. I love the style. I have 4 or 5 in different colors. And then it was the first thing when I went back to Michael. The music is with me the whole life, let's say.
Yeah.
Not such powerful like nowadays. And my heart fandom starts, I think it was 2006, 2007. And was a really, really funny thing. Because I was a teacher for Irish dancing, and a lot of the dance was very, very popular at that time. And I had a really good dance group, and we make shows and also performances around Europe. And one of my best girls was injured, so she couldn't come with us on stage. And we think about what can we do to involve her. And I saw on the internet, on YouTube, a performance where people are sitting on a corner of the stage, sitting and had white gloves and white socks and make clapping moves and very, very synchronized. And I loved that. And I said will be wonderful. And we put something on the top, we make it in a black light. So you see only the socks and the gloves.
Yeah, stands out.
And what's the best song for it? Thriller. So that's it, how it starts again.
Yeah.
In 2006 or 2007, maybe. And then
Right.
I started to learn to watch the videos, to start to move. Then I made a performance on a birthday party, and it's how it starts.
It
And
goes from there.
from that really,
Yeah.
really. Then I am searching for some costumes. I start with a dance group. I offer to teach also some of these steps, make some choreographies. And the first then the hard day came, the 25th of June 2009.
Yeah.
And on that point, a world broke down to me. I have no idea why, but it was so hard and so hard to bear because I never met him. I never have been in a concert because of two reasons. The first one, as a student, I don't have the money for a concert. And the second one, when he was in Berlin, my boy was very, very young, was a baby. So I'm a mother too. I have two boys. One is 28. And one boy is 28 and my daughter is 27. So I have two children too. I'm a mother too. That's how it starts.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So, like, your sort of intense fandom for Michael started in, more recently, in a way. That's really interesting. And so, let's go back to, like, what are your earliest memories of Michael? Is it, like, hearing things like ABC and the Jackson 5 songs?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah,
That's
so you grew up
really-
with Michael.
Yeah. Because in Germany, we had a radio station, and nearly every week was a top 10 of this.
Yeah.
And then with ABC, it started that the Jackson 5 become really popular with his music, and all the time they were in the top 10 in Germany, in Berlin.
There's always a Jackson there. Absolutely.
5 and Jacksons.
Yeah.
So I like the music. Still, I like the music. Still the music. And also, if you watch the performances, they are funny.
Yeah, especially some of the, like, 70s, like, classic Jacksons. Yeah, it's really cool to see.
Nowadays, people are laughing about the costumes, but at that time, it was fashion. The colorful things and the bell-bottom pants. And as more colors as possible. I also had
really vibrant.
Such microphone head. I had this type of hairstyle.
Yeah.
So it was really funny.
Yeah, and like really, it was a really interesting time. And like, it must have been interesting for you growing up with Michael, witnessing how he kind of changed and evolved his style over time.
Of course, definitely. He was a very good dancer from the youth, but the style, he is on the top. Nobody can compare it, nobody can copy it, and nobody will bring it again on stage in that way. Yeah. That's fact. That's definitely
For
fact.
Sure.
He was multi-talented.
Yeah, absolutely. Like every aspect, the dance, the music, the outfits, the like entire persona of Michael Jackson was iconic.
And what me inspired most, I have to say, because I saw all the time what he does for children.
Yeah.
And I never ever had the idea that there is something wrong with that. Never ever. Because I worked my whole life also with children, and I worked together also with men as a teacher, and I never had an idea what people can think about that there's something wrong with the children. Because he was so open, so friendly, so like a child.
Yeah.
Especially when my children were born, I went back to my childhood. We did such a lot of crazy things, and I can't understand this. That a lot of people lost their childhood because they are grown adults and forget everything what they have done. Yeah. And that is also the reason why I try to make every year the Neverland style party. We have water fights, we have water balloons, we have fun. We are really, really crazy.
Yeah.
And everybody should keep it a little bit. Not all the
still
time.
having a bit of fun, even though.
Of course.
Absolutely. No, that makes sense. It's almost like keeping a part of your younger self, you know? Yeah. That's really special.
I think it's not depend on age, let's say. If you keep this craziness, this fun your whole life, you never become old. Your body become older, but your brain doesn't become older.
Not inside. Yeah.
And
and
it's important. It's fun.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's I think it shows as well in like all those photos you see of Michael. But you're probably most known for these replica Michael Jackson sort of costumes you make. What have been your greatest achievements as far as these? What items are you most proud of?
There I have some of them. And for my creations, or for my, let's say, it's not my creations, it's the most pieces are developed and created by Bush and Tompkins, and before it was Bill Witten. And I think there are a lot of them because all of them are unique.
Yeah.
And I try to make something what you can't get anywhere. So unique items, because if you see in the net or on all the shops you can get, you see the quality, and you see also everybody's the same. And let's say if you see a tribute show, mainly you have every song is the same, and they try to use all the most popular songs, but nothing personal. So for me, important is also for the costumes to make some personal items, what he wore. For example, the shirt I wear, it is in the early years. And I like it very much because I wear this stuff also in privacy. And it's unique. His style is absolutely unique.
Yeah.
Very proud of one piece I have some different. The first one is this one.
Wow.
What he wore at the charity show for the victims of 9/11. This jacket, it's covered with crystals.
It's gorgeous.
And it's a lot of meaning in it, because also Bush told me there are the stars, 11 stars for starting the United States, for example. Then the eagle has 11 mirrors in.
Wow, that's so impressive.
That's what this one, and it's very rare to see what's on the back of this jacket, because if you see the show mainly, you have him in front. When he doesn't turn around.
You don't get that view.
And this jacket is covered. I used 25,000 crystals.
25,000.
25,000 crystals.
Wow. How long did that take?
It's about, let's say, because you can't work permanently on it. I have a job too and a household for children. Half a year.
Wow.
This is one of them. And what I also try to bring the accessories was what Michael wore to it. It's everything a little top on it. He has a necklace on it. Most of the people don't realize it.
Yeah.
Then there's a belt. There's a double sling belt, also covered with Swarovski crystals. And my personal thing on it. Normally he has written on this jacket, "In God We Trust." And for myself, it's more important to keep the face.
Right.
So that's my personal thing.
Your own touch on it, That's nice. So that's incredible.
It's a little extra. Also, when I make costumes, for me, my personal spleen is a special type of lining. The color is always the same, like the original, but in every lining is a little pattern, a paisley, a dot, or something like that.
Yeah. So you've kind of developed your own style while making Michael's items.
And another one was what I like very much. It's really one of my favorites. It's a Legend Award jacket. Covered with
iconic one.
It's really iconic. It's really covered with the whole thing with buckle beads. Each bead and each pearl is sewn by hand. So
Every
it
single
takes
one.
half fun.
Every single one.
Every single one. And also you have a pattern on the back. There's a whole fabric is covered with buckle beads.
Wow. I don't know what to say.
I like it. And for people, it's the next point I will show a little bit more. People love jackets, but they don't want to wear it sometimes. So
Yeah.
for them, I developed my pillow line.
Yeah, I have two myself.
Yes, I know. And I make, you can nearly copy any jacket as a pillow. So you can join it, you can hug it, you can have it, and it's not absolutely necessary that you wear it.
Yeah.
So if people like it, I make something like that too. So that's also one thing. It's not only about the costumes. You can get a lot of merchandise from Michael. And what I don't like, it would be much easier and it would be also not more expensive to make it in a good quality.
Yeah.
If you see something, then you wash the shirt, the rhinestones coming off, and it's not necessary. Why? Make it in a good quality. People will love it and people will buy it.
Yeah, do a good job of it. Yeah.
Yes. But it's a lot of things. Sadly, it's only about money. And
Yeah.
I have something more what I would want to show, for example, from the earlier years.
Yeah.
From the Victory Tour.
Okay.
I
remember that one. Yeah.
It's a shirt from the Victory Tour. And the hardest job I'm working still on is the jacket on that, because it's covered with hand-sewn crystals.
Wow.
So I've half of the job done, but it takes,
Yeah.
I think I will hardly
It'll take a while. Yeah.
It will take a while, definitely.
But yeah, like you were saying, you can't get like jackets this good quality from like anywhere else.
I think one lady is very good also in the crystal job with gloves and something like that. Is Julie Bill. She makes also amazing stuff, and she works mainly with crystals. If you need a great glove, ask her.
Ask her.
It's very top quality.
Yeah.
What she needs.
Yeah, but like your jackets are there's so much attention to detail there, isn't there? Like you can't. That's not like what you'd get from some factory or like any other Michael Jackson jacket website, you know?
No, that's right.
Yeah.
But also, sometimes it's really a treasure hunt, because a lot of the accessories are coming from the 80s and it's not available anymore. And sometimes it takes weeks to find it. And last year, I think in October, before October, I got a treasure I hunt for years. It's the original brooch for the Blood of the Dance Floor jacket.
Wow. So that's like exact replica, the same type of one that Michael would have had.
Yeah. And
Wow.
also the Eagles. They are especially
I see.
made.
Yeah.
So, and it's not
That's so cool.
Sometimes it's really, it's not cheap, let's say.
No.
But it's
I can imagine.
But it's for me important to make it as original as possible.
Yeah.
But somehow, when I do something, I try to find first the accessories, and then I start with the job.
Yeah, and if that's what you love, I mean, yeah, that's incredible. Do you have like any favorite jackets or favorite pillows, like ones that have like a special meaning to you?
I love them all.
Yeah, like you can't pick a favorite child, you know? It's the same thing.
Not really. It's depend on the mood. It's depend on the weather, because I wear these clothes every day. So if it's hot, I don't wear a woolen jacket, for example.
Yeah.
Then I choose a shirt or a light stuff like that.
Yeah. And you also make some other items as well, like jumpers and your Michael Jackson Mickey Mice. Do you have any of them with you?
Yes, of course. Also for fans, I know there are some dolls you can bought in the earlier years. There were a merchandise, but I prefer to combine Mickey Mouse with Michael Jackson.
It's fantastic.
And until now, I made different styles. Today I have only two: the Smooth Criminal and the Billie Jean. But you can get it also. I made the historic teaser, the Beat It, then Thriller in two versions. It's a collector pieces, because for each item I made for somebody, they get a certificate, a numbered certificate, and also a date when it's made.
Yeah. So it's kind of more personal then as well, isn't it?
Of course, of
Yeah.
course.
And they're
You
so
can see
unique.
and for that, I have a great luck with my name, Peggy Wolf. You know, this sign, you know.
Yeah.
It's Michael Jackson.
The Michael
It's
Jackson.
a logo.
Genius. I mean,
So,
I don't know what to say. Yeah. I
so,
mean, saved you making your own logo. There you go.
yeah, I have my
Just
logo, yes.
convenient. Turn it around.
This one?
So you can have both Michael Jackson and Peggy Wolf then, just like depending on your mood. Turn it around.
That's it.
There you go. So you also run an annual Michael Jackson event in Graz, Austria. What's the itinerary for this year and when is it? How can people get their tickets?
So we make this event now since 13 years, and it developed really, really, really good. And the main kick we got to make it in that way was an event somewhere else, because my friends and me, we visited events and tribute concerts and tribute shows and parties around, let's say, nearly around the world.
Yeah.
And one point we were in Germany, and it was a party. It was one day, and we drove from Graz 1,100 kilometers. It's a long distance.
Yeah.
And it was only one afternoon, and then we went back. So we had nearly 3 days to be on a road and for one party. And then we decided here in Graz that we will do it a 3-day event. Means that you stay here and you have 3 days full program. And let me short explain the reason why
Absolutely.
we made this event. Michael made events also for children with health, not a good health. It's a Thrill the World, you know it, is a flash mob around the world. And the result, they will collect the donations, and the result is for children's projects. That is how we start. And I have a special connection to the children's cancer department here in Graz in the hospital. The reason is because my boy, when he was 5 years old, he was very, very ill, and he was there. And so for my heart is with the children there. And this is for me the reason to make this event. And
it's such a good cause.
It's a charity event, and I think it's to continue Michael's legacy.
Yeah.
To make this. So our event is this year directly on Thrill the World from the 24th until the 26th. Okay. And we have some special things. On the 24th, we have a show, and the cast is from 5 nations.
Okay.
And we included a music school here from Graz. They have a choir and they have a band and dancers too. So it is full event. And also we decided in our tickets that everything will be included. I think you know it also from other events which you have visited. To buy a ticket, then you are hungry. You have to run away to get some food.
Right,
and
yeah.
You are thirsty, and
the
you stand
up.
a long line and wait for a drink. So in our events is everything included. Means At the show is a dinner buffet, and the drinks are on the table, or you can pick it up wherever you like. Then we have Thrill the World. In the evening this year, we make a Neverland style Halloween party.
That sounds fun.
The most horrifying costume got a film will be how can we say it's a winner. So
right, yeah. There you go.
On Sunday we have every year a brunch with a theme, and this year is it MJ Air. Michael's on the This Is It show. The final leaving the stage was in an airplane. If you can remember on the movies, This Is It. He's I don't hear you now. Where are you?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
wasn't
there
it like
we
a
go.
big screen with an airplane?
Yeah,
That Michael, yeah,
definitely. And
I
we
remember.
step on the gangway and go away. So
Right.
for our Sunday brunch, we have the breakfast in the Senator's Lounge, as a VIP lounge, and then we are boarding an airplane. First, an Ilyushin, a real airplane, and we are welcome in the cockpit. And after that, we have a shooting in a Boeing 727, and not in a
Wow.
virtual, in a real one.
A real
So
one.
this year it will be very, very, very special.
Yeah, that's very
And
ambitious. It sounds like a lot of fun.
it will be. And
Yeah.
for our guests who will sleep in the hotel, we have also a VIP transport in a stretch limousine.
Wow. So you're getting like the first class treatment, aren't you? If you come to
Yes.
the event. Very
Yes.
much so.
So
That sounds like a
what
lot of fun.
What is included? We have the tickets. You can find it at our homepage. I'd say the homepage really now. With two nights in a hotel, we have a 4-star hotel in the city center, so you can walk. If you have time off, you can walk and discover Graz.
Yeah.
Then we have the show with the full show through the world, the Neverland party, and the brunch. So,
Amazing.
and
Yeah.
if you want to stay longer. And now we have until the 16th of March early bird tickets, and it's about 200. Let me check. I think 238 euro, everything included.
For everything. Okay.
For
And where can
everything.
people get the tickets? Do you have a website?
We have a website. Yes, it's dancing-dangerous.at, like Austria.
Perfect. Okay, I'll put that on the screen and I'll put it in the description so everybody can go check it out, learn more
Yes.
about the event, and if they'd like to buy tickets, they can do so there. Perfect. So,
we have really a lot of fun over the last years. It
yeah.
will be great.
Yeah, I attended in, I think it was 2022, and it was a lot of fun. I can't recommend the event more, so
Yeah.
absolutely, and it's for a great cause. So, yeah, it's fantastic.
So we try to get every time also different locations.
Yeah.
And another thing I will say, people a lot of times ask me why I'm dressed up like that. It's not because I want to be Michael Jackson. It's an honor for me to keep his legacy alive. And I made over the years the experience. People come to me and we start chatting about Michael. And a lot of people didn't know a lot of things. And they know only the thing what is in the media. So we get a conversation. I can clarify a lot of things. And I never, ever, around the world, I had bad experiences in that. It's the opposite.
Right.
If I go, for example, to South Africa, little children, they never heard about Michael, know who he is. And they are talking with me, and it's really, really nice.
Yeah,
And so we can continue all the legacy he gave us, and the love and the peace.
absolutely. Well, Peggy, I really, really admire what you do and all your work for charity. So thank you so much for coming on here today. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you too for inviting me.
There we go. So head to www.dancing-dangerous, was it .at, yeah?
.at, yes.
.at. Head there and you can get tickets for Peggy's event in October.
Definitely. And if there are questions, write me a message.
Do you have social media?
Yes, I have social media. I am on Facebook with Peggy MJ Wolf after my other account was deleted. And for me, it's important to keep my own name. I am not some Jackson or some Michael or something like that. I'm Peggy, like
There
always.
you go. Yeah, absolutely. That shows your own style.
On Instagram, Peggy Wolf, and 3 times the 777.
777.
That's
A
me.
lucky number. Perfect.
And
Well, thank you
also-
so much. Yeah,
And
go ahead.
also, if people are interested in a costume, they can contact me. I make everything customized. And the last thing you asked me if I have own things too.
Yeah,
Own style. Yes, I
Yes.
have. I would show two things.
absolutely.
Inspired by Michael, I was invited to a wedding, and the dress code was the color mint. So I made the Ghost Premier jacket in mint.
Oh, wow. That's really interesting. Yeah, that's nice.
So
Wow, it goes together really nicely.
So to keep his style, and I ride a motorbike and can't get the motorbike jacket in the color. My BMW is turquoise, so I made a motorbike jacket in turquoise.
Yeah, it's like the badge jacket, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
Wow, that's so fun.
So it's like Michael inspired me. Also
Yeah.
style.
It's so cool to see how Michael's sort of had that influence on your sort of creative style, but you've still sort of retained like who Peggy is and what your style is. That's really, really nice.
Good.
Thank you so much for coming, and I'll keep in touch. And don't forget to book your tickets for Peggy's event now. Thanks,
Come
Peggy.
on. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Have a nice day.
And there you have it. That was a lovely interview with Miss Peggy Wolf. Okay, here we go. Can everybody see me and hear me? Can you type yes in the chat if everything's looking good? I've had a break, I've fueled up, and we're ready to go. So, we've got regards from Poland to Peggy. Wow. Okay. So up next on the schedule is an interview with the wonderful Rory Kaplan. Rory was Michael Jackson's keyboardist on the Victory Tour and the Bad Tour. So we're just waiting on Rory to arrive, but in the meantime, let's take a quick moment to thank the sponsor of this video, Michael Jackson Market. Before we continue with the interview, let's take a quick break to thank the sponsor of this video, Michael Jackson Market. Michael Jackson Market are a business created by passionate fans who believe that you should have access to the best quality Michael Jackson memorabilia items at a great price. They provide you with the opportunity to get unique Michael Jackson memorabilia items really, really easily. You can go to their website www.michaeljacksonmarket.com to browse their countless items and even get your hands on one of their Michael Jackson subscription boxes, which are packed with fun items. Each box comes with a custom t-shirt and 7 or 8 other items. So whether it's Michael Jackson Funko Pops, books, cups, chocolate, mini basketballs, gym bags, tote bags, washcloths, stickers, lanyards, pins, t-shirts, or even a keychain of Bubbles the Chimp, don't forget to head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com and use code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items above $50. Again, that's code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items over $50. Thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring Red Jackson Dance for 2025. And there you have it. Thank you to MJ Market for sponsoring this live stream. Rory hasn't quite arrived yet. So in the meantime, if you guys have any questions about the live stream or about the channel, fire them in the comment section below and we'll have a chat. We'll chill out. We'll chill. Pixie Dust says, I've seen all your YouTube videos. You're awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That means a lot. It's we're doing the live stream now because it's 5 years of the channel, and so I mean I really appreciate that. It's been a lot of fun, and hoping to keep going with it. We've got I've got kind of like a plan of people I'd like to interview, and so we're still going strong. Here's to another 5 years. Chris says, do you have any exciting interviews lined up? Yeah, later on, if we take a look at the schedule, after Rory, we've got Manny, who is Michael Jackson's chef, and then after that is Franz Harary. Now, Franz Harary was Michael Jackson's Illusions designer. But today we're just going to show 15 minutes of that pre-recorded interview, and the rest of it will premiere sometime soon. I'm not quite sure when, but probably next month. So we're going to get like a sneak peek preview at it today, and then the rest of it will upload soon. So that's going to be a fun one. And then I have another interview on Tuesday that will probably upload next month. I'm not going to announce who that is just yet, but that will come soon enough. That's a really fun one. and it's going to be about a project Michael Jackson worked on that we don't know much about. I'm gonna leave it at that. That's all I'm gonna say. It's gonna be an interesting one, and we're gonna discover some new information, hopefully, about something we really don't know that much about. So, that'd be fun. Okay, let me come back on. There we go. Dwayne says, good job. Thank you, Peggy. Thanks so much for joining. Starlight said, what first got you interested in Michael Jackson? So that was a tribute show called Thriller Live. It was on the West End and then it toured a little bit. And my parents wanted to go. I didn't. But I ended up going anyway. And I was like, I don't want to go. And then I saw these people dancing to Michael's music and I just thought, how can people move like that? And that's what started it. So I went to find out about Michael Jackson online, and then 3 years after that, in 2020, I started the channel during the lockdown, and now we're here. Buffy says, I came from MJFanGirl. Yeah, she's going to be joining later at, let's see, 9:30 p.m. Her and Trish from the I Love the Jackson Family channel are going to be joining. So, that'll be a lot of fun. We'll be talking a bit about what it's like to be a Michael Jackson fan, like in the online community and running YouTube channels. It's going to be an interesting one. You're going to give us all an MJ Love Fest overdose. Sending my best wishes. Thank you, Andrea. Favorite MJ jacket? Oh, you've got me here. I like the come together look. That's a fun one. I'll go with that one for today. Yeah, I don't know. Billie Jean's iconic when you've just got that spotlight on him, right? I like that one too. Okay, Rory isn't here just yet, but after Rory on the schedule, we have Marnie. And so I'm going to find out if perhaps Marnie can join. And hopefully we'll start his early then. And if we hear from Rory, that's great. If not, we'll just carry on with Marnie. And that will take us up to... what time is that? 8 o'clock. And that's where we'll have the 15-minute interview with Franz Harary. And after that, we've got Stephen Whitsitt, who was Michael Jackson's personal photographer for several years. Okay. And there we go. What's everybody else saying? I was 6 years old when the Thriller short film came out. It's one of my most vivid music memories and one of my earliest. Yeah, totally. Saw Thriller live in the West End, yeah. Loving the stream. Thank you. Favorite era? It depends. I like a bit of everything, you know. I like the energy of like the Bad tour a lot. Thriller, Bad, Dangerous. You know, I love it all. It's not one thing in particular. The Come Together one, yeah, it's great, isn't it? Absolutely. Perfect. Yeah, so I have an upcoming interview. I'm doing it Tuesday, and feel free to put guesses for who it is. They haven't done that many interviews, mainly about Michael, and so yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's something we just don't know that much about. It was a project that we never saw happen, but they rehearsed for it. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. It's interesting to hear what could have been. What else have we got here? 6 years old, saw the Thriller VHS and got scared of MJ. Fair enough. I've been to every live concert that was performed in the USA, from Jackson 5 to Bad. Every single one? Wow. Okay, I mean, that's commitment as a fan. Yeah. Wow. Would be amazing for all, if possible, to be in London for the premiere of Michael. I wish. I mean, if I had my way, I'd be like doing interviews on the red carpet, right? Red on the red carpet. But, you know, we'll see. No, I would love to. yeah, I'm very excited for the biopic. And actually, later on today, we have Darrell Silver Hughes joining, who plays Kevin Dorsey in the upcoming biopic. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We can't talk too much about the biopic because we can't reveal any spoilers, but we are going to mention it for sure. We are going to talk a little bit about it, just a touch, and learn more about Darrell and his experience. Okay, what else have we got here? Did you see MJ the Musical? I did. I saw it in London. Mars Foster wasn't there that day. It was Kieran Allen. And it was really good. It was amazing. If the biopic is gonna be to that level, it'll be good. First saw MJ in 1986 on VHS thriller short film. Nice. Okay, so what time is it now? It's 7:15 now. So up next then, after Rory, will be Niall. And he was Michael Jackson's personal chef for several years. Here's some photos. There he is with Michael. And again. And a couple more. So cool to see these. Oh, Manny says Rory thought he was at 11:30. Oh, okay. That makes sense. No, that's all good. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so we'll have, perhaps we'll have Manny and Rory on at the same time, so that'll be fun. And then here we've got some photos of Rory. He was Michael's keyboardist. There he is on the Victory Tour. Bad tour. Then on Victory once again. And there we go. Thanks for your text, Manny. Yeah, we'll give it a couple minutes, see if Rory gets here, and if not, yeah, we'll bring you on. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We've still got plenty of the guests joining today. Tried to get a bit of everything, like all the different eras. Like we've got Franz Harary coming up later. He met Michael, I think it was 84. And then later on we got people like Stephen Whitsitt, who met Michael in the mid-90s. Pixie Dust said, I really don't remember the first tour of Jackson 5 except for my older sister screaming. Fair enough, the Michael, the Jackson mania sounds like a lot of fun. Manny says there's trouble with the link. Okay, you could try on a different device maybe, like on a phone or a computer, because we had some issues earlier, but that fixed it, so... Yeah, let's try that, and I'll see what I can do if not. Thank you, Red, for this. So fun to hear all the stories. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you joining. Like, we've got 64 people right now, and I know a lot of you have been sharing this on social media, Twitter, Instagram, and the like, and that's really, really appreciated. It means a lot. Chris asks, how do you end up making friends with all these people connected to MJ? How do I say? Well, I started the channel 5 years ago, and it's not... It was kind of a thing of, like, reaching out, this is who I am, and go from there. And I've just had the pleasure of... Everybody's been really nice. It's been an honour to talk to everybody, and conduct these interviews with them, have them on the channel, and... many of them have kept in touch with, and just, bring them back on every now and then, and it's a lot of fun, and it's a pleasure for me. MJJTV says hi. Okay. Now, I don't think Rory's arrived yet, but if she joins, we'll bring him straight on. In the meantime, Niall, Michael Jackson's personal chef for several years, is here in the studio with us right now. So... please give a very, very, very warm welcome to the wonderful Manny. Hello, how are you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
I hear you. Am I all good?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, you actually got my name pretty well. It's Monty Niall.
Okay.
Like,
Monty
my
Niall.
last name's like the name Niall. It's usually a first name in Ireland, but you did good. Most people call me Manny Niall. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm kind of that.
Good to meet
I'll
you.
work on it.
I think,
nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming
Rory's
on.
having trouble. I had to take the link and switch it from Safari to Chrome, so maybe the link wasn't working for him, and maybe he got the time wrong. I'd love it if he came on when I'm still on, and we can talk about victory tour stories and MJFanGirl fans Barcelona.
I mean, yeah, you were going to be, was it 11:30 till 12?
Yeah.
So are you good to go till 12?
I'm good. Hey, I'm wearing my off the wall T-shirt.
Nice. I like it.
Jacket from
awesome.
Tour.
Very fitting.
So I'm in the mood, and I thought I could put a secret background image, but I'm not familiar with this platform, so you're just seeing my house.
Well, we've got some here as well. Let me bring them up. There we go. That's you with Michael.
Yeah.
In the 80s.
Yep.
And a few more. You're out with Michael somewhere there, aren't you?
I love the horseback riding photo. It's my favorite.
What's the history behind that?
So we were on tour. We were on the Victory Tour, and after the Denver shows, the Victory Tour only had shows Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So there were always like 4 or 5 days in the week to just hang out and kill and have fun. Yeah. So Michael took us up to Caribou Ranch, which is a famous recording studio. The album Caribou, Elton John. I mean, everybody recorded there, from 70s rockers to, Amy Grant to, I think even U2 was there. I mean, all the, the Eagles, just all, the guy that founded it was the producer of Chicago. So beautiful, beautiful ranch. Okay. And it was so fun because we had freedom. Michael could ride horses, ride ATVs. It was remote. It was very much out in the middle of the wilderness. And I got to cook for him, but they had an on-site chef who was cooking for us. So it was crazy and fun.
Yeah. And what else have we got? Let's see. We've got these here. Is that from like a newspaper or something?
Yeah, this was from the trip in 1985 to England, which was my first time to England. This is walking through Heathrow.
Nice. Okay. And then, is that a theme park or something?
Yeah, Disney World Electric Parade, which happens every night.
Wow. Okay. See,
nieces and nephews and his sister-in-laws in front of him.
Right. So you and Michael, you were out and about a lot. It wasn't just.
Red, it kind of blows me away. Michael was just super generous that way. Yeah. I don't want to blow a story if we get Rory online with us, but he took us both to the same event. Michael I think he liked having people around. And, tours are intense. Like, it's very 24/7. He doesn't have a lot of freedom to go outside the hotel. So whenever he was planning fun things, he would include me and his photographer and his assistant and his manager. I think he just liked having a lot of people around to, alleviate the boredom of a tour.
Yeah. Okay. That's really interesting because I imagine a lot of other celebrities wouldn't be like that at all.
I have a hunch you're right. I realize I was very fortunate, very lucky. Yeah. But
how did you? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say a very good friend of mine was his chef after me, and he continued to include her in a lot of side trips. But over the years, he got more insular in his personal life, even on the road with his entourage.
Right. So you were kind of there, like, just at the right time.
Well, she and I spent a week at Disney World with Michael, summer of 1985, and that was just
wow.
It was so much fun.
A week.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you get to skip all the lines and everything?
Oh yeah, of course. They snuck him right on at the front. People usually didn't see him until we were getting off the rides, and then they'd freak out and they'd start running, and then they'd tuck us behind, the back alleys of Disneyland and Disney World. So yeah,
it's crazy. But
yeah.
Let's go back to the beginning then. How did you first start working with Michael and kind of gain his trust, entering that like inner circle then?
Sure. So I worked at a vegetarian restaurant in kind of on the edge of Hollywood, 3rd and Fairfax, for those that know Los Angeles. And Michael was a vegetarian the whole era that I knew him. In fact, he'd been a vegetarian for a couple of years. He wasn't later in his life, but he was for quite a number of years. And as close as I can find out, his bookkeeper's wife told him about our restaurant, the Golden Temple, and he started eating there, and he loved the food. You probably noticed I was wearing a turban, and I just want to say real quick, the spiritual group I was a part of was ever so slightly based on Sikhism. The founder was an Indian Sikh, but it wasn't Sikhism per se, as the religion we know from India, a lot of Sikhs in England. I just want to say right here, because I get a lot of feedback online, I have tremendous respect for the Sikh religion. The particular group I was involved in was founded by a man named Yogi Bhajan. It involved yoga, vegetarianism, wearing white clothing, living communally. Those are not at all a part of Sikhism. So I just want to put that out there. Separate thing, but I was involved with that. I called it an alternative religion at the time. I look at it back now as a cult, but I'll tell you one thing, we could cook. We had great food. And I really tracked down the history of the smoky New Mexican red chili enchilada sauce, because that's what Michael loved. Yeah. And he would call in when he was at Westlake Studios with Quincy working on Thriller and ask us to deliver food. Now, we didn't deliver. This was not the DoorDash era, right? There was no food.
But if Michael Jackson calls...
You know, the manager was smart enough, and I will always be grateful to the manager of our restaurant. She said, you know, I think this falls under catering, and we were developing a catering department. So I delivered food, and I will tell you, I don't even remember the first time I went over there. I kind of had my head in the clouds. I was doing this spiritual thing. We had, you know, Lily Tomlin and Demi Moore and Mariel Hemingway and Milton Berle and Bob Dylan. We had all these famous people coming in the restaurant, Sidney Poitier. It was amusing, but I wasn't in Hollywood because of the entertainment industry. It wasn't really until Michael started calling me by name and asking for me. And then, of course, asking me to cook for him and Paul McCartney when they recorded The Girl Is Mine. Michael had this ability. I mean, and Rory's going to tell you about that. He had this ability to tune into people. And one day he called in an order and he asked for me. And he was just placing a to-go order, right? And I said, oh, yeah, blah, 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 I'll have it ready. And he goes, were you cooking yesterday? And I said, no, it was my day off. And he goes, I knew it. And he goes, it didn't have the same touch.
That's a compliment. That's a compliment.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. It was a slow process almost.
It grew from that, delivering food to the studio, feeding Paul McCartney, going to the photo shoots for the Thriller album, because there were two. There was a discarded photo shoot that never saw the light of day, the one at the Helms Bakery building, which they ended up using. So yeah, once you're in Michael's orbit, for me, I have a good memory anyway, but man, I remember everything. That's why I've been working on a memoir for quite some time. So
that'll be amazing for sure. Now, Rory just joined, so everybody, please give a very warm welcome to the wonderful Michael Jackson's keyboardist, Rory Kaplan, and an amazing artist in himself.
Manny and Red.
Here we go. Let me see. We can't see you. Hold on. There we go.
Okay.
Hi, Rory. How are you doing?
Hi, Red.
So good to see you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I had a problem with software, so I went to my iPad instead of the laptop. It worked better.
Oh, don't worry about it. Absolutely. It's so cool to have both of you on at once now, because you're both on the Victory Tour together, right?
Yep.
And Rory has a better backdrop than I do.
Wasn't that the signed poster you said last time?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome. Such a cool cool sort of souvenir to have there.
It was a quick thing. It was like I said, we were finishing a show in Milton Keynes. It was the second to last show in Europe, and this guy was selling posters on the way as our bus was leaving the gig, and he goes, I gotta get rid of him 50 pence, and I went, 50 pence? It's like nothing. So I gave him the thing, and I had our keyboard techs put this in the trunk of the keyboards to keep it from getting smashed and everything. Yeah. And towards the end of the tour, I just had everybody sign it one of the last days of the show.
Wow. I mean,
so just lucky. I believe me, I don't think of those things. It just happened to happen.
So now, you were both on the Victory Tour together. And I think I saw online, didn't you reconnect at an event somewhere in Spain recently?
We did. Tony and Anna Sanchez, they put together, I guess, annual events for Michael. Anyone who's really like been supportive and around Michael and all that. And I don't do a lot of these. I don't think Manny does either, unless it's really sincere and people love to cash in on Michael. We've seen it.
Oh yeah.
So when you get people that are just really sincere about it, it's a different vibe. And the Michael we knew and I know from my experience was just an incredible guy. So when Tony reached out, there's a guy named Bryce Nazar who I think connected us, and Manny and I flew out there last April, I believe it was, and we each did our own little seminar, and there was a nice group of people, and they were just huge fans of Michael. So, it's a weird legacy, because here we are 41 years later.
Yeah.
And it still feels like it was yesterday. And
Right.
Tony and Anna over there were just as wonderful as could be, treated us like gold. And, we had a great time. And if they invite us back, I'm going.
Yeah. They're actually, I think Tony's over here in the chat.
Yeah, I was about to say
I can't
Tony's
comment on
here.
chat. I'm not connected to your chat somehow.
Right.
It's asking me to go through a whole process. So I just want to shout out to Tony and Anna.
Yeah, he says, thanks for this. Lavelle, Rory, Whitsitt, and many were our guests at MJ Day Barcelona. Great guys and great memories. There we go.
There you go.
They pulled a fast one on Rory. Rory's a professional with the keyboard and instrumentation. I mean, that's how he got the Victory Tour gig, because he knew way more of these new emerging technologies. So I'm gonna, Tony and Anna had, a typical keyboard, not something Rory was used to, and Rory knocked out the songs that he probably hasn't played for decades, and we were enthralled.
It was scary. Like I could play in front of 80,000 people and not shed a drop of sweat, because I'm comfortable in that zone. Because the truth is, that attention was on Michael.
Right.
Not many people, maybe a 10-year-old kid who was interested in keyboards went, "Ooh, look," but everybody else was on Michael. So I had no pressure other than to play what we rehearsed.
Yeah.
When there's an intimate group of like 15, 20, 30 people, and all eyes are on you.
Yeah.
You feel it.
And I'm not Greg Fillinganes. Greg is my hero. He's God bless Greg. He's just my hero. And, Greg can shut his eyes, have a conversation going with 5 other people, and play Rachmaninoff like no one, it's like, it's just ridiculous. But in this case, Tony brought a Nord. It wasn't a Stage 88 that I'm used to. It was a smaller one. And I didn't have the sounds I wanted, but I had a piano sound. So I attempted to play She's Out of My Life, made a couple of mistakes, and then I think with Human Nature. And I wasn't prepared. Normally if I would have known, I would have practiced a little bit before I left to Barcelona, but it was still fun. It has been decades. So,
is it like muscle memory? Is it like ingrained in you?
A little bit of it, yeah. Like playing the main riff on Human Nature is muscle memory, and it's the da 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 da. That's all easy and stuff. But it's just the arrangement in the head, and just trying to remember it. It's kind of, once you rehearsed it with the band, you were on autopilot.
Yeah.
But when you haven't played it in 30-something years, and then all of a sudden the spotlight's on you to play it right, you're like, wait, I didn't rehearse this, and I'm one of those guys that doesn't do any gigs without really, strong rehearsal. So, but it was fun. I mean, people liked it. It meant something to them, so it made me feel good. So
I took videos, Rory.
Oh boy.
So we were like, you better not mess it up.
No pressure at all.
This is what it kind of makes that, like, She's Out of My Life thing really scary, and that's why when I was on the Victory tour, I did the strings for that song. I didn't play the main keyboard. Pat Leonard did. And on the Bad tour, it was Greg playing the piano on that. So I did all the strings and all that. Well, during rehearsal, Greg had to go in for a minor surgery, and he was going to be out that day. And Michael still wanted to rehearse. And I'm like, wow, without our musical director, okay. So I could get us through a lot of the stuff, but we came to She's Out of My Life, and I never played it before.
Yeah.
So it was one of those things where Michael goes, come on, Rory, you can do it. And I was like, I was like, I just never played it. So I didn't have it in my head, like, to voice it right. So,
yeah.
But I knew the da, 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 So I started single note like that. And the whole band are looking at me, and Michael turns around and said, sounds like the Gong Show, which was
you guys
know what the Gong Show was. It was just an amateur show where people tried to show their craft of nonsense, basically. Right. And they would get a gong to vote them off the stage because they were so bad. And when Michael said that, I thought, there's two things that just happened. Total embarrassment. But as a professional, I thought, I should know this.
Yeah.
So I went to Greg after that happened, told him, what was going on. Greg taught me every song on piano, just so if anything ever happened, I was prepared. And I was never going to be in that position again. Yeah. So it was a good professional lesson, But, going back to the Victory Tour, Manny and I got to go see Doug Henning, the Magician, together. Michael wanted to go see him at the Fox Theater in Atlanta. So Michael grabbed, I think, Miko and Manny and myself.
Miko Brando, yeah.
And the other Brazilian woman cook that was with us.
Remy Villarreal. Yeah.
She was with us.
She was cooking for his brothers.
And I think Chucky and probably Bill.
Yeah.
And we went to this beautiful theater in Atlanta, the Fox Theater. And it was just a great magic show. We went backstage afterwards. And I remember the handlers had this Black Panther and a white Bengal tiger. And the Black Panther was sitting in front of me, and Michael was next to me at first. And Michael grabbed my shoulders and put me in front of him because he wasn't comfortable with the Panther that close to him. Like I was going to be the bait.
You were more expendable.
Yeah, I was. And I was a little nervous. That thing, you looked at it in the eyes, and this thing was like all muscle. So I backed out eventually, but that was a fun evening. That was the kind of, and even on the Victory Tour, there's some other things Michael did that people didn't know. Like one Sunday he called me up and said, what are you doing? And it was in Atlanta. Actually, it was in Atlanta. It was another day. I said, hanging out, and he goes, all right, come over. So his hotel was just up the block. And I think he was at the Four Seasons, and we were at the Peachtree. And we got in a van, and we went to Skid Row, and Michael was handing out $20 bills and asking these guys to buy shoes, and he would interview them. You're not doing drugs, are you? You're not doing this, that. And he would have a real conversation. They didn't know who he was, which was great.
Interesting.
And so he was helping them, giving them $20 to go this, or $80 to buy some shoes, and and then the other thing that has been really kept quiet, and it's really something, Manny and I talked about this. He used to go to children's hospitals during the week, because we'd only play weekends. So it'd be like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But so we had like 4 or 5 days off in between shows. And he would go to children's hospital and find out who were the terminal ill children who had cancer, leukemia, whatever they had. And he would pay, and it would cost about $100,000 a week to get all the medical transport, bring their family. And at the end of the show, he'd bring all these kids up on stage to dance with him, or if they're in the wheelchairs, the parents would roll them around the stage with Michael and would do like a chain and follow them everywhere. And these kids were lit up. Like they couldn't be happier. Michael was their absolute hero. And that was a chilling thing. I mean, a beautiful chilling thing to see, because you know, and Michael never had cameras going on that, never talked about it. So all these other things people got into after that, you know, those tours, it's nonsense, man. This guy really took care of these kids, and
they're so special.
Red, I know this is your interview, but Rory, I've got a backlog of comments. The Gong Show joke, you made Michael laugh. So you do you realize what a win that was for him?
yeah, at my experience, it was pretty
when
good.
You messed up She's Out of My Life and he made a joke, he you know, he loves to laugh. Some of the people here in the chat, I'm sorry I can't respond there, are asking about practical jokes like that. While you were terrified, and he was terrified of the Panther at the Doug Henning show, I was stupid enough to walk right. Well, as they walked by me, I just kind of reached out and petted its haunches. And Doug Henning looks at me and he goes, "Don't touch the cat." so you're in the middle. Michael's hiding behind you, and I'm in the front, just like Mr. Naive, right?
Right.
But somebody asked, speaking of animals, somebody asked about practical jokes. Michael was a big practical joker. I can think of a couple, but my favorite was everybody knew his snake Muscles. Right? I mean, he'd have it in his hotel. Rory, I'm not going to point out the fact that I got to stay at the nicer hotel with Michael. I won't lord it over you.
I know you did.
I'm not going to go there with our private jet. Really, it's all good. No. So, Michael would often have Muscles. I don't know why he had him on the road with him, but we'd all met Muscles the snake. Michael would have him around his neck. I got a picture on the wall of Michael with Toppy Henderson from Disney World. So we all knew Muscles, right? So one day, I bring lunch up to his hotel room, and they open the door, and everybody's quiet, which is really weird. Michael's there, his assistant Sherry, and Bill Bray, and I walk in with the cart of food, and all of a sudden I realize Muscles is draped over the couch, and his pattern kind of fits in. And that's why everyone, and I jumped out of my shoes. They all start laughing. And, again, we all knew the snake, but like the shock of seeing the snake. And then they went down the list. Sam Emerson came in. Sam Emerson never lost. Was cool. And then the last was Frank. And Bill Bray was describing Frank like a cartoon character, jumping out of his slippers, his eyebrows coming off his face, moonwalking backwards out of the room. And then we calm down and go pet Muscles the snake. But Michael was just sitting there calm as a cucumber. But when Frank did that, man, he was on the ground laughing.
Yeah, I had, it's really funny. I was really afraid of Frank on the Victory Tour. He was
Frank DeLeo?
Yeah, see, I didn't know him like you guys did. Like I didn't hang out. To us, he was this staunch hardcore manager.
Yeah.
And he was nice. There was like the executive staff of that tour, John Branca, I think Karen Langford was involved in that.
Yeah.
Frank DeLeo, trying to think who else. There was I'm trying to remember the accountants, but really it was Frank and Branca for Michael. Jermaine had Joel Katz as his manager attorney, and there was a guy named Jack Nance who was the collective manager for the Jacksons. So it was a really wild thing, the Victory Tour, because there was 3 entities.
Yeah,
yes, they were a whole, and it was really, we didn't, we knew there was a lot of tension. There was issues with ticket sales. There was issues with, and Michael really wanted to do certain songs his way and so on, and it was a democracy. So, sometimes Michael got outvoted. Sometimes everything was fine, but we stayed out of that. And we could see him. Frank was really, great at protecting Michael's interest and so on. But I just felt Frank was like a heavy-fisted kind of guy. Well, on the Bad Tour, I got to know him a little bit more, and I started finding he had a sense of humor. And when we had a day off in Gothenburg, Sweden, and there was this beautiful amusement park called Leisberg, I think it was, in Gothenburg, Sweden. And I remember going there, and it was a warm day. So I was wearing like Bermuda shorts, sports socks that came up on my, calves, tennis shoes, a short sleeve kind of like.
It was the 80s. You could get away with that.
It was really a bad outfit, but I didn't care. I was fun that day. And we're walking, and Frank used this line in the movie when he did the movie Goodfellas.
Yeah, he bonded with Scorsese.
There's a scene at the end of the movie where they're all going into court because they're all in trouble now. Ray Liotta trades state evidence to put them all in jail for his freedom, and Frank's walking into the jail. Into the courtroom, and he says this line, but. This was 2 years before that happened. So we're in Gothenburg, and I'm walking, and I'm all happy we're going to go on these rides. And I'm trying to think, Sophia Loren was with us, and her son was with us, and we're all just having this great time. And of course, Greg is always lit on fire. He's always energetic, and and all that. So we're all laughing and having a good time. And I'm walking, and Frank said, "Hey, Rory, where'd you get that outfit?" And I said, "Oh, some sports place in Glendale." I went up there, and he goes, "Your salesman had a good sense of humor." I just, God damn, it's
that's rough.
Thanks, Frank. And everyone's around, everyone's looking at me like, okay, great.
Yeah.
So, but he was fun, and I heard all kinds of other stories, and everyone's trying to say he was in the mafia and all this and that, and it wasn't true. I talked to Frank about all that stuff. I mean. There was two guys who ran the radio industry. A guy named Joe Iskro and Joe was it something DeCipio and Iskro. They were two East and West Coast guys. That it was kind of a payola era, I think, where you paid to have radio time for your artists and stuff, where the record labels would put up big money and get your songs on radio and stuff. And Frank knew these guys, but it didn't mean he was in the mafia. But anything Italian at that time in the 70s and 80s, everyone thought, ooh, mafia, And Frank was a family guy. He wasn't that guy, but it was easy target for people to think that,
Yeah.
But I liked him, and I had a lot of fun. And after the Bad Tour, we actually became friends,
Really?
And it was fun. We talked to each other and laugh about a few things, and but I like Frank. I didn't have an issue at all, and Mike, even John Branken now, he's still oversees the estate. He's a great guy. I really like John and Karen. They've done a great job with Michael's estate, keeping the integrity of it, and I really like that.
Yeah. So
Red, I feel like this interview's gotten away from you. We should let you.
Oh no! I love this. Is like the best thing possible. You two are just like reflecting on the memories. It's like, yeah, this is what we want to hear. This is, it's fantastic. Yeah. I want to ask you, Manny. I've heard that you used to moonwalk for Michael. Is that true?
Where are you getting this information? Where are you getting this information? Okay. I can't comment on the. Sorry, I can't comment on the chat. It's blocking me. I don't know why. It's those little things, Rory, like, Frank making that comment, Bill Bray, Michael's head of security, teasing me, not for Michael's dietary habits. I quickly discovered that Michael loved to laugh. I mean, we used to hear his laughter in the patio when he was arriving at our restaurant. So I knew he loved to laugh. So I just thought, what the heck? I've been the class clown since 5th grade. So I just did my horrendous version of the moonwalk and then spin around and jump, and like a week or two later, he just looks at me and he goes, "Hey, Monty, moonwalk." Because he knew it was bad. And then he'd be chuckling. He'd say, "Good thing you're not a singer and a dancer." He kind of pronounced it, "Good thing you're not a singer and a dancer, good thing you can cook,
You mentioned Muscles the snake. How about Bubbles the chimp? Did you ever meet Bubbles, or did you cook for Bubbles even?
Well, so I've been to Neverland, but I was working for Michael when he lived at Havenhurst, and Muscles lived at Havenhurst. He had a lot of animal trainers come to visit him, but Bubbles was not a permanent fixture yet. And as fearless as I am with snakes and what did I just say? Panthers. Chimpanzees made me a little bit nervous. So this short answer is no. I gave you the long answer. The short answer is no.
Go ahead.
Bubbles, when we got to Japan, the trainer and Bubbles came in on our flight. So when we got on the bus to go from Narita Airport to Tokyo, Bubbles was in the back. The band, we were all kind of in the front of the bus. And Cheryl was in front of me on the window, myself. I think
Cheryl
Crow, Jennifer Batten, Greg, myself, Don Boyette. We were all kind of in the front area there, and Darrell and Dorian. And we were just, we're like 20 minutes into this bus ride. It's an hour-long bus ride. And all of a sudden, I hear this loud crash sound. I mean, we all jumped. Bubbles got a hold of the trainer's wad of keys. And I mean, it was a big thing of keys. and Bubbles threw this thing probably about 80 miles an hour, just missed Cheryl's head. It hit the window.
Oh my God.
If it hit Cheryl or anybody else, someone would have been in the hospital because it was a weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, this chimp was powerful.
Yeah.
And so when we got to the hotel, I think our tour manager, we asked him to call Frank and tell him we don't want the chimp around us. That was really uncomfortable.
Unpredictable behavior.
Yeah. He's the cutest thing to look at.
Yeah.
But when that happened, I was really like, it just missed Cheryl's head.
Yeah, it's scary then. I have to say, I'd still prefer Bubbles over Muscles though. Like a snake, I don't know, it's more creepy.
I never saw Muscles.
Yeah, I don't know. Bubbles, at least he's cute when you look at him,
Yeah. Well, and just getting back to the sense of humor thing, John Branca and one of his team lawyers, Gary Stiffelman, they tried to throw me in the water at a water slide park. And I saw them sneaking up behind me and I jumped in. Minutes before Frank DeLeo climbed the 80-foot water slide, and we all knew he was terrified of heights. This picture is in like a Life magazine or a People magazine. Frank Leo's up at this 80-foot water slide with that cigar in his mouth. And they're all doing this because they knew Michael liked to have fun. And if you're going to be his lawyer, if you're going to be his manager, if you're going to be his cook, and he wants to go to a water slide, you're going in.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do you guys both recall that moment then on the Victory Tour when Michael announced live on stage that would be the last tour with his brothers? Like, that must have been a surprise. What happened behind the scenes of that?
Well, it was strange. I mean, it was really interesting because what it was, we were vamping on Shake Your Body. And that was always the vamp for the outro of the show, because while we were still playing it after the group section, Michael would run off to the car and get out before all the people
were gone.
in the stadium. It was a very smart way of doing it.
Yeah.
And anyway, so we're vamping and I'm watching the guys. All the brothers are out front. Jackie was there that night because Jackie was on and off the tour because he had knee surgery, so he couldn't dance. But he would come out to certain shows and sing with them. And so all the brothers are out there. David Williams, Greg Wright, and they're all up front. And I'm playing piano on that one, so I'm down front at the piano, and everyone's just kind of doing their thing. And then Michael goes, "It's been 20 wonderful years with my brothers," and blah 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 blah. And this is the last tour. And I remember seeing Joe because I was on stage left.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, I saw Mr. Jackson to my left, and I saw this scowling face because he was the scaffolding in the entrance to the stage is where he was standing because he was watching the show, and I looked over at him and he just did not look happy. I'm thinking, what's going on? I didn't know, and we didn't know the dynamics at the time, but I remember him getting mad and running. I think probably to catch Michael to find out what was going on or what was happening. And Michael just made it official that he's not touring with the brothers anymore. And I think the reason why that was upsetting for them is I think from what I got later in years, I didn't know then, they were planning on taking that tour to Europe. And
they were trying to, yeah.
And I didn't know about that till later on.
Yeah.
But I think I think Mike, and I think what did it is Michael had a concept how he wanted to do a show, and he kept getting outvoted, I think, for certain things. Not entirely. I mean, I don't know all the dynamics, but I could tell there was things that, he wanted to do. And it just, I think he just wanted the freedom because he already had Off the Wall, Thriller were huge.
Yeah, somebody said to me it was his moment culturally, but it was not his tour.
Yeah,
it was time for him to do a solo tour. He did the family thing. Over 50% of the songs were his personal catalog. On the Victory tour.
I mean, they're all. I mean, the show was strong. Like all the songs were great, and all the Jackson songs they did. I wish we did Never Can Say Goodbye. It wouldn't have been a great concert song, maybe for the energy of it, but that was one of my favorite songs. It's
a sentimental one.
And I always thought, God, could we do that song? And the other one that was really interesting, and it was Michael's call, but it worked. But when we did was it A Working Day and Night?
Yeah,
it was so fast. And I don't know, was it Working Day and Night?
Wait, is that on the Victory?
No. Starting Something is what I was thinking. So, I mean, Starting Something. So I'm trying to think. So on the record it's like right, and on the tour it was like it was so
really
fast.
Sped it up.
And also I think Working Day and Night, it's like a nice groove thing. And on the tour it was like
it brings the energy more.
It was so fast, but it was because Michael wanted to keep the energy up for the audience. And it worked. I mean, the dancing, choreography, everything was perfect. In my head, I wanted to groove with it, but it would have probably not been as interesting, as. So, I mean, Michael envisioned all this stuff, as what the audience would want. It wasn't what, as musicians, you want to do what the record did because it was so cool. But as a live performance, Michael thought all that through, and he explained it to us a couple of times because, there's some other songs we were talking about.
I think he was very aware of what the listener or in the concert, the live person, what their experience is.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember him telling me
through the audience's angle in a way.
Yeah, ever since he was little, because back then you didn't have personal CDs and streaming music. He said I would listen to our final cuts on the crappiest cassette player I could because I want to hear what it's going to sound like on a transistor radio or a car.
Right.
I want to know what the listener's going to hear out in the public, in the 70s and early 80s.
That's what cracked me up with This Is It. I was watching the film, and the musical director was attempting to work out The Way You Make Me Feel. And he wasn't playing the rhythm right. And it was baffling to me because as a musical director, you'd have that down before you went into the rehearsal. So the comment was, well, how do you want me to play it? And Michael's response was, the way I wrote it, the way the audience hears it. And it was really a key moment because it really reflected that Michael was so in tune with his audience. There was no faking it. There was no shortcuts. It was going to be the only song arrangement wise that was changed because of the audience and the timing was Thriller. We didn't do the bridge of the song because he wanted that part to be the dance and not lose the interest of the audience. So it was like a verse, chorus, verse, then the breakdown instead of a bridge, and then back out. So, he was
super in tune.
Well, and the Victory Tour famously didn't play Thriller.
I know.
So I, no pun intended, but I was thrilled to go to the Bad Tour when it came to LA and to see Michael's first solo tour, to see backup dancers, to see Jennifer Batten, to see all the videos acted out with the teams and the dancers the way he wanted, and to see Thriller on stage. That was amazing,
I bet. And so, Rory, we've got some photos here of the victory tour with Michael. Is he sitting on top of your piano?
Yeah. Actually, that piano. Yeah. Wow. Yep. So that's the piano. In fact, if you're looking at the picture, if you on the right side of my picture, or to the right of that picture, is where Mr. Jackson was standing when all this went down. But yeah, that piano swiveled, by the way. That pedestal was a swivel piano, so Randy could come over and face towards the brothers, or it could face this way when they're dancing. Yamaha made that for the tour.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah. And so, would Mr. Jackson, would Joe watch like all the concerts? Was he always there?
He was around a lot, you know, for the key cities. Like he'd come to I didn't see him all the time. But I'd see him in key cities. I think, you know, I didn't put a lot of attention. I just remember the victory tour, that particular show at the last show, seeing him really upset.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Absolutely.
wow, you know, I would not want to be on the bad side of him.
No. So for both of you, let's start with you, Marnie. What was it like for both of you, after having worked with Michael, to kind of witness and to watch his life kind of like through the news and through just sort of watching it almost like separate to being in his circle? What was that like?
Ooh, that's a big subject. Yeah, I mean, I don't usually like to comment on the psychology of Michael and try to surmise his experience. You know, the one thing I would say is I think he was like a living superhero in many people's minds, but in his own mind, in his own body, he's just a person. But to the people around him, he's this larger than life figure. And I don't think he always understood the impact that he had on people when he was friends with them, or like happens in life, we move on. Our situation changes, our job changes, we move, we work, we blah, blah. I don't think he understood the impact that it could have on people around him when they no longer had access to him or an active friendship with him. And I think that came to bite him on the butt. You know, not to make a pun about the bad song, Your Butt Is Mine. And, you know, I think moving away from Frank DeLeo as manager was probably not a good move. And I think that's something Rory, you know, led, you know, and I talked about. But, you know, like I said, I don't like to surmise about his personal life. There's researchers out there that can do it. I like to focus on the experience I had with him, you know, and how he helped me through what became a really difficult time in my life. And he helped me see myself as a chef and a cook, and kind of led me down a career. When I first met him, it was just a job, you know?
Yeah. How about you, Rory?
I was very bitter with the press and with people who spoke out against Michael, to be honest with you, because I saw how he was. And I saw on the bad tour, I saw those parents pushing those kids on Michael. It wasn't an innocent thing as they tried to, the parents tried to be so, you know, oh my, you know, it drove me nuts to see that. And it's what the media does. It grabs onto a soundbite or a story, and they want controversy. So they run with that. They run with it and spin it. And I was very upset with, you know, a handful of people who spoke out against Michael, because the guy was so pure of heart. And it was obvious to those who worked with him day in and day out. No one saw anything. No one witnessed anything. It was all conjecture and all, you know, things that made for a 15-second soundbite. So they got their 15 minutes of fame. But I was really bitter about it, because I did 2 tours with him. And both tours, the guy was a gentleman to everybody. With kids, he made them laugh. He took care of the terminal ill. All these things that were happening. And then when I saw that, I was really disappointed to hear anybody go negative or say anything. So, I was shocked by the news stuff, but because the guy I know was just a sweetheart and really, really focused artist. And that's how I see him.
Right. Let's hop back to the victory tour with you, Marnie. So, I mean, Michael Jackson takes you on the road. Just sort of in general, what's that like for you? How's that? does that change your perceptions, like, in any way? Like, what's that do to you? You know what I mean?
Woo! Yeah, boy. Well, let me quickly respond to 3 things in the chat because I can't comment over
absolutely.
there. Thank you for somebody who's saying I look young. I was born 1 year after Michael. No, the Golden Temple restaurant is not still open. And Michael loved really spicy Mexican food. He loved pizza. He loved Chinese food and stir fries. And he had a major sweet tooth. I made homemade ice cream. And yes, I cooked for 1 million celebrities. Jane Fonda, Sophia Loren, Marlon Brando, Lionel Richie. I cooked the night they were writing We Are the World. So those are the stories I'm working on for my memoir, Midnight Snack.
Can't wait to hear them.
So back to the Victory Tour. Yeah, so I'd been cooking for Michael. I'd been catering. I did that one photo shoot where he was wearing an LED suit on Beverly Boulevard near CBS Studios, and they rejected it because the lights didn't look right. That's when they went on to the Helms Bakery building with the Bengal tiger, which ended up becoming the Thriller cover. I'd love to know what happened to those photographs. But I saw him here and there. I one time went to Disneyland to cook for him, and all of a sudden I'm on his private jet. And I'm there 24/7. I never made him breakfast, but you know what I mean? I'd cook dinner. I brought lunches. He'd come to our restaurant. Suddenly I'm making 3 meals a day, right?
Yeah.
So probably this first or second date, Rory, you went to Birmingham, right?
Oh yeah, that's where we rehearsed.
Yeah, we rehearsed. I didn't know why at the time, but we rehearsed in Birmingham, Alabama before the first Victory Tour concert in Kansas City. But there was no live concert. So it's like the second night there, I'm going to bed, right? Like a normal person at 10:30 or 11, and my phone rings. And it's Michael, and he goes, I'm hungry. And I go, oh, I'm just falling asleep. How about I make you a big breakfast? And, and he goes, okay. And he hangs up. And I'm like, what did I just do? I have been living for this tour. I've been dreaming. I've been literally chanting and praying for this tour. I call him back. I said, Michael, I'll be up in 20 minutes. And I race down to the kitchen, and I have all my preps done, and I make him a big plate of nachos and a slice of sweet potato pie, which I'd already made. And from then on, my bedtime was like 2 a.m.
Wow.
Because he had breakfast around 11, lunch around 3 or maybe 5, and then dinner was kind of late night. So very quickly, my body clock changed. And then of course, he didn't want to eat before the tour, right, Rory? He ate around maybe 5. I don't think you guys went on stage till around 9:30.
Yeah, during the summer hours. It was the summer tour mainly. So 9 o'clock, 9:30.
Yeah, it was about 110-minute set, right?
Yeah, because Chris Bliss went on before us, the juggler. He did a performance about half hour, 40 minutes before we went on. By the time we went on, it was like 9:15 or something.
Yeah, so Michael wanted to have dinner after the show. Not before. He'd have a late lunch or whatever you want to call it around 4 or 5. And then, after the show, he'd be wired. He'd go take a shower and he'd come down in his hotel. And it's like 11:30 or midnight and he's ready for dinner. Or there'd be local dignitaries or stars or celebrities in Manhattan or whatever, and you'd be feeding them. So, it was my life changed overnight, to answer your question.
I bet.
You mentioned Sweet Tooth. The first time I went to the Havenhurst home, I walked into the studio, and before you get to the studio was a little candy store.
Yeah.
When I say candy store, it was a full-on fountain for ice cream, soda, and then racks of every candy bar you can think of. There was Snickers bars, Butterfinger bars, all these different things, Milky Ways, like M&Ms, all the.
Making me hungry.
Yeah, it was really, I was blown away. And then the office upstairs above the studio was a collage across the whole ceiling and around of all these pictures of Michael with Spielberg, with Quincy, with Christopher Cross, with Lionel, with O.J. Simpson. I mean, it was like everybody who was somebody in the late 70s, early 80s. There was like plastered photos, not photos, but they're like posters that were wallpapered onto the to the ceiling and to the walls. Yeah, and it was an amazing thing to see.
Yeah, it rivals Tony and Hannah's collection.
Yeah.
But Rory, did you ever see Michael eat a candy bar? Because I was making cookies with maple syrup and honey. I made honey vanilla ice cream. I mean, real dairy. We're not talking vegan here. a lot of cheese on his spicy Mexican food. But his sweet tooth was like, I made caramel apple tarts. I made cookies like this maple pecan cookie that were called Ookies by Bill Bray. His sweet tooth was the healthy sweeteners, honey and maple syrup. I never really saw him. I think that candy was there for friends and family and kids.
I do too. I never saw him do that. But, you know, there was something you said before about Michael laughing all the time. It just came to mind because I'm older now, so things are slower in memory. But the time I heard Michael laugh so freaking hard is one of the last shows at Dodger Stadium. Jermaine threw a grape at Michael. So Michael took a whole handful of grapes and threw them back. And before you know it, all the brothers were in a food fight before the show. I mean, an outright food fight. I had to duck behind the blue curtains where they had the cordon off for the guests and everything because the food was flying back and forth, and they were all laughing so hard.
I think they must have needed that with the pressure, you know, the Don King and the family and Steve Sullivan and all the different pressures and camps. And that sounds like a great pressure.
Yeah, it was a big release for them, but it was funny to watch though.
Nice.
Yeah, I imagine. Rory, did many kind of opportunities arise for you as a result of the battle? I saw like this poster. It was like an advertisement for like some sort of I think it was some sort of keyboard or like music production thing. It was with you, Greg, and Ricky.
Well, there's two of them. Yeah. So when we were in Dallas, Ricky was close with the guys from Akai Music, and they had one of the great drum machines that came out early on, the MPC 60, and also they had a 12-track recording, an analog tape recorder, 12-track. And when I was on the tour, I had my own recording studio in my room, and Akai gave me these recording rigs and my drum machine, and Ricky hooked that up, and it became part of and I used it on the tour, on the bad tour for our bad jam. I wanted to do Don't Stop Till You Get Enough because it wasn't in the set. So my drum machine played the sequence, and then we played over the top of it. And so anyways, Akai did a poster when we were in Dallas where the distribution company for America was. Greg and I and Ricky drove to Fort Worth with this guy, Mike McRoberts, who was the artist relations for Akai, and set up that photo session. So we did that. And it was a story behind that poster thing. We were driving there, and in front of us, driving on this highway that goes through Arlington from Dallas to Fort Worth, there was a VW in front of us. And we were just passing Six Flags Magic Mountain, which was on the left side of us. We saw the big, rides and everything. Yeah. And we're about a few minutes past it, and this VW in front of us all of a sudden goes off to the left, goes to the curb or the side of the freeway, hits it, does a flip, an entire flip, and lands on its wheels. We pulled over and to see if the girl driving fell asleep at the wheel. And she didn't even get hurt, but she didn't know what happened. So we called the 911 to get help for her. Greg said, "Rory, do you have any money on you?" And I had $100 bill on me. And he said, "Here, give it to me." And he gave it to her, and he says, "Take care of yourself." And so she was fine, but we wanted to make sure she was covered. And then we did the photo shoot. Yeah. And I said, Greg, he goes, "You're making money on the tour. You could afford the $100. And I said, "No, it's fine." But it was just a strange moment to see, by the time we did the photo shoot, I was like, that poor girl, we were really, worried about that. The other one was the Korg. We did the first M3. They had the, M1. I'm sorry, it was the M1 keyboarding. Greg and I did a photo shoot in Hollywood with a big Cadillac, an old 57 Cadillac. And we were standing in front of it. And so, anything, listen, at that time, think about it, between 84 and 89, Michael was the king of the industry, period.
Exactly. So working for him, you were top of the top.
Anything with Quincy Jones, with Michael, like Greg feeling, I just had breakfast with JR yesterday. John Robinson. And,
Yeah.
you know, he and Greg were fortunate to work with Quincy and doing a lot of Michael's work. And you know, it touched all our lives. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I went from there to be Donny Osmond's musical director. I don't think that would have happened had I not had Michael's credibility under, and I knew Donny, I you know, from when we were kids. They lived near us, and his parents used to buy furniture for my parents when I was like really, you know, young, because they first moved out from Utah to California in the early '60s to do the Andy Williams show and all that stuff. I mean, I'm dating all your viewers.
Rory grew up with a lot of music legends.
Yeah, it sounds like it, for sure.
I remember when Downie rode the van from the hotel to Michael's show, and I'm like reading the thought bubbles above his head going, we were both top 10 artists about 8-10 years ago, and now he's filling stadiums.
It's, you know,
I'm just best here.
No, but the story that blew me away, and I never knew this until I went to go see Donnie's show a few years ago in Vegas, and I didn't realize that Puppy Love was written for Michael.
Oh,
And Michael didn't like it. I don't think he was into it. And so it went to the Osmonds and they did it. Ben was originally written for Donny Osmond, but the Osmonds were on tour, so Donnie couldn't do it. So Michael wound up doing Ben, and the Osmonds wound up doing Puppy Love.
Wow.
And that was a story I never knew until a few years ago.
That's great.
That's crazy. Like, it could have been completely different.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much to the both of you for coming on here. It's been amazing hearing your stories. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
And you had Vince Paterson on too, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I've spoken to Vincent, and he's sending all his best wishes. I have to say, like, everybody who was on the Victory Tour, the Bad Tour, everyone, like, has such great words to say about one another, and everybody's, like, sending the best wishes to one another. It's it must have been like a family.
It was like all the dancers, you know. There's funny stories. I won't tell them on your thing, but there was, you know, the dancers were great. You know, Cheryl, Dorian, Darrell. Just loved working with them. They're, you know, and they would sing "Rock with You," and they did those harmonies. They were brilliant. You know, Jennifer, John Clark, Ricky was, you know, and then on the Bad Tour, Victory Tour, Pat Leonard and I are like best friends and brothers now.
Nice.
Yeah. You know, you never would have thought that on the tour, but here we are, you know, and
that's good to hear.
Yeah, it's like there's like, you know, the family thing, whatever happened in those two tours bonded a lot of people. And because their experiences you couldn't dream of. You know, you couldn't come.
I wish there was a Facebook group from all the people that they used to call. Remember, it was Jacksonburg.
Oh yeah,
right. The entire entourage road crew for Victory Tour was called Jacksonburg. I've fallen out of touch with Shirley and Janet. You know, the makeup and hair and costume people. They were my pals. I would love to know what they're up to these days. And Lurch, I remember Lurch really well.
Yeah,
ran over his own foot. He was like 6'7". He ran over his own foot on an ATV up at Caribou Ranch, where Michael had invited him to relax. Here he is, the stage manager for this entire thing, and he runs over his foot and he's limping for like a week. But real colorful characters. I miss them all.
Yeah. Well, Marnie, we've had a lot of comments here asking about your memoir, about your book. What's the situation with
First of all, I want to point out, I forgot, this is my photo on the wall right above my finger of Michael sitting in his suite at the Royal Plaza. Right there, sitting at the Royal Plaza, signed to me. So that's really nice. And I have one other cool thing that I keep on my mantle. This is a gift that Michael gave me from Disney World, and it's just a little coin of Mickey Mouse. There's more to this story because there was a book and a note that came with it, and I lost it. Can you even imagine? You get a gift from Michael, and I've moved too many times in my adult life. It boils down to that.
Yeah.
I'm working on a book. I need an agent. To find a publisher. The book's called Midnight Snack. Who knows if the publisher might want to change that name. But I've been working on capturing that period of time when my life and Michael's overlapped. and I got in his orbit, and how that impacted my life, what my life was
Yeah.
before that, and how the trajectory after. So yeah, anybody know any literary agents?
I do. You know, JR just started a book publishing company.
Cool.
His memoirs out on it. They're going to do one on John Good, who was the drum tech on the Victory Tour. But John has a company called DW Drums. And
DW Drums. We're going to talk, Rory.
Yeah, and so JR it wants to do memoirs on guys who have histories and
nice
backgrounds with this stuff. And so this is a good one. But yeah, I mean, the people that came on the Victory and Bad Tour, just wonderful people. So, you know.
Oh, I have Chuck DeBice to thank for the last time I saw Michael. He recognized me in the crowd during the Bad Tour.
Chucky?
He recognized me walking up toward backstage, and he just like yanked me, and I was whooshed right up to the little curtained off room where Michael and Bill Bray were, you know, and I got to see Michael right before he went on stage. So yeah, it was like I might have not been a part of the entourage anymore, but it didn't matter. Chucky knows good people. Michael's people know good people.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
R.I.P.
Thank
Chucky
you so much.
What a big-hearted man.
Thank you so much to both of you. It's amazing. I think we've really gotten like such insight into the way that Michael was good, and then he surrounded himself, as far as the band and the tour crew, with like good people, and he had such a unique relationship with each other. It's amazing. So thank you so much to both of you for joining today.
Thank you.
I'd love to do this again another time. I could talk to you guys all day.
Yeah. Oh, and
have a great
Jennifer
rest of your
Batten.
weekend.
Jennifer Batten started following me. I forget if it's on Instagram or TikTok. I'm MJ Chef Monty. So that's really cool because she's always doing some great music projects.
Yeah,
so
she's
if you guys aren't following me, check out MJ Chef Monty on Instagram.
MJ Chef Monty
on Instagram and TikTok. As long as how much longer TikTok's going to go. I should probably start a YouTube channel like you've got, Red.
You should.
Seems to be a better tool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Thank you, Marnie, and
good
thank
to
you,
see you.
Rory.
So great
good to see you again, Rory. Take care.
Red, take care. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
My pleasure, honestly. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you. There you have it. That was the wonderful Rory Kaplan and Marnie Niall. Now, we have upcoming. Let's take a look. Okay, let's see. We're running a little bit over, but that's fine, because we have the interview with Franz Harary, and he was Michael Jackson's Illusions designer for several years. Now, we pre-recorded this interview so I can take a little break, stretch my legs, but we'll be showing just the first 15 minutes, and the rest will premiere on my channel as a video next month. So, after that then, we've got an interview with Stephen Whitsitt, Michael's photographer. Both those are pre-recorded. Then we're back with a live interview at 9 with Darrell Hughes. Okay, let's go. Here's an interview with Franz Harary, but just the first half. Stay tuned. If it wants to play. Bear with. Present. Video. Here we go. Joining now is the wonderful Franz Harary, who worked as the Illusions designer for Michael for several years.
Right. When I was, for 26 years.
Wow.
But the first one was 84 on the Jackson's Victory Tour when I was 22 years old. I was a little kid.
Yeah.
Way out of my league. In retrospect, it's crazy that I was there. Yeah.
So what inspired you to pursue a career in magic in the first place?
Well, when I was a kid, 13 years old, which was only, 9 years before I met Michael, I got a matching set for my birthday. And I found myself fascinated with not how the tricks work, but why they work. The psychology of it all. You know, how can a 13-year-old kid suddenly do something that an adult can't? That's very empowering, you know, to be able to do something that your family, your parents can't do, your teacher can't do. So the idea that was possible, it amazed me. So very quickly I started kind of analyzing these little toys and stuff, and then inventing my own all through high school and then into college. I was always like inventing magic.
Okay, I see the audio's gone. That's so strange. I have noticed. Thanks so much. Can nobody hear it? Okay, I see the audio's gone. Let's see. That's strange. Huh. Let me see. It's back? Technical difficulties. Okay, let's bring it back on here. Thanks for letting me know about that. How about this? Oh, it really doesn't want to play, does it? It's not playing at all now, right? Remove. We'll get there. This happened earlier, so it'll be fine. It really doesn't like to play. How about now? It's not working. We'll get there. So sorry about this. How about if we do this? You can only hear me. I'm trying to get the video to play again. You know, it always works when you practice it, but then when it's time for the live stream, decides not to. So the video's not playing, you can only hear me, right? Bear with. Okay. Yeah, video post and you only hear me. Thanks, Jonathan. Video file. Let's try. So strange. How about... It just doesn't want to play, does it? Let's see. Bear with. What if I try this video? Oh, no videos want to work. Like nothing. If I... Oh, I think I might know. Thanks so much for staying on here, everyone. I really appreciate that. These things happen. Okay, if I do that... and then try this. And still nothing. Franz is a magician. I wish he was here. He could just like go poof and they'll start working. If only it was live. Let's try... Thanks so much for waiting, everyone. It just doesn't want to play at all. Okay, we've got the next guest joining at 9 o'clock, which is Darrell Silver Hughes. So we've got half hour until him. Let me try one more time with this. If not, I'll see if somebody else can come on. Let's see. Thanks so much, everyone. How about I'll try this. Files too large. Let's see. If I go to this, otherwise I'll just get into touch with somebody and we'll see if anybody can join, or we'll just have a chat with the comments. We'll just go for plan B instead, I think. Thank you, still here until the end. I appreciate that. Huh. Okay, I'm going to try. I could do a share screen, but I'm not sure how much you'll be able to see. Okay, let's try a share screen, and we'll see if it works. If it doesn't work, you guys will let me know. Because Stephen Whitsitt is pre-recorded too, but he doesn't seem to want to play either. If not, I'll just upload them separately or put them on a live stream tomorrow or something. Okay, let me try doing a share screen. If not, we'll have a little chat and we'll chill out for half hour. Okay. Share screen. Let's see. We might be able to get this working now. Hopefully. If I click that, no, it wants me to restart until I can do that. Okay, doesn't look like that's gonna work. Okay, we'll go with plan B, and yeah, plan B it is. Unless, yeah, that's not working at all. Okay, let me get back on here. There we go. We had some technical issues there. Can you hear us? Can you hear me now? Is everything good? Can somebody just put like yes in the chat if you can hear me, if we're loud and clear? That'd be great. If anybody can. Yes? Okay, perfect. I'm not sure where it cut me off, but yeah, we had pre-recorded videos with Stephen Whitsitt, Michael's photographer, and Franz Harary, Michael's illusions designer, but technical issues, we couldn't get them to play. So what I'm gonna do is I'll upload them separately, probably this weekend or this week, so stay tuned for that. We'll have an interview with Franz Harary, Michael Jackson's illusions designer, as well as Stephen Whitsitt, Michael Jackson's personal photographer. Okay. So, up next, we have a YouTuber roundtable. This is the final chat of the live stream. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. We've got Trish from I Love the Jackson Family and MJFanGirl. Okay, I'm not sure if the mic and everything's going to be okay, so let's test it. If not, we'll take a quick sponsor break. We'll see how it goes. We've had some ups and downs with the tech today. Let's try it. Okay. Let's give a warm welcome to Trish and MJFanGirl. How are you guys? Can you hear me? Is everything good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Perfect. Can you hear yourselves? Is there an echo? Because my headphones just died.
There is.
Okay.
There is a little echo.
Okay, let me do cancellation. That should do it. How about now? Can you try saying something?
Better. Hello.
We good?
Am I echoing still?
No.
Yeah, are we all good?
It went away.
Okay.
Sorted. The AirPods died like right at the end. They didn't quite take us over the finish line, but
hey, it's okay.
We're here. We're fine. So thank you so much to both of you for coming on here, especially with short notice. Can you both introduce yourselves, please? Tell us, I mean, everybody should know who you are, but for anybody who doesn't, could you introduce yourselves, please? Do you want to go first, Trish?
My name is Gadget Trish from the I Love the Jackson Family YouTube channel.
Yes, and my name is MJFanGirl. My name is Aisha, but I go as MJFanGirl, and I have a YouTube channel called MJFanGirl TV.
Perfect. And so, I mean, both of you have been creating content about Michael and his life. But let's go back to the very beginnings. What are your kind of earliest memories of Michael Jackson?
You want me to go first? Or you want to
go ahead?
Okay, I was gonna say my earliest memory is, you know, my family, they're all Michael Jackson fans. My dad is a huge MJ fan, and my earliest memory was just having a poster of Michael Jackson from the Billie Jean video in my bedroom, like as a 4-year-old. That's my first like vivid memory of Michael.
Yeah. How about you, Trish?
Mine would have to be The Wiz, and I don't know what year I saw it because we had to wait till it came on TV. But my mom kept going, a tea from the Tin Man scene. And that kind of stuck with me. And then I guess it's the weirdest thing. Like, that's the thing that kind of did it. But it's like, why is my mom mimicking this movie? But like The Wiz became a family thing. And I think that was our first memory of the family gathering for the Jackson anything. So I think that was the first time I remember, like, why are we paying? Why can we be up past our bedtime? Why is my mom, like, she made it a thing. So I was like, and it stayed like that with Janet, with Michael, with anything they did after that. The Motown, you know, what was it, Motown 25? Like, it was always a thing in here.
Yeah, totally. So you both kind of grew up surrounded by Michael, and you've sort of continued with that sort of fandom of him ever since.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. And for those of you that don't know, Trish and I are like real life friends. Like we have hung out so many times. I'm originally from New York, and we're both from that area, and we used to hang out. And we're still great friends, even though now I'm in California. But yeah, having her as a friend is a part of like how we keep the legacy going, because it's cool to like have that community aspect, and that's what I love about the MJ community.
Totally. And so, how about we kind of reflect on Michael's whole career then? What do you believe is his kind of magnum opus? What's the sort of best thing or best piece of art he's created? Do you want to go first, Aisha?
Oh, that's really tough. I mean, wow. I think every fan is gonna have their favorites, right?
Yeah.
For me personally, like what I think is his best work, I would say is the Dangerous album. But if I had to give an official answer, I'm gonna say Thriller, because the Thriller album is something that Michael worked basically his whole life towards after he didn't win those the awards and the accolades that he wanted to for Off the Wall. He set out to do something that was going to be so great that no one could ignore it. And that's exactly what he did with the Thriller album. And I have to give the props to that album, although it has Beat It, which is like not my favorite song at all. It's like one of my least favorites.
Really?
It's just a running joke on the channel. But because even though it has that song, I got to give Thriller's props.
Yeah, that's fair. How about you, Trish?
Oh, Thriller, hands down. Thriller's hands down. So now another relative, Auntie. Hi, Auntie. She used to play Baby Be Mine, but the irony is that's MJFanGirl's theme song. The irony of that. So that was going on, I'm going to say minimum 8 hours in a row, playing Baby Be Mine, dancing. So now as a kid, I'm like, why is she doing that? And then you fast forward, what was it? How old is Thriller now? 41 years? And that little kid who got the Thriller jacket for Christmas and he knew what to do when he got it. I'm like, I don't think any artist can say, hey, 41 years from now, someone's going to see something I did and know what to do with it. That's a piece of clothing. Like, and I mean, he has so many iconic things that just came out of Thriller specifically. I mean, there's a lot of things in real life, but you know, the Motown 25 Moonwalk comes out from that era. It's like so much surrounded by that era and of course that album.
Yeah, totally. It's I think it's sort of widely, you know, generally considered his best, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think for me though, I always go to the short films. I think it's so cool to have the music accompanied by that visual representation in a way, and seeing Michael play all these different characters. Like, I think Thriller and Smooth Criminal for me are like tip top.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's Michael Jackson. Everything is
No, lately it's been Invincible. Have you noticed that? Like,
yeah,
everyone's playing it like it just came out yesterday, and I'm like, didn't that come? What was that? 2001?
Yeah.
Yeah. 24 years ago. It's
and it's a whole new rebirth on that.
Totally. It's like on TikTok and things now, like the trends, come and go. It's fun to see. It's kind of like Michael's legacy is still being carried on, and like different albums, people are sort of picking out different things. And now we've got MJ the Musical and the biopic coming up.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm so excited. Like, for me, those projects are not necessarily ones that I think are like fan centric, but I love how they're like more bringing the general public back to Michael Jackson, or introducing people to him that they might not have known. But those projects, even though they might not be specifically for fans, I love how they always incorporate things that are like for us, like, for example, like songs that are like unreleased, or like rare, or deep cuts, as they might say, songs that were like, oh my gosh, like, if you go to even the whether it's the musical or even the Vegas show MJ1, Privacy is like, a song that they play in there, and it's like, oh, like, who would ever think that they would bring that song to life in a way? Yeah, so I love that stuff.
Yeah, it's cool to see how they kind of appeal to this mainstream, like sort of the general public, but then a few things here and there for the like hardcore fans as well. You know what I mean? Like with MJ the Musical, wasn't it? Was it Tabloid Junkie? Was in it? I want to say.
I think so.
Yeah.
Although it's been a while that I've seen it, but yeah, I think so. They did use it.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. Because I know I just saw. That's what made. I was like, you just saw this, Trisha. In September. I was like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool to see like how they sort of appeal to both groups. But how do you both think that Michael's different to just other artists in general? And what made him appeal to you in particular? Do you want to go first, Trish?
That's a good question. He was just so cool. Like, I got lucky. I grew up in that Thriller era. I'm still a little kid, but the memories are vivid. I'm like, and when we were children, all the kids had Michael Jackson sweatshirts and T-shirts, or Menudo, which is a Spanish group. For those who even know what I'm talking about, who are my 70 babies? But Michael, like, he was so polarizing in my generation. So it was just like, it was like breathing. It was so normal to like, it's different for me because I was kind of like literally there. But I would say in a land of the most talented pop artists of all time, whether it be Prince or Madonna or Duran Duran, like I can go on and on. That was a very talented group of people. Michael just still stood out because he always somehow connected with the fans. Like we were, like when I was little, I always hoped to be one of those kids in Neverland. I'm like, I want to be there. Like what other celebrities were opening up their home to children? So I was just like, even my friend, she won tickets as a kid to go see the Victory Tour. Like who offers that to their fans?
Yeah.
So it's just like, who's this generous person that keeps making magic for kids? So like I was seeing it through a perspective of like, I want to be with the Willy Wonka of my generation. Like that's how I felt. Like he was Willy Wonka. I'm like, I just want to go to that chocolate factory so bad. So, and then of course, when you get older, the music just never got old. Not even the Jackson 5 stuff. It was classic, timeless music. And I'm like, I can't think of any old artists I play like that at all. It's just basically that family. And, everybody knows I play the newer stuff like Chris Brown and other artists. And it's like, that's the only person I play from my childhood, really.
Yeah, I agree. Like Michael's music is just timeless, and you can tell that There's so much effort made, and there's so many eras, right? Like he wasn't an artist that kind of stuck to what his lane. Like he was always experimental, and he always gave us new things, whether it was like new types of sounds, new types of writing that he was doing to like express his own feelings and like reflect back on his own life. And I really appreciate that. And also to Trisha's point, like the fact of like how he can relate to people of all ages, but especially like the youth. And I think that's what keeps his legacy going. Because I have a 2.5-year-old, and randomly she'll be like, I want to watch Captain EO. I want to watch Thriller. Like she actually came up to us this morning, like, it's close to midnight. And, you know, sometimes I'm like, what did you say? Say it again. Cause I'm like, I can't believe that she has latched on to Michael in that way. And that's the only popular artist, cause we listen to other music too. It's the only artist that she can recite lyrics from. That's not like, Disney, you know what I mean? So it's great.
Yeah, I think that word, just timeless, sums it up perfectly. And so for both of you, when did you start your YouTube channels, and like what motivated you to decide I'm going to create Michael Jackson content for fans? Aisha?
Well, I will say that Trish is like one of the inspirations that I had, because I saw she was on YouTube doing videos, and I was never doing videos. I was doing a blog. I like was running a successful fan club, like in-person group, meetup group in New York. And I was writing, you know, things on my blog, MJFanGirl.com. I saw that Trish was doing videos, and I was like, you know what? This is really a cool way to connect with people on a different level about Michael Jackson. And that's how I got started. I believe I started in 2018. So I'm going on 7 years now. And yeah, really, it was Trish, and also the lack of MJ fans on YouTube was like made me feel like I could hop in and fill a void that I felt was needed.
Yeah. For me, it was an accident from hell. If you look at my early work, I used to talk about like it was supposed to be gadgets. It's Gadget Trish. So, but when I was in college, Michael had passed away. And so I used to be like, okay, guys, we're going to see, this is, let's say I'm saying this is it, right? In Harlem. And this is the camera I'm using. So it was about gadgets, but Michael was clearly taking over by accident. And then like one of the videos went super viral, this doll I had. And that scream was so real. I called off from work because for some reason I get sinuses really bad in the winter. I just don't know why. So I was opening the box and screaming, and it really wasn't a YouTube video. It was really, I had a digital diary in real life. So I was like laughing so hard, never laughed so hard in my life. I said, I'm putting this up. And that's the video that went viral. And I remember, especially like when I was in the peak of popularity, all these little kids used to come up to me at events, hey, Gadget. And I'm like, what's going on? And in a full circle, I actually met someone in Ohio. When she was a little kid, she saw my video. So I've been on YouTube for 15 years now. And so this is where MJFanGirl comes in. So I was going to give up on the Jackson stuff altogether. It was around the pandemic era. And she was like, no, you have to stay in this space. And if I'm not mistaken, you're the one who suggested to separate the channel or that name. I know you did something, you had to do with the name or just separating it. And so I took her advice. And then I remember she said, take the videos, the ones where you met the Jacksons, as the introduction to your channel. So you don't have to shoot nothing over. Just put those videos there. And it was the best advice ever. And I mean, there's so much advice she gave me because it's frustrating. Being Michael Jackson or even Jackson family YouTuber has very unique challenges that my other fandoms don't have at all. So it's just like, I get like way more views and attention for like sharing my breakfast with people. Real true story.
Yeah.
And these Jackson events are expensive. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of energy. No views. It's just so many things. And I was like, why am I doing this? Nobody's watching. And I would say between MJFanGirl and even Melanie behind the scenes, they were like, you can't go. Keep going. They were like, if it's 10 people watching, those are at least 10 people you could be helping. So I was like, all right, fine. And then it turned out to be a blessing. Like, I can't get into details about everything, but clearly people are watching. Some of the right people are watching. It's just, I would have never known because nobody was saying anything. I was just like, this does not make any sense. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of time. The time's the main issue. And so like now, I've learned to balance it out. Like, I don't have pressure on myself. If a video's not up in a week, I don't care. Like, I just have fun. That's the end of it. Because it is a lot of work. You two know that. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, definitely. But it feels so worth it when you get that response, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And like, I've definitely had times where I've been like, oh man, what am I doing this for? And I've had to reinvent myself. In the beginning, I was doing a lot of vlogs, like travel vlogs. Then I started to get into reaction videos when I wasn't traveling as much. And now I can't do either one. So I'm doing more of like the longer conversational type videos, like podcast style, sit down style, talking head type videos. And I really enjoy that. And it's great, like you said, to get that response back.
Yeah, exactly. And I have to say, both of you inspired me to start, because I remember not long after I sort of became interested in Michael, I found both your channels, and like then in the lockdown that inspired me to say, to do similar to what other people are doing, but kind of find my own niche there. So like, it's really cool how Trish inspired you, Aisha, and then both of you inspired me. It's I appreciate like all you do, and I know all the fans here do too.
That's awesome.
We appreciate it all. Like, it's a thankless job. It's like, you always have to continue saying like, does anybody care? But then you meet people like Susie. Who else? I met Jenny in person in Ohio.
Oh, yeah,
like
Jenny.
that's how I met Tori. And it's funny, like Tori didn't realize I was watching her channel. So, and then we all connected, like like Vincent Paterson says, like Michael has intertwined his life into, somehow Michael's intertwined to everything. So it's just like, like now I learned to just do it to have fun. I think when I first started, I didn't have the right motives. I think, I was doing it so I could like do it for a career. And it's like, it doesn't always happen for people like that. Sometimes you got to keep your 9 to 5. So now that I know how YouTube really works, it's not saying it can't be a career. It's just saying, don't let that be your motive anymore. Just do it to have fun.
Because you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Right. And so I know both of you have attended loads of Michael Jackson events over in the States. What are some of your like favorite memories from these events, or like favorite memories you've experienced within that fan community in person? Surely some feel like particularly special, Trish?
It's a lot. So I'm just going to give you top 5, top 7. Where do we cut this off?
Up to you. Up to you. We could
I
go
will do lucky number 7. Okay, my favorite hands down is this, the Thriller one at the house. Where's that thing? How could I forget it?
Thriller Nights.
Here we go. Hands down.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
But oh, sorry, I don't want to cut you off. It's just funny because I'm like, are all the events you're going to mention ones that I was at too? Maybe some of them.
No, because there's some New York stuff too now.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, then so that's number 1 forever and ever, ever and ever, and then New York has a lot, but anything that we did with Legacy of Love, which is actually MJFanGirls group, and shout out to the Michael Jackson fans in New York. There's too many in those. Like, if I had to pick my favorite one from Legacy of Love, that Bad 25 party was so lit. That was so lit. And then for Michael Jackson fans in New York, the thing that Melanie did with Sierra Garrett, I'm still like, I can't believe she got this lady to New York. But there's so many.
Wow.
Between MJFanGirl and Melanie, it's too much. Just those 2 girls alone. The Thrill New York events with Amada, every freaking one was amazing. So I'm going to count as a 4. This is Thriller. That was last year.
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh my gosh. There was a party we went to. Was it the Diamond Celebration? Oh my God. I think it's the Diamond Celebration. We were dressed up like Michael Jackson. Yeah. We were all sparkly. That was really, really fun. And then
Diamond
Rocky
Celebration.
got that really nice suite for us. That was so awesome. And we were all we just look amazing. And I like the one in Canada too. That's it for now. It's a lot in real life. If I missed an event, it's just too many because we've been doing this for 15 years.
Yes. Can I add one? Because
yes.
basically Trish has gone over like most of my same favorites. A lot of the Heal LA events, like at the Havenhurst compound, the one in the Thriller Theater. But I wanted to add France, because we went to Paris together to see the On the Wall exhibit when they had, I forgot which museum is that. Not the Louvre, but there's another one in France.
I don't remember.
And they had a whole big exhibit of Michael Jackson expressed through different types of mediums of art. And we went together and it was so fun. We got to go to like a big collector's like vinyl store out there. And we also met a fellow YouTuber, Hector Barjot, and got to see his collection, which was like mind-blowing. So to me, that's like one of my best memories.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's France. That literally, like, there's a picture of us there in my living room. And then I have the Eiffel Tower. That's the first time I ever left. Well, technically Mexico and Canada counts too, but that's the last like that's the furthest I've ever been was Paris. So I'm like, I've been international, but that doesn't quite count. Still like in our North America region here.
Yeah.
How did I forget? That was a good one.
And so like the favorite memories are just kind of spending time with other friends and those little interactions, really.
Or even like her wedding, the bridal. That's why I'm wearing Mickey Mouse. How can I forget? That was even cool. She had a Disney themed bridal shower.
Yeah.
It was so cool, man. Like she had like Mickey Mouse ears. And I was like, this is the coolest girl ever. So I was like, this is how I want my because I'm very different and clearly so is she. So I was just like, it was just like, come as you want, ladies. I was like, hell yeah. It was so cool. At her wedding, she had an impersonator. That's one of my highest view videos. People love your wedding, by the way. They are minimum, I think I get 1,000 views a month on your wedding.
That's so funny. To give people background, I'm married to a Michael Jackson fan also. Not just because he's a fan, but it just he happens to be a fan that I met through, Michael Jackson chat room a long time ago. And a lot of our wedding was like Michael Jackson themed. Like we cut our cake to Sugar Daddy and like a lot of our songs and stuff. And then we had One Glove Entertainment perform, which was a surprise, and that was so fun. So I think like what Trish said, like it's all about like the community and being together and like celebrating Michael through those like connections, those bonds that like he made through his music.
Yeah, totally. I saw the wedding video. That was really cool. It was like Michael Jackson themed. It was awesome. So how do you both think that Michael's legacy should be maintained and remembered going forward, Aisha?
Yes. Sorry, I keep coughing, by the way. I'm getting over a cold.
Okay.
I think that he should be remembered as an artist that gave so much of his life to entertain the world, to inspire artists of other generations, and as well as someone that gave so much of himself, like his time, his money, and his efforts to giving back to people. Because I think that's what Michael was really about, was giving back, and not just the humanitarian stuff, but like really even through his music. Like how many of us here in the chat now have been like held up emotionally through dark times or through ups and downs through his music. And I think that that's just such a powerful thing to reach people in that way. And I hope Michael's remembered that way.
Amazing answer. How about you, Trish?
I think we're doing it now. I remember we mentioned this on MJFanGirl's video recently, like the online stuff, just keeping his legacy alive in a positive manner, continue building on community. Michael Jackson's a very unique artist that his fans are getting younger and younger all the time, and his message is growing with different generations. So it's just like keep the message of love and positivity going throughout the community. And, you know, especially when we meet each other in person, like come with your best energy, because that's part of it too, like just being the best version of yourself. So it's a positive experience. But I mean, we're doing it now. Like even the people in the chat, I've met a good chunk of them, like a good third, which is a lot because it's not a small amount of people in here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just keep doing what we're doing, keep spreading the message of his innocence, keep the online stuff going, keep the in-person stuff going, you know, and support the ones that are out there, because there's not a lot of Michael Jackson YouTubers or Jackson family. We're kind of like a really niche small group. So encourage the ones that are coming in this space, and the ones that are currently in, just, you know, once in a while, hey, they got a new video out, spread the word, you know.
Absolutely. That's wonderful answers. And I think that theme of promoting kindness has really like led and run through this entire live stream with everybody I've spoken to. I think that sums up Michael and the legacy I think he probably wanted to leave behind, I imagine. I think it sums it up in a really nice way. So thank you both for coming on here. It's been such a pleasure chatting with you.
Absolutely.
Once again, what's your social media? Where can everybody find you, and where are your YouTube channels?
Mine is I Love the Jackson Family, and also I have another one, Gadget Trish. We are in our Marvel energy this year in Mickey, and on the Jackson channel we have been focusing a lot on Tito Jackson for the recent passing, but we will start, you know, getting back to our, you know, Michael and the rest of the family. We just wanted to give Tito his props and stuff, especially like since everything just happened. So
Yes, and me, I'm on YouTube, MJFanGirl TV. All my episodes now are also on your streaming platforms for podcasts. So Spotify, Apple Podcasts. You could find it through Club 30s with MJFanGirl. And upcoming on my channel, I have a video I'm doing a collab to talk about another fandom, which I think is very related. It's the Elvis fan community. I met with some girls from that fan community that do podcasts, kind of YouTube videos just like us, to talk about what's going on in their fandom, what kind of effect their biopic had on their fandom. So what can we expect in the MJ fan community after our biopic? Because they had one 3 years ago. So that's what's coming up later this week.
That sounds like a lot of fun. We'll have to tune in on MJFanGirl TV and then check out I Love the Jackson Family and Gadget Trish on YouTube. Well, thank you so much to both of you for joining today. It's been a pleasure. I hope you both enjoy the rest of your weekends, and thank you for everything you do for the Michael Jackson fan community.
Thank you too, Ed.
Congratulations on your live stream.
Thank you.
5 years.
I appreciate that. I need to get up now, stretch my legs. I've been sitting here for way too long. My back. I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Anytime.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And there you have it. That was the Red Jackson Dance 5th anniversary live stream. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it? Oh, and you can see that, the social media for Trish and Aisha. There we go. Wow, that was a lot of fun, huh? Thank you so much for everybody for joining. What comments have we got here? Awesome sauce. Thank you. I love you, MJFanGirl. Forever thankful. Thank you. Really nice comments. Thank you, MJFanGirl, for coming on. Appreciate that. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We've had amazing amounts of viewers. I think we've got 64 at the moment. That's a good amount, especially compared to previous live streams. It's going up and up. So I really, really appreciate the continued support. And even through some technical hitches, we got through it. Thank you, Jonathan. And once again, you can see down here, thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring this live stream. And for the last time, let's take a quick break to thank the sponsor of this live stream. Before we continue with the interview, let's take a quick break to thank the sponsor of this video, Michael Jackson Market. Michael Jackson Market are a business created by passionate fans who believe that you should have access to the best quality Michael Jackson memorabilia items at a great price. They provide you with the opportunity to get unique Michael Jackson memorabilia items really, really easily. You can go to their website www.michaeljacksonmarket.com to browse their countless items and even get your hands on one of their Michael Jackson subscription boxes, which are packed with fun items. Each box comes with a custom t-shirt and 7 or 8 other items. So whether it's Michael Jackson Funko Pops, books, cups, chocolate, mini basketballs, gym bags, tote bags, washcloths, stickers, lanyards, pins, t-shirts, or even a keychain of Bubbles the Chimp, don't forget to head to www.michaeljacksonmarket.com and use code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items above $50. Again, that's code REDJACKSON for $10 off all items over $50. Thank you to Michael Jackson Market for sponsoring Red Jackson Dance for 2025. And there you have it. We've got Pixie Dust. You've been here since the beginning. Great job, Red. I've been here since Flo Anthony was on. Great interview. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So yeah, let's have a quick look back over the schedule. And so we had Flo Anthony, we had a little chat, we had Big Al and Jimmy Van Norman for a Neverland Roundtable. We had Jonathan Downie from Michael Jackson Market doing a live unboxing. And then we had Vincent Paterson come on, followed by Peggy Wolf, Rory Kaplan, and Niall. And then we were going to have Franz Harary. And so the pre-recorded interview wouldn't play. So what we'll do for that one is I will upload that separately as its own video in the coming weeks. And so stay tuned for that. You can follow me on social media. I'm on Instagram at redjackson_MJ. And I'm here on YouTube and Twitter, Red Jackson Dance. So if you'd like to tag me in anything or stay tuned with upcoming projects, you can go there. And back here, you see, we were going to have an interview with Stephen Whitsitt. That's pre-recorded, and that will be premiering on my channel very soon as well. I'll upload them both later this week or this month. And then, after that, we had Darrell Silver Hughes talk about the biopic, and just now, MJFanGirl and I Love the Jackson Family, Trish, joining us. And most importantly, we have you guys watching here. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Stay tuned for the interview with Franz Harary, and stay tuned for the interview with Stephen Whitsitt. And I have another upcoming one soon, which I can't wait to reveal. Before we go, don't forget, I have another YouTube channel which is called Flicks Unscripted. That's where I do interviews with actors and filmmakers. I've had actors from Marvel, Star Wars, Back to the Future. I'm trying to think, Stranger Things, a bit of everything really. My last interview was with the director actually. His name's Brian Levant, and he directed The Flintstones, the film from the 90s, Jingle All the Way with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He directed Snow Dogs, Beethoven, the one with the dog. That's a really fun interview, so go check it out at Flicks Unscripted on YouTube. And then also, I'm currently working on my website, reganellis.com. So you can go to www.reganellis.com. That's another name I'm going by, separate from the Red Jackson, Michael Jackson thing. And that's where I'm going into the venture of journalism. So I will have some interviews written up there, not just yet, but there will be. But you can still browse the website, read the about, view some clips. It's a lot of fun. And I am on Instagram as well, under the journalism venture, at Regan_Ellis. Okay, and I think that brings us to the end. We've been on here for 6 hours, 20 minutes. Wow. Thank you so much for everybody to joining. We've got Buffy here, Manuela, thank you. Trish, thank you, Trish. And Jonathan, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And everyone who missed any prior parts, this will just be showing out on my channel under the live section. You've got home video live. If you click on live, it will be there. And you can watch all 6 hours as many times as you want. So if you missed any interviews earlier, you can check them out there. They'll be here waiting for you. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for 5 years of Red Checks and Dance. Now I'm gonna get up, like stretch my back a bit, and I'll see you guys next time with an interview with Franz, Harary, and Stephen Whitsitt. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.